Darksydephil is streaming again, supporting tips, his only friend. Darksydephil is streaming again, supporting tips, his only friend. Lost his fire and lost his light. He's playing games but lost his fight. Getting worse and fading fast. A fire built on lies can last. Darksydephil is screaming again, supporting tips, his only friend. Darksydephil is screaming again, supporting tips, his only friend. This could be the end. Yes, this may be the end. This could be the end. Yes, this may be the end. Darksydephil is streaming again, supporting tips, his only friend. Darksydephil is streaming again, supporting tips, his only friend. His only friend. His only friend. His only friend. This could be the end. Yeah. Yes, this may be the end. This could be the end. Yeah. Yes, this may be the end.
Only 1 out of 50 unemployed streamers suffer from this condition during the holiday season every year.
Yesterday we did hit one goal, we didn't hit the other. Hopefully things will pick up more now that I'm getting back to gaming. I think more people will be showing up.
A condition that is only known as extreme e-begging.
And by the way, FYI, no, we're not going to be doing fast food and DSP tries it for every reward goal. Remember, every 10 we do that, but then there's going to be other milestones, okay? Perhaps when we hit 30, we forego doing a DSP tries it and we do something different. We could do liquor. People have tossed around the idea of a liquor DSP tries it, where you guys recommend liquor for me to try.
The desperation for money can bring people to fall back into old habits.
It might not necessarily be the right brand because they don't always have the same brands at different liquor stores. Maybe I get a certain kind of liquor and at night, at the end of a late stream, we do a DSP tries it where I taste test some liquor and I tell you what I think about it.
If any of your loved ones show these signs,
okay, that could be funny or fun.
Then please call 555-165-10-501.
Now keep in mind, we already talked about when I hit 50, which will happen eventually, we're gonna do a big reward. Whether that's a special themed marathon that you guys vote on, whether it's like a Rage-a-thon or an Indies event or something like that.
Because we care and we are here for you.
My name is Phil Burnell, more commonly known as DSP or Darksydephil on the internet, and I run a YouTube channel called DSP Gaming. It's been my job for over 13 years at this point, and I'm a full-time internet content creator and live streamer. Sadly, there is a malicious community of people that follow me around the internet who don't like me, and they've done things over the years to hurt me and my family because they don't like me. I am broadcasting a special stream and recording this for YouTube. My name is Phil Burnell, more commonly known as DSP or Darksydephil on the internet, and I run a YouTube channel called DSP Gaming. It's been my job for over 13 years at this point, and I'm a full-time internet content creator and live streamer. To help right now with the situation, and it seems like absolutely no one is willing to help. I'm supposed to be doing a podcast, playing a video game, and I'm not unable to do that because my internet has been compromised towards my Comcast.
Ignoring all the trolls, to him they are just sound. When the kingdom reigns, there's no money to be found. Stuck in his castle to forever be housebound. He got himself a new PC. Now the trolls will cope and see. Blessed with riches from the king knows, but we all know where that money goes. The casino will bring him bad luck. The king will always fuck it up. Then soon the detractors will sing, fell to the king, 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 fell to the king. Soon the riches will run out, then the king will have to shout, taking their taxes and some coin, hoping for the casino to rejoin. And then the detractors will sing, fell to the king, 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 fell to the king. Trolls will cope, trolls will see, but will still sing, fell to the king.
Are you tired of those pesky online trolls? Can't even play WWE Champions without TJ Gamebox tweeting about it? Want to keep your super secret private Discord even more secure? Well, here at SnortVPN, we aim to protect you and your family. Yes, you! It's 100% safe online web browsing. You can even stream without the worry of being clipped out of context. Safely track DoorDash drivers. I feel more protected when tweeting to Twitch's Twitter account. It's so easy, even a stupid idiot like you can do it.
Me! Breathe!
So use the code BAG20. That's BAG20 for 20% off your first month.
The despicable world of Darksydephil. He needs your money to get by. The despicable world of Darksydephil. day. He sucks at games but makes you pay. Day off tomorrow and DoorDash. Send in some tips, he needs your cash. The despicable world of Darksydephil. He needs your money to get by. The despicable world of Darksydephil. He needs your money to survive.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome. Tonight, I'm going to be responding to this moronic idiot who was stupid enough to claim that, he's been grifting and scamming his audience his entire life, but he was going to go on a show called Truth Seekers, and I was going to give him a circle jerk, glazing here, where I would just talk about his wonderful history of gaming. And it should be said, I mean it when I say that his early pioneering of video game streaming and video game competitiveness, I guess, was worthy of a little bit of respect. But he has burned every bridge. He has screwed every opportunity that he was given, and he has destroyed what could have been an impressive history and legacy of being that early video game streaming, legend, by essentially scamming and begging his legacy into the dirt, into the ground. You did this. I didn't do this. So, interestingly, we do this interview, and I'm going to have a lot to say. I'm not going to say anything about this drama with the Keno Casino, and did they know I was going to do this? And I will say this: I think they know what I do. In fact, they brought me onto the casino because I felt grifters. So what did they think was going to happen? But I don't want to damage that relationship. I like those guys, and a big supporter. They really helped me out. Like they did say, they gave me this big audit. They did. They exposed me to a huge new audience, and it really helped my show and my channel. And I'm in their debt, but I'm not in their debt enough to do a softball circle jerk of one of the guys they're milking. Right? No, they had to know enough about me, I think. But I want to be clear and put on the record that there wasn't any verbal communication between me and Triple P, or anything like that. Like there was no, I didn't get instructions handed to me. They just handed me the interview, which yes, I asked for, because I started digging into this guy's history and realized that he's no better than any of the UFO grifters or the fake psychic scammers or the fake mediums that talk to your dead grandma for $150 that we have busted here. So of course I'm interested. This is a whole new genre of grifting, and we can expand into a whole new universe of grifty grifters. And majorly tonight, I'm going to try to be a little serious in the beginning here, and I hope you'll forgive me. We have some incredibly funny bits to get to, but before we do, I want to take the time to thank some kind and generous benefactors. Now, I have to caution you, I don't want people to not send super chats before the bell rings, but due to our software limitations, I can only read and share the super chats which were on the screen. But I will check my email in a moment. If you send a super chat before the bell, just email me at truthseekershow@gmail.com and the message you put in the super chat, and I would be happy to call it out. So unlike Phil, I promise you I'm not going to beg for money 150 times or 100 times or 88 times or 66 times or 22 times in one stream. As is customary, I will simply remind you that we are a viewer-supported show, and we appreciate any support you send our way. We have a commitment here to read every single super chat. We thank every single person that becomes a member of our YouTube channel during the live broadcast. We thank anybody that buys a sub on Kick. We'll be monitoring that. We read every super chat. We read every PayPal pledge. So thank you all for your kindness, generosity, and support. And that's my begging for the night. We do have a goal of 50 super chats, of 5 or more tonight, which I think is a reasonable goal. But I promise you that I won't be yelling or crying or guilting you. Like, look, man, I'm going to have to pay for some pipes being fixed in my house. And if I don't hit the goal, no, there will be none of that. Because I'm not a greedy, disgusting pig that scams his audience to survive, like some people. Chanel with a kind and generous 99 cents from Chanel. No message. That's fine. So I'm going to race through here. We'll thank some kind and generous supporters. We've already got a bunch for the goal. Thank you very much. Chanel with another one for $2. Praise the cash. Count it up, Phil. Monetize the hate. Do you know that Phil counted my super chats? This greedy pig, who, by the way, everybody told me he was going to ask for half the super chats. To his credit, he didn't, and I wouldn't have given it to him. We don't pay guests here, but he counted them. He knew how much we got in super chats during that interview, and he was seething that I didn't give him half of it. I'm not giving you half that money so you could spend it on a stupid game instead of, I don't know, doing something good with it, like not being a low-life scumbag. I don't know. I'm not going to help your mobile video game addiction. Mariner1712, you will be pignotized. You are under pignosis. Give Steve your money. Well, it's not pignosis. We'll have to come up with a new term, but thank you for your kindness. Going with $5. Nothing you could do. You did everything correct. Thank you. I appreciate it. Pentaxenstein, 1 for the money, 2 for the show. Steve's got the proof. Off to roast the pig roach we go. Absolutely. And thank you, Pentaxenstein, for your kindness, generosity, and support. We'll thank a few more people, and then we'll get into our presentation, which I promise you is going to be fun tonight. Dinosaur with a kind of generous $2 for the Arby's goal. Oh, I will be God damn it, I forgot. I meant to heat up. I have an Arby's burger, and I meant to heat it up and eat it at the beginning of the show, but we had some tech issues right before broadcast. We'll take a musical break and we'll do that. Pentaxenstein with a kind and generous 5. If Steve hits the goal, he'll continue to breathe after the normal stream. Yes, I will, Pentaxenstein. I promise you, I won't stop breathing. Yes, Klingama 001, you deserve more than DSP. I don't even know you. Thank you for your kindness. That's right. We're going to start a new hashtag. You know the greater than and less than sign? We're going to start a new hashtag tonight that True Seekers is greater than Darksydephil, or True Seekers is greater than DSP, because it's true. Unlike Darksydephil, by the way, every time you see him eat, he begs for money to eat, and it's ridiculous. He's like, if we hit our goal of $150, I'm going to eat a hamburger for you. Like, it's a $6 hamburger. What'd you do with the other $94? We know what he did. He spent it on a children's wrestling mobile game like a dummy. All right, Sea House with a kind and generous 5. Keep it up, and you're going to be eating frozen meatloaf dinners and lunch meat sandwiches. Steve the Snake. I know, they're calling me the Snake. Oh my God, I snaked him. And I didn't even know what the term going into business for himself meant. Apparently that's a wrestling term, meaning you're going off the script. For the NVIDIA 5090 fund, Pentaxenstein, people are joking that I should make the goal for a 5090. What are they, like $4,000 or $5,000 right now because of crypto? In honor of Duty being in the chat, $5, Pentaxenstein. Thank you, very generous. He's the MVP so far of support. Phil is definitely lurking in here, by the way. Well, hello, Phil. I know he wanted to see. He called me a terrible show host and a terrible interviewer, but he's here taking notes about how to get support by making great content people love and not begging. He's taking notes right now, furiously. He's furiously taking notes, figuring out how he can stop begging 100 times a stream and still get more support. Because I get more support than he does, and I don't even have to ask for it. People just send it to me because they appreciate the effort and the creative power and the passion and the glory we have here. He has none left. It's all been burned up begging. Big ups to everyone in the chat. Stephen, I disavow PPP, violent, evil words, blaming poor Duty. Everyone knows Duty is a good dude. Pentax, it's 9 with 10. Dark Steve rises. Yeah, that's what's going on here. Dark Steve is rising. And interestingly, I wondered when we would start getting so many super chats, I couldn't read them all. We're approaching that, but it's a good problem to have. Railroad Bum. Who is dumber, DSP or David Wilcock? It's close. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting parallels between them, and I'm going to talk about that tonight. I say a lot of stuff with $4.99. Steven is here to help you, DSP. Just take it like a man, pig. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. And like I said, if you become a YouTube channel member during live broadcast, we'll give you a big shout out and thank you. Stalker HD just became a YouTube channel member. He gets a YouTube channel member badge, and he gets a bunch of extra goodies in the members section. And by the way, that if you're really broke, that's $5. If you're really broke, you can just join our Patreon for $1, but you don't get the badge and the priority reply on YouTube, but you get the same extra goodies for $1 a month. So thank you for becoming a member. We appreciate you, and thank you for appreciating us and what we do here. When in doubt, with a kind and generous $2, this is how you do big ups. Yeah, you got to beg without begging, and he's not smart enough to do that. You got to beg without begging, right? I just say we're a viewer-supported show and hope that's enough. Don Johnson, does that count? Maybe twice now? I don't know. It's still not going to be 88 times in one stream or those ridiculous numbers that this clown gets. And we have Don Johnson. Triple P said that to not ruin the relationship so that they can keep doing this to him. Thank you for the amazing job you did. Oh, wow. Yeah, we're going to show you what Triple P said, because I think it's one of his funniest rants ever. They're basically like, we like him because he's a scammer. We didn't want you to felt him because he's a scammer. That's why we like him, because he scams his audience. It's crazy. Great job frying that bacon. You have a new fan, says Avatars. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Much appreciated. Ursula Bielski's World of the Supernatural, $4.99. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Ursula Bielski's got a free book she's putting on Substack, chapter by chapter. It's one of the best books on UFOs and the paranormal, I think, ever. Autobahn just became a member. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Midnight Castoy, I cater. T. Carter is smiling down on you. Thank you for your kindness. I appreciate that. And General Nutcase, what a user ID. Great audience we have here. Great freaking job putting that silly man on the show, as long as you did during the interview. Loved it. To be very honest with you, I haven't been nervous about an interview for a while, but given that this was not my usual wheelhouse, I was a little nervous. I'm just relieved that it went, and there's so many people reached out to me to tell me how much they enjoyed it, and that's all we want. We want to make good content people enjoy here. And boy, I roasted that piggy, and it's not over, piggy. You got a lot more. I got a lot more for you, piggy. Oh, I got a lot more, and mostly because the cope stream. It's not. And let me tell you something. I'm a pretty easygoing guy. It's not easy to piss me off. But this guy ran to his audience begging for money again, doing a cope stream, calling me a moron. The guy who's been begging and scamming his audience for decades, right? It goes on a show called Truth Seekers thinking that this is a good idea, and I'm the moron. You roasted that piggy. I don't think he will ever recover. No, he's on. And listen, by the way, this did benefit him because he's finally hitting his goals. He's surpassing his goals, and he's still not happy, still begging for money. He actually said on stream, donate more money to make that Steve guy cry instead of laugh at me. This guy will use anything to beg. Steve took Phil's crown in the last casino chip, felt it, etc. Thank you, Archduke Instinct. Very kind of you. We appreciate you. Steve's now 9. Hope we hit our goal tonight. Yeah. Well, I should make it. I did eat Arby's, but not on stream yesterday. And by the way, this is why Truth Seekers is greater than Phil. Phil begged and begged and begged for $150, and then he ate a couple of sandwiches on stream. I didn't even beg. And we had a huge windfall of money. Thank you, dumb side Phil. Huge win. People were just throwing money at me. I couldn't even catch it fast enough. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Thank God Almighty that the universe sent me Darksydephil, that I could make a shit ton of money in one night. So yesterday was Valentine's Day. I took my entire family to Arby's. We had wonderful meals, and then there was a homeless guy in the parking lot. I even bought him a meal, thanks to the Darksydephil windfall and hitting our goal. And I didn't beg for that money, Phil. I did it because I'm just better than you at this. Duty streams. Let me explain the reward system. Phil demands 10 streams of 150. That's $1,500 to feed his wife DoorDash. Yes! Thank you, Duty Streams. And Trevor Phillips at $2. Thoughts on DSP not liking basketball Americans? I'm not familiar with that, so I'd rather not comment. We got another new member, Toxic Dubs, just became a YouTube channel member. Gets a big shout out and a big thanks. Big ups. Toxic Dubs, thank you. And we're just about through we're going to get to the good stuff in a moment here, but I don't want to get too far behind. Big P's going to lose that weight battling our Kylo Dent, and he'll lose. Yeah, I just want to put it on the record. Listen, Phil, before you get in trouble here, before you get buried, dude, a lot of people like you have come along and thought, I'll trash talk this guy. I'll start a beef with this guy. I'll battle this guy. Dude, Phil, don't do it, bro. Don't do it. You are not smart enough to do this. You are not smart enough. You're so dumb that you're listening. Oh man, he's just dumb as dirt. This guy, he's dumb as rocks. Big P's going to lose that weight from battling our Kylo Dent, and he'll lose. Oh, we got that one. Even beyond his grift, says Era with a kind generous 5. Even beyond his grift, Phil is an odd man. He ran and hid from sexy talking fridge in a video game, and his bear husband in a different game. That's weird, right? That's really weird. And we've got another one from Telltale Fan. Notice how Phil was always be a softie in interviews and then talk smack behind your back. Yeah, he was totally demure and like non-confrontational. Then he gets on his stream and suddenly he's a big man and he's going to call me a moron, right? The guy who went on a show called Truth Seekers thinking I wasn't going to talk about his scamming his audience for years. I'm a moron. Okay, Darksydephil. Notice how Phil is a softie in the interviews and then talks smack behind your back. Even during the one time he confronted side scrollers, he hung up mid-chat and then called him a hoe. Dweeb. Yeah, it's ridiculous. The guy's got, where was that spice when he was right here to my face? And, I grew up on the mean streets of Philly. We don't take kindly to bitches. He's a bitch. He had to talk behind my back like a bitch. That's what he had to do because he's Darksydephil. He's a bitch. He had no balls while he was here because he just couldn't, I get it. He felt ambushed maybe. I don't know. So, by gosh, it's Steve the Snake with a steel chair. Turned Phil into UFO. Unbelievably felted object. Yes. And Shia Wilcock, that being said, are protecting PDF files, Ravens, Dolphins, and Snood. I don't know what the reference is. Remember, I'm not very familiar with some of your terminology and lore, but thank you for your kindness. Metalhead Retro Gamer just became a YouTube channel member. Thank you for your kindness. Big ups to a new member. Praise the cash. Suffer Pig Roach, says Sneedburger Syndrome. Yes, and we've got Fat Chick Thriller, longtime show supporter, who says the winning is endless. Thank you very much. And then we've got BB Phil. I've watched both you and DSP Detractor channels for more than 12 months. Do you know how crazy it is to see you cover DSP? It's like suddenly meeting an old school friend in a remote village in Venezuela. Yeah, I didn't have this on my bingo card for the year, but sometimes the universe hands you opportunities and you have to take them. Praise the cash, says Zamolius. And we are caught up. So I'm going to leave the chat right there. Caress that like button, says Spooky. Spooky hasn't been here in a while. Lead moderator of my chat. Suddenly we get this big influx of new users and support, and Spooky's like, I gotta go be a chat mod. Where you been at for like months, Spooky? I'm just busting Spooky's balls. We appreciate Spooky. Probably the oldest show supporter here since the very beginning and beyond. So we're going to do something a little different tonight. And I've never done this, so this is an experiment. And if it doesn't work, I apologize. But the thought occurred to me that this guy talking any smack about me is just laughable to me. And the reason that is because, listen, every time you see this guy stuff food in his fat pig face, right? In his disgusting fat pig face, every time you see him stuff food in his face, he got that food by lying and begging his audience for money. So I just want you to keep in mind, while we do the more serious part here, the studious, well-researched, pre-written piece about Darksydephil. I wanted to put together a scholarly piece here. But I know people want it to be funny, and I thought, how could we make it funny? Well, listen, every time you see this piggy eating food on stream, every time you see him do that, he got that food by begging for it. He's no better than the guy outside Wawa or 7-Eleven. Go, can I have a couple bucks to get a sandwich? By the way, you never give him money. I'll give him a sandwich. I never give him the money. They spend it on crack because they're losers, like Darksydephil. He's broke. He's got to beg. All right. So I have written a prepared statement about Darksydephil. And where did it go? I shared the screen. Gosh, come on. All right, hold on 1 second here. We'll get to it. All right. There we go. All right. So I just want to hammer home the point that every time that you see this greedy pig eating on stream, he got that food that he's stuffing down his throat by begging to people, oftentimes by lying to people, by embellishing and exaggerating things going on in his life so people feel sorry for him so that they give him money. I just want to make sure that people, understand that while we go into the serious part of tonight's important broadcast. All right. So, Darksydephil, a critical examination of controversy, e-begging, and online drama. Phil Burnell, better known as Darksydephil or DS. Oh wait, that's stupid. I gotta turn the pig noise down. It's a little too distracting. All right, is that better? I think so. All right, we're gonna get to this. So he is an online gaming streamer with a history spanning over a decade on platforms like YouTube and Twitch. And despite his persistence in the gaming and content creation space, DSP or Darksydephil remains a very controversial figure, frequently criticized for his approach to constant fundraising, his online behavior, and interactions with his audience. Tonight, we're going to critically examine and comedically examine some of his history, highlighting the controversy surrounding him, the accusations of constant e-begging, and the recurrent dramas that have defined his online persona. DSP's career has been marked by numerous controversies, ranging from financial scandals to interpersonal conflicts with fans and fellow content creators. Early in his YouTube career, Burnell was known for his unfiltered and often offensive commentary, which drew a great deal of criticism from both viewers and other content creators. His so-called raw approach to gaming, which included frequent outbursts and a refusal to accept blame for in-game failures, became a defining characteristic of his content. One of the most famous controversies occurred when Phil was caught on a live stream camera engaging in what I can only call inappropriate behavior. Right? Wait, let's make some more sound effects to go with that, with the pig noises. Inappropriate behavior. He was caught on a live stream camera with inappropriate behavior. You know what I'm talking about. Inappropriate behavior. And the sad part about that is children may have been watching that stream. And while he apparently was unaware that his camera was on and still broadcasting, the incident became a meme within the gaming community and led to further ridicule of Darksydephil. Additionally, his clashes with moderators, bans from other platforms, and feuds with other content creators have only added to his notoriety. Now let's get to the e-begging and the fundraising practices, because this was the thing that made me go, oh, I got to cover this guy. This guy is the biggest leech beggar on the internet. I've never seen anybody beg so much. Perhaps one of the most persistent criticisms of DSP revolves around his frequent and aggressive fundraising efforts, often described by detractors as e-begging. Unlike many successful content creators who diversify their revenue streams through sponsorships, merchandise, or a well-structured Patreon model, Darksydephil relies heavily, almost entirely, on just direct donations from his audience. Burnell often frames his financial difficulties as crises that require immediate audience help and intervention, whether it be issues with his taxes, his rent, his mortgage, or business expenses. His repeated claims of impending financial doom have led to skepticism regarding the legitimacy of his financial struggles. Is he really in dire and desperate need of donations, or is this just a ploy he uses to make stupid people give him more money? Now, his critics argue that he strategically fosters a sense of urgency and problems going on in his life in order to encourage his audience to donate. And this is all because he cannot or will not manage his finances like a responsible adult, even though he has a literal college degree in finance. He went to college for 4 years to learn how to manage money, and this is what he's doing with his life. One of the most controversial fundraising events happened a few years ago when Darksydephil raised thousands of dollars in a single stream, only for it to be revealed later that allegedly a significant portion of that money went towards purchasing WWE mobile game microtransactions, a habit he had previously denied engaging in. This revelation significantly damaged his credibility and reinforced perceptions of financial mismanagement and reinforced perceptions that he is just an e-begging scumbag grifter. Darksydephil remains one of the most polarizing figures in online gaming content. Like I said, while his longevity in the industry is noteworthy, even respect-worthy, absent the e-begging and controversies, his career is completely overshadowed by a history of these controversies, financial mismanagement, e-begging, and a completely and totally adversarial relationship with both his fans and his critics. His reliance on aggressive fundraising tactics, coupled with his tendency to generate drama, has solidified his reputation as a divisive and often controversial streamer. For those studying online content creation, Darksydephil serves as a cautionary tale of how poor public relations, complete and total financial irresponsibility, and a confrontational attitude towards one's audience can lead to sustained criticism and reputational damage. While his supporters argue that he is simply a victim of online harassment, a skeptical and critical examination of his actions suggests that much of his current predicament is, in fact, self-inflicted. And there's something I never thought I would do. Read a scholarly, serious article while some disgusting pig jams food down his throat and a pig eats from a trough. But I want it. Look, I'm an artist, okay? I don't just play video games badly and beg for money, Phil. So you can say whatever you want about me. This is art. This is art right here. This is the best content that your fans have ever seen about you. Okay? All right, we're going to stop with the pig. Oh my God, that pig is something else. Which pig is the bigger pig? You let me know what you think in the comments or in the live chat. Look at him shoveling that shit down. Eat it, piggy. Eat it. I got to turn it up because there's a little bit of Darksydephil in there somewhere, right? What is he eating? It's DoorDash. That's another thing. He needs your financial donations so that he doesn't have to leave his house. He could just make them, he could spend almost twice as much to have DoorDash bring it to him. This is the extravagant lifestyle that he wants you to fund and pay for. donate to me so that I can live high on the hog and get DoorDash today and eat like a slob in front of my audience. Stuff it down, piggy. Eat it, piggy. Eat it. All right. I think that's enough of that, friends. That was worth the render time for the gag. It's all about the gag, friends. Sheep Taco Man with a kind and generous $2. Comment on what the Kino guys said after the interview. Yes. Yes, I will. We are going to be sharing the clip of Triple P, and we'll get to it. Pardon me. Ralph. Oh, is that who I think it is? Spooky, ban that guy. Yeah, actually, I should put something on the record. So, on the record, I'm not very familiar with the so-called sector or the void. Everybody's warning me, like, dude, stay out of it. Don't get trapped in the void or the sector. And yeah, I was going to continue this series interviewing the most controversial people on the internet. But, I, as a show host, I reserve the right to choose who I want to interview. And so there's somebody that's, crying that I decided to decline they wanted me to interview them. Some people are just too toxic and I'm not going to, or they're just too uninteresting, and great, you're controversial, but I don't like your story. So I don't really want to talk to you. It's my time. Do I want to waste 2 hours talking to somebody I don't really want to talk to generate content that's probably not going to be very good because I'm not into it? No. Two cats, one roach. Catching up on that being said, after this, big ups. Yeah, I did that being said this morning at 11 a.m. I was so fired up about Phil talking shit on me that I got up early. I'm not a morning person. I did it today. I think he should have bathed in pee. Then, yeah, thank you, Soil Alpin. Then he would have had superpowers and been able to deal with it. This saddens me that Triple P would slander and betray you. I don't feel that way. And, it's hard to tell with those guys. Are they joking? Is this a bit? I don't know. Nobody gave me the script to the bit, though, Zero. The casino is perma-felt it. No, the house always wins. I actually believe that. Here we goes another one. No, but understand why you don't want to deal with Ethan Ralph. Big ups for the DSP interview. Yeah, whatever. I said why I don't want to deal with that person. I just don't find the story interesting. And there's also, it's like when certain people, when you look into them and you even just read their Wikipedia page, you go, danger, Will Robinson. I don't want to be involved in somebody that's been involved in a lot of online stalking and harassment and whatever. And that's just the way it is. I don't have to interview somebody that wants to be interviewed. Quiver Lock with a kind and generous $4.99 says, stand with Steve. I appreciate that. And we have Ty Blee with a kind and generous $1.99. Hilarious, that being said, show today. Yeah, that was so much fun. I got to be honest. So in the UFO space or paranormal space, if you go as a guest on a show, it's kind of torturous because a lot of times it's just a lot of arguing in that space. And today, I went on That Being Said, and we just laughed and had a good time. It was such a good time for 2 hours. Check out That Being Said on YouTube. The guest appearance I did is on their channel. I can't wait for Phil to be 50 with a 25-year-old CV gap and cast into the post-LLM jobs market. Accept this Wonga out of spite. DSP, get a job! Get a job, pig! Irate Pirate, thank you for your 10 pounds. We appreciate you. Thanks for appreciating us. Big support tonight, friends. I haven't checked in with the goal, but I will. We got a lot to get through. We're going to be here for a little while. So get comfortable. How could you snake the casino like this, Steve? You were to be the third chair. Dude, I would take that job. Listen, a lot of people have said stuff like that. And by the way, I take that as a compliment that people said. A lot of people came to me and said, oh, you should be like the third host on Kino. I would take that job in a minute, except for two things. One, I don't want to give up my own show. And two, I am not, half of the guys they talk about, I have no idea. Like, I don't even know who they are. So unless I really crash course the hell out of myself and all this sector void, locale stuff, I don't think I would do a good job. So I would decline the invitation if offered until such time as I felt like I was ready. Yeah, Triple P loved you. He called me in tears in his eyes last night. See, it's all a bit. All the world's a stage, friends. And honestly, I don't know. I have to talk. I have to talk to those guys' voice because I don't know. I don't even know what's going on. I tuned into their show and I was like, I almost fell off my chair when I heard what Triple P was saying. Xavier with a kind and generous 9.99 says, "Loved your DSP interview. Thank you for your kindness." Shout out to Kylo Goat, says Elon Jusk with kind and generous $2. Thank you. And we're just going to catch up on the super chats and move on to the next portion. If you watch the casino clip talking about the DSP interview tonight, I promise you they were being ironic the whole time. I know they still love you. Yeah, well, there's a little clue at the end. He said, what a scumbag Steve is. He snaked us. He went and started his own business or some shit. What a snake. What a snake. We'll see you as a guest next Tuesday, Steve. And by the way, I've confirmed that. People are asking me if that's true. I don't know. I have to confirm that with them. All the drama is for views for everybody. It's a big gaslight, says Quiverlock with a kind 5. Yeah, I mean, at some point it becomes like wrestling, though, you know? Snake Steve says Fat Chick Thriller. Where's all those dono bombs, Fat Chick Thriller? Come on, man. I need you to put Fat Chick Thriller always was dropping dono bombs, and I remember thinking, man, I could put one of my kids through college just off Fat Chick Thriller. See, Darksydephil, I can beg too. How my kid's going to go to college unless you pay pigs, pay up? Like, what do you? Come on, man. I can't afford that shit. You don't want my son to be stupid, do you? Confirmed he spent a minimum of $12.09 today on WWE Champions. Source TJ Gamebox. When life gives you lemons, pull zombie Hogan's and crush gems, brother. Yeah, well, if he's an addict, he was coping with the felting he just got. So that makes sense, right? If I had $1,200, the last thing I would do is spend it on a children's video game. All right, so we're going to get into some things. I got to go through this daily rap and respond to him first. That's supposed to be the first order of business here, but we get a little sidetracked. We'll get caught up on that. And 1 second. Black Ops and sniping fun. Appearance did not go as expected. He changed the title, I think. I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know. All right, we're going to... Oh, listen, I'm just going to say it verbally. I don't have a fair use banner in this studio that I'm using currently. This is fair use. This is transformative work. We're educating the public and we are critiquing the video that we are sharing. We'll be discussing the video with our live chat, therefore making it more of a transformative work. This, my friends, is fair use. So we're going to get to his cope stream and I'm going to address some things because listen, one surefire way to know somebody is a liar is that somebody will catch them in a lie and then they got to go invent new lies because they got caught in lies. And that's DSP in my experience with them so far. And before we do that, though, I want to put one more thing on the record. I generally have a free speech zone, but I draw the line if people start talking about my children or my wife. And also, some of you may not be unaware, but I wear the glasses for medical reasons. I actually have something called third nerve palsy. You could look it up. I got it when I had a life-threatening brain aneurysm. I was in the hospital for months and months and months. I had 4 brain surgeries. I almost died, but I walked away breathing. But unfortunately, I came out of that situation with a paralyzed eye. So some jerk off today, and by the way, I've been through this 10 times. Some jerk off today is calling me wonky eye and pointing out my eye being in the wrong place or blinking too much, my paralyzed eye on a big TV, like, oh, great. And my response when people make fun of my disability is always the same thing. Classy. Maybe there's some kids in wheelchairs you could go make fun of next. The thing about people with disabilities and why you should never make fun of their disability is they can't change that. Do I wish that I had 2 good eyes? Sure. But God in his wisdom saw fit to give me 2 good eyes, and I've still got 1. So I'm good. And I've made my peace with my disability. I put the glasses on, which helped me a great deal, even just from like self-confidence perspective, it's distracting, that wonky eye. I get it. I'm sorry if you're so bothered by it that you decide you're going to make a video making fun of me for it. Then you get blocked and I cut you out of my life like a cancer because you're a toxic dickhead. Like, what if I was in a wheelchair? Would it be okay? It's a disability is a disability. It's something that somebody, especially a lifelong disability, it's something they have that they can't change. So what if I was sitting here in a wheelchair? Would it be okay to make a video making fun of my legs that don't work? I have an eye that doesn't work. I'm okay with it. And everybody in my life that loves me is okay with it. I don't care what some toxic jerk off on the internet thinks about it. So I just want to put that on the record. I believe in a free speech zone. I rarely block people, but if you start threatening my children, and by the way, that happened today. There's some jerk off saying, involving my children, saying they're going to call my children's schools and this and that. You get blocked, and I cut you out of my life like a cancer. I've been through all this abuse already in the UFO world. I've had people call me the P word, say I was a child predator, and I got arrested in 2017, and it turned out to be a complete and totally fake story somebody made up. I've been doxxed. People threaten my wife in my live chat by name. Like, I've been through all this stuff before. It's not going to affect me, you know. Sith with a kind and generous 5. Phil will never confirm the veracity of the bank leaks because that means admitting to bankruptcy, tax, fraud. By the way, IRS is now a banned word in his chat. Of course it is. And Michael, is DSP a pathological liar with a kind 5? I think that he has pathological lying tendencies, but I'm not a psychiatrist or a psychologist, though I was very interested in psychology courses in college. I almost majored in that, but I went with computer science. Must donate for Steve's kids' groceries and Arby's. Yeah. You know what I'm going to do? Quiver Lock, thank you for your kindness. I don't think I should tell my wife about this because she's not going to like this idea. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take my kids to the park on a muddy day, right? With old clothes, raggy clothes as possible, right? And I'm going to get them all dirty, right? We'll dirty up their face, right? And then I'll make a video and I'll ask them if they're hungry, right? And then I'll say, well, maybe if we get enough donos, I could buy you guys some SpaghettiOs and chicken nuggets at Walmart, and then you could eat tomorrow if we get enough donos tonight. Like, I should stop. I'm giving him ideas. He's going to be begging for cat food tomorrow, this prick. Fat Chick Thriller, you going to eat some Arby's on the stream, Bish? Yeah, I'm going to eat an Arby's cheeseburger on the stream. Absolutely. I got to figure out how I'm going to take a break because for those unaware, I have different studios, one for David Wilcock. I made a new one for DSP, and I don't have a lot of bumpers, but we'll figure something out. And Jambalaya gifted 5 Truth Seekers memberships. This is why you got to subscribe. If you become a subscriber and you're in the live chat when a kind and generous person like Jambalaya gifted memberships, you could get a free one. Guerra got a free membership. Who's Poppin' got a free membership. EG was gifted a free membership. Maddie Rolf was gifted a free membership. And Carl Christofferson was gifted a free membership. You got to be a subscriber to win those free memberships. David E., I hope this helps pay for groceries and back taxes and Arby's. Yeah, I'm definitely eating an Arby's cheeseburger, I promise you, before the stream is over. And even if we don't hit our goal, I'm going to hit it. I'm going to eat an Arby's cheeseburger. And last night I bought a homeless guy an Arby's meal in the parking lot. Right? Because I'm a class act, Phil, and you're a scumbag, bro. I hit my goal. I gave to the poor. You hit your goal, you take from the poor. I am the poor, but I still give to the poor. Fat Chick Thriller. Not even death could stop Truth Seekers. Yeah, I will rise from my grave to felt this clown one more time. He pissed me off, this guy. You did not let DSP build momentum for his lies. He usually gets time to spin his lies, but you could see how shaken he was that you pressed him for a quick answer. Well, so many people told me, and I listened to him in other interviews doing that, double talk and talking in circles, and I was determined. Like, and by the way, I'm a little, well, probably more than a little ADD. So even when I'm talking to a friendly guest, I do have a tendency to interrupt too much, and I'm working on that. I'm really working on that. But in his case, every time I interrupted him, I meant to interrupt him. And I knew I might get shit from those people who are always like, you interrupt the guest too much. But in his case, you have to. Fat Chick Thriller, DSP is going to have to order some of those sweet Wilcock missiles if he doesn't spend all the money on Hulk Hogan pulls. Oh, yes. Yes! Sandra McDonald with a kind and generous $7.99 super sticker. Someday this software will display those correctly. So let's get to the Cope stream. And by the way, if we hit our goal, I'm gonna take a page out of the DSP playbook. If we hit our goal, I'm instantly going to set a new one, right? And I'm going to have some kind of slop to share with you that's not worth it. Maybe I'll eat a candy bar, right? And by the way, on that show today, somebody held up a payday candy bar. I'm going to get some of them, if for nothing else, for props. So this is, I want to say the fair use thing again. This is fair use transformative work. We're educating the public. We're educating the public about the biggest e-beggar on the internet, and his cavalcade of lies, deceptions, distortions, delusions, and half-truths. We'll be discussing this with our live chat, sharing their chat comments. Please make some comments while we're going through this, friends, because you can help me make this a transformative work. All right, let's get into this.
Late stream tonight didn't happen because I appeared on a show over on the Truth Seekers show.
Oh yeah, by the way, see, I already got to stop it. He already like uses that too. Like, oh, I didn't get to hit 2 goals today because I did this guy a favor and he snaked me. Suffer, bitch! Suffer, bitch! You came there to suffer. I made you suffer. It was a successful night for me, at least, bitch.
Show channel on YouTube. Now, just to forewarn everyone, if you do decide to go partake in that show, it's going to basically be 20 minutes of calm conversation.
Yeah, it was,
and about
it was
2.5 plus hours of Steve, the host of the show, basically bringing up the same exact drama stuff that you've heard about me for the last 2.5 years.
That wasn't the same exact stuff, and I had different evidence that we didn't even get to. And just in case you're wondering what's on fire, that's his pants! Liar, liar, pants on fire! Piggy! Look at it! Look at him burn, Piggy!
I guess he had some kind of big, lofty ambitions that he was going to try to set me up with some special lie detector event and all of this stuff.
No. Let's put that on the record because, look, I don't want to damage any relationship with the Keno boys, but the lie detector, giving Phil a lie detector, and look, this is public record, so I'm not revealing anything new here. Putting Darksydephil on a polygraph or lie detector was not even my idea. That was PPP. That was Triple P. Triple P, I was on Keno Casino talking about this new set I built, and I got a polygraph on the set so that I could interview these wackadoos that say they got abducted by aliens or saw Bigfoot or whatever, or saw ghosts, and we could hear their story. But then I thought it'd be great content. Let's hear their creepy story, and then let's put them on the polygraph live on the show, do the polygraph, and then give the audience the results. It's a great new concept. And we have this studio for in-person guests. We'll be beginning those kind of shows soon. It's something new for us. Triple P heard this, and instantly Triple P's like, we got to get you to get Darksydephil on a polygraph. And after investigating Darksydephil, I thought, yeah, that's a great idea because he won't be able to lie. And we'll finally know if he's telling the truth or, just BSing everybody like he's been for years. So on the record, he's all pissed off that I was going to get him on a lie detector. Dude, Triple P, it was his idea, but it's a great idea, and I agree that Darksydephil should go on a lie detector.
Going on, and it was just fucking bull. I'm going to be honest with you. All the stuff that came up, all the same shit that we've seen a zillion times.
No.
Okay. From my detractors, literally not.
Nobody ever showed him maps of all the bank leaks correlations and how the stores were all right near him, and he's trying to diminish what happened. It's true. This is truly a cope. He's trying to cope with what happened. This is truly a cope stream.
A new piece of anything presented. It's all the same nothing burger shit from 5+ years ago in regards to bank leaks and the bankruptcy and shit like that, right? So because of that, it's like, well...
No, we included much more recent stuff too, but, again, coping.
It was disappointing. I was hoping that we were going to have more of a back and forth conversation. I'm going to be honest. I don't think that Steve is a bad guy, but man, he's a bad host. He was over me so much.
Yeah. By the way, I just... Look, I'm going to try to say this as politely as I can. I don't really have a big ego, or I really try to be humble. But when somebody tells me I'm a bad show host, that pisses me off. Because go look at the comments on that interview, Phil. Tell me I did a terrible job. Tell me that all those people are wrong that commented what a great job I did on that interview. People are calling it the best interview that's ever been done of you. But you're saying I'm a bad show host? How would a bad show host give you the best interview you've ever had, according to many people on the internet? And I hate to toot my own horn, but it does. I do have, you bruise my ego when you tell me I'm a bad show host. And by the way, if Darksydephil can do this, then so can I. If you think that I'm a bad show host, like Phil says, then okay. But if you don't think I'm a bad show host, then praise the cash and send a donation and put Steve is a great show host in the line on the super chat. Praise the cash, bitches. Don't let Darksydephil win. He's telling everybody I'm a terrible show host. You don't believe that, do you? Don't you want to make Darksydephil cry? And me smile? Every time somebody sends a super chat, it puts a smile on my face.
That I barely could even give an answer to anything that he was saying, which is kind of unfortunate. Okay, so
he had no answers. He had excuses.
It is what it is. I spent a lot of time on the show, but I'm done with it now. He wanted me to be involved in all. Well, will you do this and do that? I was like, no. Like Steve, I tried to tell him.
I wanted him to be involved in all kinds of things, like taking 20 minutes to get some bank statements and proving he hasn't been lying to his audience and the whole of the internet for years now. Like giving me an invoice proving he really did have legal expenses to clean up, unquote, the bank leak situation and his identity theft, right? And isn't it great how he's saying that he was a victim of identity theft and they spent thousands of dollars or stole thousands of dollars, but they somehow couldn't get bank statements? That's a little bit of a plot hole. You better work on that shit, Darksydephil. You really ought to work on that. Because if they could spend thousands of dollars or steal your money, then they could get the bank statements and make those bank leaks, dude. But geez, God, this guy. Did I lose it? Where did it go? Oh, here it is. I'm sorry. Let's continue.
You tried to come on my show here because you were interested in clearing your name. I said, Steve, I have zero interest in talking about any of the drama stuff we're talking about right now at all. It doesn't affect me. My viewers like me and my content.
Oh, did I? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize. I put it down because he has to stream at some insane bit rate that
We've already been through all of this.
Put it way down.
The stuff you're talking about is from many years ago and doesn't even apply to who I am or what I do today.
No, we were talking about specific e-begging incidents from just last week or 2 days ago. It's not all 5 years ago. This is terrible cope. Terrible cope. Yeah, we went through the history of you scamming your audience. Yeah. And then we talked about you e-begging and lying to your audience and stuff that happened a few days ago. So, look, when you've been scamming your audience for years at a shot, it takes a while to get through all the scams, Phil. It does take a while.
Just take a look at everything around. Well, I guess I could turn this off now. Just take a look at everything around you and how it's changed.
No, your pants are still on fire, Phil. I don't care if you turn it off.
But it is what it is again. You want to watch it, you can. If you're a fan of mine, you're probably going to hate it. You're going to be like, didn't you already do all this when you reacted to your June the King documentary? Yes, I did. It's literally the same stuff rehacked.
It's not the same stuff. It's not. It's some of the same stuff for sure, but
again for the zillionth time. So, all that being said, I do feel like sadly for me it was kind of a waste of time. I don't think I'm going to get anything out of it.
Oh, damn. It was a waste of time for Darksydephil to come on my show. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Especially, Darksydephil, when I saw the pile of money. I got a pile of money. A whole pile of it, dude. I think I'm going to go get it out of the bank in cash when I get paid. And I'm going to throw it on my bed. And I'm going to lay all over it. I'm going to swim in all that money I was given for producing excellent content. And I'm going to laugh at you, Darksydephil, you scumbag. All right, let's continue. Actually, I think maybe I'll film that and thank him for the fat stacks of cash that I could lay out on my bed and swim in. There were such big fat stacks of cash, Phil, I could lay in my bed and swim in it.
I think any of his viewers, fans are going to be coming over to watch my content. He made out.
Oh no, none of my fans are gonna watch your content. My fans come here to see grifters get felted. They don't come here to find grifters to watch, Phil. And yeah, here's another point. Like, this guy's so lazy. That's why he got snaked. All right. Well, I will even acknowledge. Yeah. Okay. Maybe he got snaked, and maybe I was not entirely honest of the purpose and motivation behind me wanting to interview him. But in my defense, if I had said, I want you to come on my show and I'm going to grill you for 2.5 hours or as long as you'll stay about all your scams for hours, would he have come and done it? No. So I maybe I told a little white lie, right? But not really, because I said I wanted to talk about his history as an early video game pioneer and gaming streaming pioneer, and we did that. So I told the truth. And I did say, we'll talk about your various controversies. And then we talked about his, I told him, no, I didn't lie. I told him the truth. I didn't snake him. I told him the truth. He should have did some research. If he would have did 5 minutes of research into what I do, he would know that he was going to get felted. And also, in my defense, there were some telltale signs that he was going to get felted, and he missed them because he's a moron. He's a total moron. For anybody that doesn't remember, the original thumbnail had a picture of him. The original thumbnail that I advertised the interview on had a picture of him with a big target right behind his head. Did he somehow miss that? He missed that there was a big target behind his head? He didn't think that that was maybe like a sign of what was going to happen? Yeah, and let's share this. Let's share this. There's a big moron. Hey, moron. There's a big target right behind your head in the thumbnail, you moron. Big thumbnail right behind your head. You missed. And look, I thought, man, maybe I shouldn't do this because he'll get wise. But then I thought about how dumb he is, and I was like, he won't catch it. He won't catch it. Because he's an idiot. All right. And look at this one. There's a few clues in this one. There's a WWE Hulk Hogan. Is that a Hulk Hogan card? I'm sorry, my eyes. I only got one good one. I can't really tell who the rest. But I think it's a Hogan. There's definitely a WWE reference there. There's a calculator with $5,000 because one of the most asked questions to DSP is, why did you lie and say you had $5,000 worth of business expenses? And then there's bankruptcy papers. So he should have known that these are things that would be included. These are things that just may be included, right, in the interview. And then there was another clue that he missed. And another clue that he missed. Let's share this one.
A regular late night stream.
Here's Super Genius of the Millennium. Do you notice anything in this promo that I cut from your promo? Super Genius of the Millennium. Did you notice something? Maybe there's a clue here. Dude, you're on a web and it's slowly zooming in to you trapped in a web.
Thursday night.
You're trapped in a web.
A regular late
on
night
the
stream.
promo,
On
you
Thursday
dummy.
Night at 7 p.m.
You missed
Pacific
this.
Time, which
You're
is
trapped
10
in
p.m.
a
Eastern Time.
trapped in a web.
I'm going to be appearing
And he thinks this is going to
on
go
a
good for
live
him.
show with
Come
Steven,
into my
Cambios
lair.
host.
Said the
All right,
spider to the
so-
fly. Come into my lair, Phil.
He's calling this. I'm going to be
Came
on
into
episode
my
1 of
lair
a new series. He
like
started.
an
The name
idiot.
of the series is The Most Controversial People on the Internet.
Yeah,
All right.
Yeah.
I already told you what the show will be, but just to reiterate.
yeah. Come into my
here's
parlor.
idea for the show.
So, look, I just want to make sure we put it on the record that there were telltale signs of what was going to happen, and he missed there's 3 clues there, 3 big clues, and he missed all 3 of the big clues. So maybe he's not quite as smart as he pretends to be.
Essentially, with the payday for my detractors, what a shocking twist, right?
Yeah, I got a great payday from your detractors, but also from my audience. He's trying to diminish me. My audience loves to see gotcha moments. That's one thing I've learned doing this for several years now. The audience loves gotcha moments. And my audience, before the detractors, his so-called detractors came here, and my audience, before any of this, They like gotcha moments, and they like watching grifters and scammers get exposed and felted. So it wasn't just money from the detractors, but praise the cash and thank all of them, every single one of you. Love those fat stacks of cash.
But as you know, it's the same rodeo over and over. It's not a big deal. Do I look angry right now? No,
Yeah, and you fall off the Bronco every time, you bitch.
I don't. It's just the same crap. All right. So anyway, it is what it is. It's over. The hilarious part is that the entire time he wants me to come back on the show. I was like, dude.
And by the way, I knew he was never going to come back on the show, but I thought it would be comedically funny for me to say, "Can you do this next Thursday too?" Because come on, that's funny. Can you come back and do this again next week? He was sweating like a pig and stuttering and shit. I knew he wasn't going to come back on next week. I asked him because it's funny. It's funny. It's comedically funny. And you missed that too.
Like, you just wasted 2.5 hours of my time. Like, why would I want to come back?
Look, I did not waste 2.5 hours of your time, Phil. I milked you for lots of money. I got lots of money out of your time. Thank you very much, you dumb son of a bitch. You dumb as rocks, idiot. You missed all the clues. You did no research on me. My show's called Truth Seekers, and you've been lying for decades on the... And what did you think was going to happen? Oh, my God.
So stupid. So, anyway, tomorrow we're back for the end of the week, and I'll talk more about this at length. I'm sure you guys will have tons of questions and stuff to ask me during the Level 1 podcast tomorrow. More than happy to talk about it. All right, we should have a good time on the show, and tomorrow will be a full gameplay stream. The first stream is going to be Street Fighter 6, where I'm playing.
Oh, okay. I forgot. There's some other crap that he said on the other video. Man, I gotta look through. I thought I had it here, and I don't. I don't believe that I have it. Let me just let me take a moment here and see if I can't find the, what is it? Level 1 podcast. There's one. That was the Daily Wrap. Boy, his channel is about as organized as a crackhead organizes things. Oh, Snaked by Steve. Yeah, there we go. Just 1 second, friends, and I'll get this queued up. Yeah, I knew there was other stuff that he had said, and I was like, "Where's the other stuff that he said?" It's in he's milking this to beg. And by the way, a surefire sign of an internet grifter is they're always trying to make their audience feel sorry for them so that their audience donates more money. So he's really milking this, oh, poor me, pity party, cope shit, so that the whales especially feel sorry for him and give him a bunch of money. They soothe him with that money. Like, oh, you had a bad night and you got felted, we'll give you a whole bunch of money. And again, this is fair use and transformative work. We're educating the public. We'll be discussing and critiquing this video with the audience and educating the public. This is certainly a transformative work and covered under fair use.
To have a good life and get by and be happy, it shouldn't be at the expense of others. And that's a real problem here.
Did you hear this? He says he wants to have, you should have a good life and be happy, but not at the expense of others. Everything this guy has is at the expense of others. Everything he has comes from e-begging stupid morons on the internet. You shouldn't do that at the expense of others. Then maybe you ought to do what that dude at that wrestling show with the sign said, Phil, and get a job. Then it would be at your own expense. But until then, everything you do, everything you eat, everything you buy, the gas in your car, the roof over your head, all comes from the expense of others. And isn't it funny how this guy claimed at one point that he had $5,000 a month in business expenses? He couldn't get his own gaming PC in years and years and years and years. And did I hear right that he was using a PC with Windows 8 on it? To what? Really? Somebody had to buy him a gaming PC. Years and years and years of collecting $1,500 a week, and he couldn't buy his own gaming PC. A user got so tired of a shitty computer they gave him one. Oh, was that at the expense of others, Phil?
All right. Because what people keep trying to pull me into in this situation, these situations, I should say, is
multiple situations.
Drama that helps everybody else out But then I end up being the one that gets stomped on, right? I'm the one that ends up taking ball. I'm the one who ends up taking the shot. And then it's like, well,
By the way, he did benefit from this because his moronic, dumb as rocks followers felt so bad for him that I think somebody told me he doubled his goal either today or yesterday or whatever because they felt so bad for the felting that we gave him. So he benefited. He didn't take that bad a beating. Look, at the end of the day, I still have sympathy and I have about this much mercy left, but he's about to call me a moron. And that's when I think what little mercy I have left for him is going away. And Phil, I'm going to give you a piece of advice. Don't make me angry, bro. Right? Like the Hulk shit. You would not like me when don't make me angry, Phil. You wouldn't like me if I get angry. And when you call me a moron, that makes me a little angry, Phil. And you should apologize to me.
here we go back again, right? Why are we going again through this again? And so last night was absolutely positively not what I expected. All right.
Oh, it wasn't what he expected. Oh, suffer, bitch. Suffer.
And I just want to preface this by saying I apologize to everyone out there. If I had known for a moment that that's what it was going to be,
Don't apologize. It was the best interview you've ever done. People said it was the best Darksydephil interview ever. Why would you apologize for that?
you know that I wouldn't have been there, right? I think everyone knows that after the side scrollers thing 2 years ago, I made it abundantly clear that I don't want any of this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just bored of it and tired of it. I have no interest in it.
I have a prediction. He's never going to do an interview again. He got felted so bad. I don't think he'll ever do an interview again unless he's 100% sure that it's going to be a glazing softball, stroke his ego kind of a thing. He'll never do a hardball interview ever again. I broke him. I broke him, friends. And I apologize to all the people who ever wanted a Darksydephil interview because now you're not going to get it because I broke this bitch.
I'm not at a part of my life where I feel like I have to answer to anyone, where I feel like I owe anyone anything.
Well, you owe an explanation. He owes at least an explanation to all the people who gave him money while he's addicted to this crazy video game and spending tens of thousands of dollars allegedly on that and lying to his audience that he needs money to pay his bills or taxes and spends it on something else. He owes them an explanation. He doesn't really owe me an explanation, but I was there to get the explanation for those people that felt abused, betrayed, taken advantage of. I was there to get answers for them, Phil, and I tried my best.
Okay. I've done my time on the firing line for over a decade, right? And this is all shit that's been just tread over and over and over and over and over. It's like,
Yeah. And here's the funniest thing about this. I have heard from so many people, including many of his detractors, many of which have said something like this. And of course, I'm paraphrasing and I'm kind of putting them all together in my brain here. If, when those bank leaks came out, he had said, I have a problem with video game addiction, and I've been kind of lazy, so I've been door dashing a lot, or I've been self medicating with too much liquor, so I spent a lot of money on that maybe I shouldn't have. And by the way, I have my issues with alcohol, so that's one thing I will. You notice we brought it up just quickly because I think 1 month he spent, I don't know, $400 on gin or something like that. I don't know. I spend $50 a week on beer, and my wife is not happy. So I don't really want to harp. I have everybody's got their vices and their issues. But my back to my major point here. If he had just acknowledged that he had been financially irresponsible, and I apologize. This would have all been over years ago. The major of it, the bank leaks and the bankruptcy. But come on, dude. You had $130,000 worth of credit card debt when you declared bankruptcy, and that got forgiven. And you went right back to grifting and begging for money after you got a pass on $130,000 you spent, right? If he had just acknowledged, look, I made a lot of mistakes, I think, especially the whales and the morons, that really support him. And let's be clear, he doesn't have very much support. A lot of the times when he hits his goal, it's one big dono that gets him over there. So it's one moron, right? And I just want to say to those morons, don't you have better things to spend your money on? Like, come over here and throw those big donos here, right? I'll eat a sandwich for you. I'll tuck you in at night and thank you for the support.
You got the dead horse.
And I won't throw your money away on something stupid. I'll do something great with it.
So you beat the dead horse, and the dead horse is even extra dead, but you keep beating the dead horse.
Yeah.
So now the horse has become a
beat
big
that
gelatinous pile of like gore because you beat it so bad. It's disgusting.
That's right, Phil. You are a big gelatinous pile of gore at this point, right? All it's going to take is one more really big controversy, one more thing, and that'll be the kill shot, and you'll be dead. But until that happens, I'll be right here kicking this horse. We're going to keep kicking him. Kick him again. Kick him again. And I want to hear the live chat say, kick him again, Steven. Kick him again. He called you a moron. Kick him again, Steven. He lied about you. Kick him again, Steven. He said that you copied and pasted all your research and none of it was original. Kick him again. Kick him again, Steven. We're going to keep kicking him.
But you keep beating the horse. So now the horse is like dust, but you keep beating the horse. It's like, how long can you beat the horse?
I will beat the horse until the donos dry up, bitch. I will beat you until the donos dry up.
Right? It would be one thing if there was actually stuff to talk about in these drama communities.
There's stuff to talk about. There's plenty to talk about.
That was like new or pertinent to something going on today.
What
happened last night was
I
go on a podcast.
There's nothing to talk about. There's 2,000 people showed up to hear me talk about it. There's nothing to talk about, Phil.
Expecting that it's going to be a certain kind of show. In fact, I read to you just the other day exactly what I was told it was going to be. I guess I should reiterate, right, what I was told.
Yeah, listen. Let me read this message to you, my supporters, so you can all see what a moron I am, and say that this guy snaked me and he's a terrible guy, right? Not acknowledge, man, I was stupid to believe this guy or whatever, right? Blame the interviewer for it going bad for you, Phil.
Told it was going to be. Because I just want to clear the air here that, again, this isn't something that I would have partaked in or participated in. Let's see.
Too bad. All right, but before he reads that, let's get caught up with the live chat. Cat Weasel with $2, just a couple of quid to get yourself a burger. Yeah, by the way, I'm okay with a $2 burger. I was very disappointed in the Arby's. Well, not very. It was good, but it wasn't. My wife says I'm too cheap for life. She told me this yesterday while we're having our Valentine's Day dinner at Arby's. By the way, yeah, I'm a big spender. I took my wife to Arby's, but when you have children too, it's going to be $50. She says I'm too cheap for life. I thought it was a good burger, but I didn't think it was like a $6 or $7 burger. I thought it was a $3 or $4 burger, maybe. Fat Chick Thriller with the time. Kind and generous, $8. Time to buy your Brokeback Mountain starter kit, vest and hat for your new goals. I will listen. That's another thing. If you guys want me to put on a vest and a hat, I'll do it for free. You don't have to send donos or dono bombs. I'll do it for free. Fat Chick Throw with another one. So, Steve, are you a curler or a twirler? We got curly fries, and my son was so excited. He claimed he never had curly fries, but I know my wife got frozen curly fries and made them in the air fryer once, maybe years ago, and he was too young to remember. They have curly fries and twirly fries, I guess, or curly fries and crinkle fries. We got the curly fries, and thank you for your kindness. Wacky Shuck just became a member, and this, my friends, is why you become a member during the live broadcast. Not that you should wait. Throw those donos in whenever you can, but if you become a member during a live broadcast, we give you a big shout out and a thank you. So thank you, Wacky Shuck. And another reason to thank Wacky Shuck is that Wacky Shuck just donated 10 memberships. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Very kind of you. Big ups to Wacky Shuck. And this is why you should become a member, because Dino Spumoni got a free membership. Stephen L9 got a free membership. Austin got a free membership. Elaine Walls got a free membership. Charles Benevolin, Norsakut got a free membership. I have no Chuck, so must need. I'm going to have to share that one. I'm sorry. I have no chucks, so I must need was gifted a membership by Wacky Shuck. And we have the 808 Keone got a membership from Wacky Shuck, and Billy Hicks and BKK Confidential got a free membership. And all those people were subscribers, but they never threw in the $5 to give me for the membership. So thanks to Wacky Shuck, they all got a free membership. The way it works is if you're a subscriber but not yet a member, those memberships get randomly given out to people who are in the live chat, subscribers, not yet members. So make sure you smash that subscribe button. Mariner1712 says, Steven is a great show host. See, I have my own form of pignosis, Darksydephil, and it's working already. Oliver Locke with $2. Each donation takes food out of Phil's mouth. Oh, I don't want to do that. I don't want to take food out of the guy's mouth. I believe it. What was that Tupac quote? I don't want you to not eat, but you're not welcome to eat from my table. That's how I don't want the guy to go be destitute. But if he keeps lying, if he keeps lying and living his life like this and doesn't take the road to redemption, eventually he may be that guy sitting outside of the Wawa or the 7-Eleven begging for change for a sandwich. And at that point, he's going to wish he had a lunch meat sandwich to eat. You entitled. Yeah, okay. Lost my train of thought. Never Blowing Bubbles 1337. The True Speakers DSB interview set the bar high. Thank you. I appreciate that. H-Bomb. Steve, great job on the pork roast. Very delicious. There we go. World Skipper with $2. Steve is a great show host. See, my pignosis skills are better than Phil's. Phil denying the haircut pic that was obviously his wife was crazy. The man is pathological, bold-faced liar, and there is no helping him. I believe in a road to redemption for all men. I would help him. I would help him find a treatment program for his video game addiction. It's just like alcohol or drug addiction. There's places you could go 30 days, but I don't think he could take not streaming for 30 days. Maybe we could do a GoFundMe for him to pay his bills for the 30 days for the counseling and let him go live in a sober of mobile game addiction living facility. I don't know, but I would help him. I would be a friend to him. Steve is an excellent show host. Praise the cash, says Tony Panther with a kind and generous $20. Very, very kind of you. Pentaxenstein, as a guy that was fairly successful entrepreneur making well over 6 figures a year, I couldn't believe the credit card amounts from DSP's bankruptcy. Insane fiscal irresponsibility. Yeah, and he's got a degree in finance. Money well spent because it's not going to Phil, says Lord Diaz. Yeah, listen, every dollar you send me is one more dollar that you don't have to send to Darksydephil, friends. Screamwagon with 5. Steve is a great show host. Roast a pig. Oh, we're roasting this pig. I got to spit and everything. Tony Shively, great interview, very entertaining content, says John Shively. Thank you for your kindness. Double Tap Ranger Outdoors. Boom, I made it. Thanks for your gent works. I know it's tough, but I appreciate it a lot. Thank you for your kindness. Longtime show supporter, Double Tap Ranger Outdoors. Charles McDonald just became a YouTube channel member, and we shout you out and give you a big thank you. So big ups and big thank you to Charles McDonald. Very, very kind and generous. Welcome to being a member. You get a backstage pass and some extra goodies. Jet Maximum 99 with kind and generous too. Will you be after other locales in the future? I think so, because this is turning out to be very profitable and fun, right? It's fun and there's piles of money. You mean I could have a lot of fun and there's piles of money? Sign me up, bitches! Praise the cash. Double Tap Rangers with another one. P.S. You are Al Pacino. Love gotcha moments. Yeah, I agree with you. Everybody loves gotcha moments, right? Charles McDonald. It was a great interview. Tell DSP good interviewers get paid. Yeah, when people produce good content, they get paid. Thank you, Charles McDonald. Wait a minute. Oh, wow. Very, very generous. A 200 dono bomb. I'm sorry, I almost missed it. I thought it was $20. You added an extra 0 on that 20. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash, almighty God. God bless Charles McDonald and his friends and his family and his future and his health and his prosperity. Because as he gives, he shall receive. Praise the cash. Praise the cash, almighty Charles McDonald. God damn, thank you. And I just want to say, Hey, Darksydephil, did you see that? I asked for support once during the whole broadcast, and then I made a joke another time. I'm sure we're not past 3 times of asking for support. And people know when I'm joking, like when I said they should all send super chats and say what a great show host. That's a joke. That's not really begging. But eat it, Darksydephil. That's the generosity that you get as a good show host. Bad show hosts don't get $200 dono bombs. You dumb son of a bitch. It's Truth Seekers, says Monty Granito with a kind and generous 10. Thank you very much. Very much appreciated. And here we go. Let's get through it. We're almost to the bottom. We're racing through it. We're going to fit. Suffolk Game Boy, says Double Tap Rangers Outdoors, longtime show supporter. He knows I'm a great show host. He's been here watching. So does Fat Chick Thriller with another 8. There is no mercy in this dojo. Sweep the legs, Steve. You know what's so funny? My kids are and my wife are right now watching Cobra Kai. They're watching the last, I guess it's season 6, and I promised my son I'm going to take him to see the new Karate Kid movie. I grew up with Karate Kid, love that shit. Unfortunately, I have so little time. I only ever watched the first 2 seasons, I think, of I got to catch up on the Cobra Kai. You look like JP from Grandma's Boy, and I freaking love it. Yeah, I get that all the time. Ronnie Brow, I get that. Kylo Ren, the Professor Snerd or Sneed or whatever from the and the guy from the Fifth Element. I get it all the time. Pentaxenstein with 5. Go at that horse like DSP went at that hog live on stream. Absolutely. And Chad Wellington, longtime listener, first-time caller. Valentine's Day was yesterday. Do you think Phil had to beg to get laid? We all know he's not paying for it, paying for a restaurant gift, etc. Well, listen, this is why I took off last night, because how do I say this politely? Look, if you're a decent man to your woman, or you're a decent woman to your man, I guess it works both ways. I think it works both ways. You know, that's the one day that's like a sure thing. It's a day to commemorate your love affair with whoever you got, right? And it's a sure thing day. So I took the day off to have some fun with my kids and a nice meal. And then I banged my wife like a storm door in a hurricane last night. Really, but it was a quick hurricane. I got to be honest. I banged her like a storm door in a hurricane for a good, I don't know, had to be 4 or 5 minutes. Had to be. Thank you, Chad Wellington, for your kindness, generosity, and support. And Pentaxenstein just became a YouTube channel member. Big ups to Pentaxenstein. Now you're a member. Now you're not a leech. You're paying for the content. We love you. Tomato Soup just became a member. Another person that gets risen from the level of leech to worm. Now you're a worm. You're paying for the content. You're not just leeching it. We love you. Thank you, Tomato Soup. Chuck with $10. SpaghettiOs fund. Yeah, thank you. My kids are starving. We need the grocery money. The Camus with kind generous $2.99. You should do a raffle for twirls and curls. Yes, I should. Thank you for your kindness. 2 from Speedy. Phil's wife has the skull of an organ from. Okay, listen. I appreciate your $2, but I forgot to set one ground rule. I read every super chat, but the one thing and listen, I get it. People are laughing. It's funny, but I really don't like people making fun of the guy's wife, and we're going to draw the line at that. The only reason I included his wife in the interview is because that was directly relevant to evidence, right? That was a big gotcha moment. His wife is on the goddamn website of the place on the bank leaks where they get their hair cut. But if you send me a super chat, for example, and call his wife a disparaging comment, I'm not going to read it. We're going to draw the line. We're a classy show. So let's leave his wife out of it, because really she has nothing to do with him being a scumbag, and we should all pray for her, or find her a good divorce attorney and send her secret messages. A couple of bucks for lunch meat sandwich or 2. Thank you. See, I appreciate. Look at that, $10 Scrimblow. I could go get some ham or some nice smoked turkey breast, some cheese, and some good artisan bread. I'm not too good for a lunch meat sandwich, Darksydephil. Thank you, Scrimblow. I'll take it. My mother used to say this all the time. She had the saying. She always used to say, if we ever complained about what was for dinner, no matter what it was, she would say, like, it's a goddamn good day when you get a grilled cheese for dinner, right? Or it's a goddamn good day when you get a lunch meat sandwich and a can of soup for dinner. She always said that. It's a goddamn. And then me and my brother would eat it. And when she went in the kitchen or something, my brother would look at me and smirk and say, "It doesn't feel like a goddamn good day." Yes. Shyla Lecoq asked Punish Steve why his cat got sick, even though he got the blood work for his cat. Yeah, that's another one. There's controversy about even his cat, like he's maybe allegedly not taking care of the cat. Flowchart Cammy, DSP is 100% going to do reaction to the stream and going to call you a grifter, just like he did with the side scrollers. Always amazing interview. Subbed. Yeah, glad you found us, and thanks for your kindness and kind words. Very much appreciated. Toasted DK just became a member. More people. Hey, Phil, did you see that? I don't have to beg for memberships every 10 minutes like you do. They just join because the content is so good. And the roasting of this pig is just delicious. Mwah! We're roasting the pig, friends. Don't you want to help me roast the pig? Yeah. Nothing bothers the piggy more than someone else making more money than him. Big ups. Well, listen, we got to make sure that every day I get more money than he does, even if he hits his goals. Because we just got to do it. It's like we got to teach him a lesson, right? And it's just a coincidence that while we teach him this lesson, I'm going to be drowning in money. It's just a coincidence that I'm going to be drowning in donos while we teach him this lesson. We're doing God's work here. Mariner 1712. Herder, Steve is joking about donos and chat gave him the money. That means the bank fraud doesn't count. Absolute tenant mindset. You're right. Thank you, Mariner 1712 and Michael with 5. If you get a spoon in the mail, you know what to do with it. Yeah, I guess you're right. And Joshua Khan with kind generous $20, very generous. You were like Tony Soprano tying Phil to a chair and questioning him. Every wrong answer, you had the receipts, which was equivalent to smacking him with a bat. Phil was sweating badly, and it was a treat to witness. Great work. Thank you very much. Thank you for your kindness. I'm glad you appreciate it, and I'm so glad that so many people found our channel. And I want to take a moment to welcome all you new viewers. You are most welcome here. It's kind of embarrassing when DSP has to pretend he doesn't see what's going on with the casino guys and you all get a small amount of money. Says Cave Teeth. I don't even know what's going on with the casino guys. We're going to get through this and then we're going to play that. It's confusing to me. I was there during the bank leaks. Multiple people called into the BOA and recorded the same message. That leaks is 100% him to the bank online tower. Yeah, the receipts are all there. I agree with you, Wall Yap, and thank you for your kindness. Very generous of you. All right, let's continue with this. We're going to be here for 9 hours. He's going to read the message and have a pity party. He's going to read
Here you go.
what I sent to him.
Word for word.
And by the way, Phil, did you know that it's illegal? He just doesn't. He's so dumb. I did not consent for him to read my messages, our direct private messages on air. I never consented to a third party. I'm fine with it, but I just want to put that on the record. He had no right to share private direct communications. He had no right. I live in a two-party consent state, which means that in order to share electronic messages, both parties have to consent to those messages being shared. He didn't ask for my consent. He just read private messages, but I'm okay with it. Obviously, I wouldn't have got him to come here if I was totally honest with him, and I don't really feel like I lied to him. I felt like here's what I did. Knowing that he's such a narcissist, I appealed to his ego. And while he's reading this message, just bear in mind that I'm laying the trap, okay? I'm laying the trap, which, by the way, I will put on record and say that the casino boys had nothing to do with me laying the trap, and I did this on my own. I will recall that P basically said, send him a message and ask him for the interview, and Triple P said, ask nicely. Okay, so maybe I did go start my own business. I don't know. Maybe I thought, I really did think this. What's the best way to get him to agree to this? And I knew, because he's such a raging narcissist, that the best way to do it would be to appeal to his ego and his sense of vanity. And that's what I did. And that's my explanation of this message. Let's hear it.
I'm going to read from the message that I originally received from Steve, the guy who performed the interview last night on the
the
Truth
snake.
Show. Okay. This is word for word what he said to me. Phil, I promise you a fun and cathartic interview, a journey through your history and highs and yes, lows, but I'm going to be fair and highlight your survivor attitude and continued success despite all of your trolls and detractors.
Man, isn't this some beautiful bullshit so far? This is genius. I'm a goddamn genius for writing this. It suckered him right in. It pulled that fly right into my web. I pulled this little fly right in. I pulled him in. I pulled him right in. I pulled him right in. I'm not embarrassed of this. I'm proud of this. Yeah, you're right. I guess I did snake you, Phil. And you're so dumb you fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker. You didn't do 2 minutes of research about me. You just read this message and was like, this guy's awesome. He likes me and thinks I'm special. I'll do the interview because I'm Dumbside Phil.
I watch every deep dive history about you. I think most of it is petty, but yes, some of it is funny. It's easy to laugh at someone from the sidelines. Most people have no idea what it took for you to survive the journey. That's the story I hope to tell in the interview.
Yeah, and to be fair, I do give him a lot of respect in a sideways kind of way for being a resilient grifter. Because listen, a lot of these grifters out there, they don't have his tenacity and his ability to just keep getting up no matter how many times the grift gets knocked off its axis. He just straightens the grift out and comes up with new grifty shit, and he just keeps going with the grift. So I think I was, look, it was a setup message. I'll admit it, but I was being honest in part to that message. You got to admire, dude, like Bernie Madoff. How do you not admire somebody like Bernie Madoff who's able to steal billions of dollars from people and get away with it for decades? You've got to have a little bit of respect for the con. So I was being honest there, right? Era with Kind Generous 5 says, you're from Philly, effing Philly. No one likes us. We don't care. Exactly. I don't care. I'm from Philly, bitches. I don't care if you don't like it, right? Thank you for your kindness. Very, very generous of you. Oh, let's continue. So he thinks that's some big win. And by the way, he had to break the law to get that little win to make me look slimy. And I'll accept maybe that was a slimy thing to do. And I'll accept that. But I did it for a good cause. And that is that everybody wanted to see him get interrogated for years now. And I watched the Side Scrollers interview. That's the closest thing that I could think of to a hard interview. But I didn't think they went hard enough on him. And I don't think they did enough research and confronted him with enough direct evidence. So I wanted to do that for the benefit of all humanity. And I remember thinking, and this is the God's honest truth, I remember thinking, if I could stop just one person from getting taken advantage of and this clown lying to them about needing money for groceries or cat food or whatever dumb shit, taxes, if I could just help one person, it's worth it. So I had to do what I had to do, and I don't regret it one bit. Phil Collins rocks. Why aren't we planning a class action pig suit? Oh my God, thank you for your kindness, though. Phil Collins rocks, and I'm a big fan of Phil Collins. I don't know if you know that, and Peter Gabriel. I love Genesis, and I love Phil Collins solo, and I love Peter Gabriel solo. 3 of my favorite musical artists, but thank you very much. All right, so let's see what the rest of his cope is after the message. This guy sent me a slimy. He lied to me.
I just read you word for word the pitch, right?
It was a great pitch. I stand by that pitch. You know why that was a great pitch? Because it worked. Because I'm a winner, Phil, and you're a loser. The pitch worked. The pitch worked. There's nothing wrong with that pitch. It worked. It got you in the chair.
Does that sound like what we did last night?
No.
At all?
Well, yeah, the beginning sounds a lot like that. I gave him 20 minutes of being like very nice. And by the way, I want to put this on the record too. I did recall after that guest appearance that Triple P told me to be nice to him. Or he said like be kind or something like that. I'm paraphrasing. Triple P said be nice or be kind. And I said, okay. Last night, I was as kind and nice to him as I could be. I could have really destroyed him much worse, and I could have yelled and screamed and been a lot more aggressive. That interview was me being nice. Okay, so I feel like I kept my word to Triple P.
In any way,
I was as
shape,
nice
or
as I could
form?
be.
I didn't make that up. I didn't write that myself. That doesn't even sound like how I speak, does it? That's word for word.
The oil and
Oh God, with this guy. I should have clipped it. I apologize. Hold on 1 second. We'll get through this. Get through this stupid ad. He's got his ads cranked up to annoyance level maximum, of course. Because he needs every penny of ad rev he can get. So he can spend it on a game like a child. All right, 1 second. Oh, we'll switch. Well, maybe we needed to switch places.
I was told it was going to be. Right? And so I go on this show. And by the way, for the record, I was outright told this would be a 90-minute appearance.
All right. And in my defense, in his defense, to be fair, I did tell him, but I said 90 minutes to 2 hours, if you're okay with that. And he said, okay. So, but even if, look, maybe he didn't hear the 2 hours, he heard 90 minutes. Okay. All right. Look, it wasn't a prison. He could have left at 90 minutes. I didn't have him chained down to a bed or something. You know, he could leave at he's a grown man. He could have left at any moment he wanted to. There was nothing, keeping him there except his ego. Because he thought, man, I got felted for this whole 90 minutes. I got to stay. And this is what I think happened. It's my opinion and I'm entitled to it. I think he felt like after the 90 minutes was up, he had been felted so badly that he had to stay to somehow pull a win out of this. And there was no pulling a win out of this. Buyer X says, Preem work, staying on top of Phil and not letting him talk in circles, dodge questions, evidence. Anyone who calls out Phil's lies is cool with me. Well, thank you for your kindness. And I'm sorry, the Mad King, Buyer X. I can't pronounce the Japanese letters or whatever that is, but thank you for your kindness. Very much appreciated. So look, man, let's just continue.
Okay. Because I explained that, I have a schedule and I have to spend time with my wife. And, sadly with that side scrollers interview, it was way too long. And, if we keep it concise, it would be better. And I even pitched, I said,
But did he agree to a 5-hour interview or did he just sit there like a dummy while they felted him for 5 hours or 4 hours straight?
hey, listen to this. If I show up on your show and we do this first interview for 90 minutes and it goes well, I would be happy to maybe make some return appearances as well. It doesn't have to be immediate, but that would be kind of a cool thing.
So if it goes well for him and he feels like it was worth it, he'll give me another one. I said he could come back. Look, I have an open door policy. Phil can come here any day and we can hash out our differences, right? But I'm not splitting the super chats with you, you degenerate, gambler, loser, video game addict, scumbag. You can come back anytime, but I'm keeping all the super chats and all the donos. They're mine. Mine.
Thing. You know what I'm saying? So that's how it was pitched to me. Word
Exactly.
for
He
word.
wanted the last word.
Okay?
Yeah.
So
he thinks the last word wins. Exactly.
if you
That's
saw
why
the
he
show
stayed
last
so
night,
long.
that's absolutely not what happened at all. Okay? Here's what happened. Okay? I showed up and essentially we talked casually for like maybe 15 minutes about my history and my past. And then immediately Steve starts going into
Yeah, I don't know, Tyler.
the same drama shit that Kiwi Farms and my detractors have hyper focused on, hint, hint, for the last 5 years. It's the stuff that they never move past. It's the stuff that no one cares about in my community. No one cares about it who watches me and likes me.
Oh, this is so
The only
stupid.
people who care about it
No
are
one cares about it. The video, look, and look, I don't want to be a dick about this, but he didn't break 1,000 views with his video. My interview videos, I don't know if it broke 20K already. I have to check. 20,000 people. Nobody cares about this. Phil, you're lying to your audience. You can't say nobody cares about this if 20,000 people showed up to care about it and listen to it. You can't say nobody cares about this. 20,000 people cared about 19,000 people. It's going to break 20,000 today, I guess. What are we at? 19. I don't know. We're at 19,000. 20,000 people. It will round. 20,000 people cared enough to show up and listen to it. You can't say nobody cares about this if 20,000 people cared enough to show up and listen. You dummy.
For people who want to make drama content and make money on it. That's it. Because it doesn't affect me today. It has nothing to do with me today at all. I've moved past this stuff years ago. Okay? I did a 12-hour react to the June the King documentary back in August. I literally addressed all of this drama.
All right.
All of it. Okay?
Well, you didn't address it to me, bitch. Now you got a new master. So bow down and get felt it, bitch. Suffer.
And it's done. It's in the past. Today, who I am as a person and a creator is not representative, okay, of who I was back then when I was financially distraught, when I was irresponsible, when I was stupid.
As early as a few weeks ago, he said that he has no savings whatsoever. And here he is saying, well, that was years ago when I was financially irresponsible. If you're a 40-plus-year-old man and you don't have any savings, you're financially irresponsible. If a few weeks ago you didn't have any savings, you're still financially irresponsible. So again, he's lying to his
I
audience.
look back now at stuff that I said and did on a stream and my behavior with the way that I spent money, and I'm embarrassed because I was a dunce and because I was basically out of control in many different ways. Okay.
But
now things are different, right? If anything,
no, nothing's different. You're begging more now than you begged back then, bro. And by the way, I just want to put this on record. This is Pig Go, there's a whole search engine where you can search by keywords. So I just started this, maybe July of 2024. Anyway, he said in the interview he doesn't ask for household expenses like mortgage or groceries or whatever. And to his credit, in a couple of these, he was apologizing for e-begging too much back during the bankruptcy. And during that stream, he e-begged more. But he mentions his mortgage here. He mentions his mortgage here. August, he mentions his mortgage. Oh, this is the second page. So he mentions his mortgage for food and for mortgage, credit cards, all the credit cards. Remember, he said in the interview he doesn't e-beg for his personal expenses anymore. Mortgage and stuff that I luckily had to pay. This is on December 12th. He said, oh, I haven't begged like that for years. I got a mortgage. This was November. And he keeps mentioning his mortgage. Now, in his defense, there's one or two of these where he was talking about being a scumbag back in the day because, he needed money for his mortgage or whatever. And I don't know about some of these, but there's an awful lot, and we can go by keyword here. And to be fair, there may be times where, like, if you put in groceries, he may just be saying, I'm going to get groceries. He said something about begging for groceries on February 14th. And he ordered delivery groceries on December, right? So he just lied when he says he doesn't beg for personal expenses. You could tell he's begging. He's talking about needing money for groceries, or he's got to get groceries. He's got to get groceries this week. That's October. You're pouring your groceries in. I don't know what that is. To have money, to have money for groceries this week. So let me check that one. It's because, this guy is one of those people that, like, how do you know he's lying? His lips are moving, right? Oh, this is perfect. This is perfect. Now, remember, in the interview, he said he hasn't asked for money for groceries or mortgage or anything in years since the bankruptcy.
Begging. You ready? Man, my bills are coming due, and I really need to have money for groceries this week. So if you could please contribute to my stream, please send me a tip by...
Oh, I think he's saying that he doesn't do that in this clip. Maybe this isn't a good clip.
People don't get this at all. So I should break this down in...
Let's go back. We'll see what he's begging about.
Just ignore it. Okay. Basically, here's the deal. My trolls are so dumb. They don't understand the difference between e-begging or hyping up in a positive way contributions. Here's the difference, because some people don't get this at all. So I should break this down in this segment as well. Here's the difference, okay?
He's going to explain to us the difference.
Here's e-begging. You ready? Man, my bills are coming due, and I really need to have money for groceries this week.
Something he's done many times.
Please contribute to my stream.
He's done that many
Please send
times.
me a tip, by the way, because I need the money right away. So please do that right now and help me out. That's e-begging. Okay?
Yeah.
You're directly asking for something
And
to fulfill a direct need.
He's done that.
You're begging for something to help right now. That's e-begging.
Okay.
You understand?
All right.
Now here's the difference.
What's not e-begging?
Hey, everyone, all right. Hope you're enjoying the stream. If you are, give it a like right now. Seriously, I'm not even joking. If you're here on the stream right now, we have over 300 viewers and climbing, 37 likes. Let's get that to 50 likes right now. Just click the like button because it's easy to do. It's free, it's quick, and it helps this channel a lot. By the way, let's get some contributions going. Let's get the king coffer filled. How about a top super chat to beat Dark Ethan's 20? And definitely we can get a top tipper in there because the tip right now is only $2. It's very easy to do. That's not e-begging. That's hyping your stream.
Yeah, if you do it once in a stream, you do it 100 times in the stream.
To get them excited for content and tell them they can support it. That's not saying, oh, woe is me. Please, please, please. It's different. And if you don't get that distinction, it's because you're a fucking nudnik moron who's jealous that people make money on the internet and you don't.
Oh, yeah, everybody's jealous of you. Well, maybe that wasn't a great example, but I could go through these. I'm going to make a video of all the times that he asked for money for personal expenses or lied about, what he wanted the money for, or, begged, I love this. He's trying to do his own redemption arc.
If you haven't noticed, the last couple of years have been a wake-up call. It's been a situation now.
I'm glad I caught that because that could have been a problem. If I had taken that, if I had just listened to the part where he was saying the begging for groceries part, but let's be clear, he begs for groceries. He's begged for groceries lots of times. I've heard the clips.
Now where I've been able to change for the better.
Oh, he's changing.
I feel like I'm making better content. I think more people like me now than previously did because I used to actually just be 100% hated.
Yeah. And you can thank anybody liking you on Triple P and Andy Worski of the Keno Casino. They're the reason that anybody likes you at all.
And now, at the very least, I do have people who actually kind of get me now because they gave me a chance, right? It's certainly not the biggest audience, but it's still an audience, okay? And I'm happy with that, and I've accepted that, right? Listen, I'm never going to be able to make up for the things that I did in the past. All I can do is be a better person moving forward in the future.
But he's not changed.
Right?
He hasn't
changed what's happening.
You're not changing.
All you can say is, hey, sorry.
You're not changing enough.
Let's move on. Okay? But sadly, these people don't want that. You understand? They don't want to move on. They don't want to move to the future. They don't want to accept change. Instead, they go ahead and they say, let's just keep focusing on the past because that's what is drama and that's what gets us the views and that's what's going to get us attention so we can make bank.
Yeah.
Because the truth of the matter is if these people weren't able to monetize their content, they wouldn't bother with it.
Yeah. And meanwhile, the biggest views he's gotten in recent times is when he was drama trashing Review Tech. So he's trashing people for drama content while he's making it, and that's his most watched content. I think he got double or triple the views on that than he did somebody watching him play a stupid game badly.
I'm going to repeat what I just said. If these people weren't able to monetize their content, they wouldn't bother with it. They would move on to something else because that's all it is. It's grift. It's grand grift. It's a way to make the bag, right? By any means necessary. Doesn't matter who we hurt or who we trample on.
Man, he's talking about himself and he doesn't even realize it.
And I think what actually has happened is that over the years, okay, really over the years, I've become so resilient. Like my story is a story of resiliency and a story of being a
resilient grifter, surviving grifter.
Survivor.
Yes.
Despite the fact that so many have taken the shot at me, that I'm still here standing and I'm still making content and I'm still successful. That I think people
if you were successful, you wouldn't need to beg. all those times in one stream. You wouldn't need to guilt your audience that you're not going to hit your goal today, right? You wouldn't need to constantly be begging for money from your audience if you were successful. If you were successful, your audience would just give you money, like what happens here. No offense.
People think, you know what? Well, I can take my shot at Phil now. I'll make my bank, and Phil still be here tomorrow, so it's all good. But it gets to the point where it feels like it's gone too far. And I think that last night was definitely that. Like, seriously.
Went too far. I went too far. But I did get a fat stack of cash out of it, Phil.
To give some perspective here, all right? There's a difference between I agreed to an interview.
Mhm.
And I said we could do this and we could talk about this and we can have these topics and we can do this and that, right?
Okay. I did put in the message that we would be talking about his controversies and things like that. So I'm good with what I did. I have no guilt whatsoever.
There's a difference between that, which is what the Side Scrollers interview was, and what happened last night. With the Side Scrollers interview, all right, they tried so hard to get me to fess up to stuff because they wanted to be popular and notable.
They are popular and notable. They got a huge podcast. They didn't need you to make money.
At that point, they were not. There was nothing about that.
Now he's going to trash them. Dude, those guys, like, I don't really know much about Side Scrollers, but I looked at their channel. I sampled some of their content. They're endlessly more successful than this clown.
Show that was getting any views. They were desperate. They were actually trying to get guests from all over the internet. They were getting YouTubers and stuff on the show, and no one cared. They weren't getting views. It wasn't working. So for me, they saw me as their big break, and their idea was to try to get me to essentially fess up to things like playing WWE champion, okay? And if they got that big confession,
that's what people want to hear about
on their podcast, then everyone was going to be talking about them, and they were going to use that to propel themselves to popularity and success on the internet.
Yeah.
It didn't happen.
Oh, come on.
So what ended up happening was
they did you a favor interviewing you clown. They did you a favor. Come on. Elon Jusk with a kind and generous $2. Felt the king. The felting will continue until the truth improves. Redacted with a kind and generous $5. I got some good news from my drone buddy. Needless to say, I'm excited for that stream. Okay. Well, I'm glad you're excited, and thank you for your kindness. And look at that. Strong like bull with a kind and generous $50 dono bomb. DSP is a narcissistic man-child who had too much success online early and never evolved and refuses to look inward, as all narcissists do. He will not stop streaming and begging until every last cent is gone. I think you may be right. Thank you so much for your kindness. Very generous of you. Strong like bull. You know, my grandpa was Polish, and he was very fond of that saying, strong like bull. He used to say that a lot. So thanks for reminding me of my grandpa. May he rest in peace. Strong like bull. Thank you very much. And Elon Jusk with a kind and generous throwing a buck in. Very kind of you. Josh Rowan. He is a selfish, delusional narcissist. Love your chat. I think you meant chat, and we'll take it, Josh Rowan. Thank you very much for your kindness. RoboNext666 gifted a membership. Thank you very much. And Gunty was gifted that free membership. Make sure you subscribe. If you're a subscriber, you're eligible to win a free membership when a kind and generous benefactor like RoboNext666 does that. Another buck from Elon Jusk. We'll take it, friends. We will take it. And Josh Rowan just became a YouTube channel member here. Welcome to the Truth Seekers members only section. Thank you very much for your kindness, generosity, and support. Lord Xlaw, I apologize. He claims his fans donated a PC and a PS5 Pro. So how are his business expenses $5,000 a month? This guy is, and why, if he's getting $1,500 a week, why can't he buy his own PC? Why can't he buy his own PlayStation? And I heard a crying pity party that he was having saying, oh, I had to upgrade all this equipment. What, you had to buy a couple of lights and stupid shit for your set and a microphone? You got a PC and a PS5 Pro handed to you, bro. You're not spending a lot of money on your show. Your viewers are. Many detractors don't monetize at all, and the biggest beneficiary of Phil's content is an animal shelter. Big ups to Jasper's Angels. Look, I got to get in touch with Jasper's Angels. Are you telling me, Era, that somebody monetizes their content and gives all the money to an animal shelter? I want to talk to them. That's great. And you know what? I will donate to them for doing that. I love people. Listen, I prefer charities that are um, animal shelters and things because you could give to a homeless shelter, and I try to help the homeless too. But animals can't help themselves. We have to help them. So I'm big on those kind of charities. But thank you for your kindness. I'll check them out, and that's nice. So there's a public benefit. Somebody felts Phil and gives the money to those poor kittens and puppies. I love it. Monetize the hate, baby, says RoboNext 666. Yeah. And low tier tears, praise the cash. Yes, my friends, we are praising the cash well tonight. We might beat the interview night tonight. I'm gonna have to set a new goal. I haven't checked in with it. Did we hit it? Yeah, we hit it. Oh man, I got well, thank you for the goal, for helping us to hit the goal. But now we got to hit a new goal because we hit the first goal. So we'll do all the colors. That means any amount is good for the goal. We're setting a new goal now, and if we hit the goal, I'll play begging compilations of DSP. If we hit the second goal, so first goal, we've got the cheeseburger. I'm going to eat it on stream. The second goal, if we hit the second goal, I'm going to be playing begging compilations of DSP. And so we're starting a new goal now. And then the goal is live. See, I learned that from watching Phil. You can't have one goal, right? And it's so funny. I like one time, didn't he say oh, if we hit $100 goal, I'll put a vest on. And then somebody dropped 100 in one dono, and he was like, I said 150. How grifty can you get? Double Tap Ranger Outdoors. He was stuffed in a locker in his school, I'm thinking. But sweetest mother of pearl, this guy needs a job. Yeah, maybe we can help him get a job. My brother was quite the joker, and there was a guy in our neighborhood that was just a low life scumbag, and he was always borrowing money off all the neighbors, and he never paid them. So my brother started mailing him job applications from Wendy's, McDonald's, Burger King, and my brother was he was so crazy with the practical jokes, and he would start bitching, and the mailman was bitching because there was so much mail for this guy with job applications. And I'm not suggesting we do that to Darksydephil, but I think he could benefit from at least a part-time job. And remember, he was offered a part-time job for $50,000, which would mean he could stop begging. We're going to get to the Keemstar beef after this. Promise to send something after a good interview. Thank you very much. Free ice cream. And I like the idea of free ice cream. Thanks for the $2 dono. Very much appreciate it. Gamer Cool 2048. Whenever I feel depressed and down on my luck, I watch Darksydephil to remind myself that life isn't so bad. Loved your interview, by the way. Thank you for your kindness. I was talking to my son yesterday, and he had some questions about Darksydephil and why I was talking about him on my show. And I explained to my son that sometimes God puts people in your life to teach you how to do things the right way. But by the same token, I swear this is true. Sometimes we all know people. Haven't you met some people and you go, wow, this guy's a mess. And God puts people in our life to teach us how to do things the right way. But I truly believe he also puts people in our life to teach us how not to do things. I don't want to be a greedy scumbag like Phil. I want to do this, the right way. The vaping pig. I love that user ID. It took him over 10 years to upgrade his office. Yeah, so how does he have all those office and business expenses if he never upgraded until recently? Akikama with 5. I thought it would be fun to talk UFO grifters to the casino. Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds. And Akikama, you're the guy, right? It's all this guy's fault. This is the guy who said, oh, there's this Shokino casino. You should go on and be a guest. Everything that happened is Akikama's fault. I'm going to blame him. But thank you for your kindness. And hell, people do these things. I call them you shoulds all the time. Like, you should go on this show. You should go on this show. And most of the time I go, I'm not interested. But Akikama was like, no, man, go look at their show. And I did, and I saw the crazy costumes, and I said, this one I will do, right? Cave Teeth with Kind 5. How much for the deli meat sandwich goal? I don't know if I have any deli meat in the refrigerator, but thank you for your kindness. I could check when I get the cheeseburger. Mr. Pika fan with 10. I've been doing video game content for about 9ish years, and I'm learning a lot of stuff on my own. What's DSP's excuse for having a long legacy and being late to a lot of crap? Yeah, good point. Good point, Mr. Pika fan, and good luck with your channel. Lily just became a member. Thank you, Lily, for your kind and generous joining of our members. We give you a big shout out and a thank you. Big ups to Lily. Thank you for your kindness. And Ramen Brahmin with 5. Welcome to being a detractor. It's always nice when a normie views the evidence and they come to the same conclusions the detractors do. Yeah, and Triple P said that the detractors got to me, but that's not accurate. The truth is, I got to the detractors and I checked their work, and it turns out they do good work. And it turns out they have good evidence. And it turns out that all Phil has is lies and excuses. They have evidence. How fitting that a human-style ET hoax-hunting individual exposed the alien pig roach from Planet Dent. Great interview. Next time, do solo DSP sucked. Oh, yeah. Well, honestly, I had prepared in case he, yeah, exactly. I had prepared in case he bounced that I was just going to show all the evidence. Triple P was joking, Steve. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. You never know.
Turned that into a way to milk my detractors for weeks to months on end, right? They had a series of shows all about me or spin-off shows. Like, I'm totally sure they would have had an entire show about mobile gaming and addiction if I hadn't been on the show, right? It's obvious that's where all that came from.
He's still seething about the side-scrollers.
It was pretty bad the way that they went about it. Like I said, initially I had no problem.
Piggy, seethe.
At all.
He's seething.
With the interview. It was everything that came after that I had problem with.
All right, now he's going to start bitching about me.
On me. I accepted it, right? That was my fault.
You accepted it,
but
you're
case,
still
what
crying.
Last night was not my
still
fault.
Crying, little piggy.
Heard, I read word
cry,
for
little
word
piggy, cry.
what I was told that was going to be, okay? And that is absolutely, positively not what that show was at all. That was about 3 hours of regurgitating crap that was copy-pasted off of Kiwi. Because
he said I copy-pasted all of my research off of Kiwi Farms. Totally incorrect. Totally incorrect. Can you identify what pages on Kiwi Farms I took all this from? He can't. And he doesn't understand what a good researcher does. A good researcher takes all the data points they can find on a particular subject, and I try to do that. And then he cites his sources and comes to a conclusion and draws, and writes a thesis. And that's basically what I did. And by the way, Phil, dumb as rocks, dumb side Phil, all my sources were listed in the description of the video. If you were smart, I guess maybe he can't read. I don't know. He is dumb as shit.
Here's the thing. Steve, the guy from Truth Seeker Show, set it up. I did all this research and I did all this and here's what I discovered. Steve did not discover anything.
Yes, I did. There was completely original new things in the interview that no one ever hit you with, including the maps, correlating all of those bank leaks to locations within a few miles of your home. Nobody ever did that. How did I figure that out? That took research, Phil, you dumb as rocks, dickhead. And here's where I get angry, because here's the problem. You can insult me personally all you want, but Phil, whether you realize this or not, I have a sterling, excellent reputation for great investigative skills and great research. So don't you dare, you dumb dickhead, try to diminish me by claiming I didn't do enough research. All the sources are cited. We hit you with totally original things. I made slides that were completely original for the interview. Don't you dare try to diminish me or take away from what I did. And this is what he's doing. He's trying to diminish. Oh, he didn't do any research. He didn't do anything. He just copied stuff from other people. No, I did use things from other people and I clipped them and I cited them as sources. And in the case of Darksydephil, I checked his work. I went to this Pig Go site here, this Pig Go site. Here's what I did, and I'm going to show you in real time how I researched, you dumb dickhead. All right. So what Darksydephil did is correlate when Phil mentioned a haircut on his stream to the Bank Leaks spreadsheet and to the Bank Leaks audio recording. Here's times that he has mentioned haircuts. So I had to find these, I had to go through this whole list and find dates on the Bank Leaks where there was a haircut charge and correlate it to a video. Now look, this is a bunch of times. And what I found, I'm not going to do the whole thing here, but what we found, oh wait, I had it going. There's a lot more times that he mentioned haircuts, so it was more difficult. Look at all the times he mentions haircut. There's 17 pages of it, Phil. I had to go through 17 pages. And honestly, I think I only got up to 5 checking Darksydephil's work. But what we both did is check a video of you saying, I got a haircut today. And then we go on the Bank Leaks and the charges is there. Or I'm getting a haircut tomorrow. And then we go on the Bank Leaks and the charges is the next day. So I had to verify the research that was, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize that was small. I had to verify the research that was already done that I accepted as factual and correct and used. And then I cited the source and I even invited that source on the show, which proves that 8 times you mentioned a haircut and all 8 times we're on the haircut, we're on the Bank Leaks. So don't you dare say I didn't do any research, you dumb dickhead. I just proved you lied to your audience to try to diminish me, to try to make me lesser, to try to make it seem like I stole somebody's work or I didn't do enough research. Don't you dare. Don't you dare ever insult my investigative skills or research ability, because I have a sterling reputation on the internet for both of those things. And I'm not some scumbag begging for money. Oh, I'm sorry. 1 second. I forgot to switch the tabs. Here he is telling everybody, here he is lying to everybody saying I stole all that research. You just, this is what happens when you lie. You got to lie some more.
All right. There's a difference between I agreed to an interview.
Yeah, you agreed to it. Yeah.
Everyone was going to be talking about them and they were going to use that to. You heard, I read word for word what I was told. Steve, the guy from Truth Seeker Show, set it up. Oh, I did all this research and I did all this and here's what I discovered. Steve did not discover anything. Literally every single thing that he brought up was actually copy pasted from Kiwi Farms. If anything,
where were those? Show me, Phil, you dummy. Show me where the slides I made that correlated all the locations on the Bank Leaks being right near your house. Show me where those were on Kiwi Farms. Those were original slides I made myself. And by the way, if I really want to be petty, I could show everybody the files that are on the Google Drive I used during the interview. I could show everybody the metadata that shows their creation date, that shows they originated on my PC. They weren't copied from another website or anything. You lied to your audience to cope, you little bitter, angry, jealous little bitch of a man.
if you're someone who's on Kiwi Farms and you were involved with all of that stuff like 4 or 5 years ago, I'd be pretty pissed because he took credit for all of your shit.
I cited the sources in the description of the video. He's trying, and by the way, I asked for permission to each person that I cited as a source that I used in my research, and all of them, I have the messages. Do I have to show them? All of them gave me permission to use their research, to use what they had already done with their blessing. So here he is trying to stir up trouble. Oh, he stole from Kiwi Farms people. Did I look on Kiwi Farms? Sure. And on Kiwi Farms, I may have found some things, but then I contacted the author or originator of those things. So don't you dare call me a thief. I didn't steal money from my audience pretending I needed it for taxes and then spend it on a video game like a degenerate. You did that.
Like, he literally, line for line, see, I did this, I did this, I did this. No, he didn't. No, you didn't. That's other people's work that you stole.
I stole nobody's work. This guy went to college. He should know what citing sources is. He went to college. He should know that when you cite sources, it's not stealing. You're allowed to use sources, right? I stole everything. I stole all of it. And look at him with this giddy grin, shitting ass grin on his face, like, I got him. He stole all that research. Did you research my research before you went on a public live stream like a goddamn moronic idiot and accused me of stealing research when I have all the receipts of the research that was done? I have the metadata on the files I shared during the goddamn interview, you dumb as rocks dickhead.
And you passed it off as your own. There was no originality there. He didn't
Jesus Christ. All right, I'm going to share just a couple of things from the Google Drive, just to challenge him. Because when it comes to my research, and by the way, I've heard a lot of talk about autism, and I've never been diagnosed myself. I don't think that I am, though. But, you know, people are like autist level research or something like that. Anyway, I will freely admit that I am definitely ADD. I've never been diagnosed, but I know me. And I go from I can't concentrate on something for any one length of time to that's the bad part of it, of whatever my neurosis is. But the good part is that sometimes I'm completely and totally hyper focused on something. And it's during those times that I get a lot of research done because I'm able to really hyper focus on things. I've heard him use that word hyper focusing. So, look, I'm going to share this. This is an original. This is an original graphic that I made. This is an original graphic that I made that's never been seen anywhere on the internet. And I challenge you, Phil. Or did you lie to your audience and say I stole everything and I just copied and pasted everything? The metadata on this graphic file will prove that it came from my computer and its creation date was in the days leading up to our interview. You're dumb as rocks. And remember, at the beginning of this broadcast, do you remember when I warned Phil? I did warn him. He's not smart enough to do this with me. You're not going to get a gotcha moment with me, you dummy. That's an original file. But here in your Cope stream, you're saying that I just copied everything and there was nothing original. And by the way, I could show you 12 more of them, but I didn't get to show them all because he was talking in circles, you know, like a sweating, guilty monkey. So I didn't get to use them all.
do anything original in anything that he said. These are
Even if I come on, bro. The maps were original.
all accusations that have already been talked about.
Nobody showed you maps before that correlated to the bank leaks and confronted you with that. I did. That's original. That's called original. First time it happened, Phil, you dummy.
Okay? It's ridiculously stupid.
It is stupid.
All right? That he would even act like any of that was work. There was no work to be had. It was him reading Kiwi Farms and watching videos and then copy pasting stuff. Okay?
It's called research. Yeah, I watched a lot of videos to prepare for the interview. That's called researching the interview subject. You are so dumb. You don't even know how this works. And, you know, okay, I'm over it. I'm not going to keep harping on it, but I just want to put on the record, there was a lot of original research and there was, you know, original files made. Okay. I just copied everything.
Okay? And literally absolutely nothing whatsoever was new.
The maps were new, bitch. Suffer, bitch. Suffer. You got felted so bad. You have to lie to your audience in a cope stream to feel better about your sad, pathetic existence.
presented or discussed. This is all stuff that's been out there for years and years and years. Oh, I got you with this one. I got you with this. It's like, yeah, this has already been out there. I already even talked about this during the June the King documentary. Like, what
You
are
mean
talking about?
you lied
No,
about
I
this
don't think you've ever talked about. Yeah, I
before?
did. Yeah, I did. I mean, the stuff that's on Kiwi Farms, all right, gets put into my chat like hours after. Like, no lies. Like, what about when you got a haircut? Yeah, they were posting that in my chat. They were super chatting it like 5 years ago. So
Show us it. Show us it. See, that's the difference between me and him. He's saying people were putting this in his chat 5 years ago. Show us a screenshot of it, bitch. Show us, bitch. Show us you're not lying to your audience to cope. Like a... Jeez, God, this guy is such a slimy, greasy pig.
this is all old shit. It's so
No, nobody ever showed you the video, confronted you with the video of 8 haircuts all matching the bank leaks. I did that. Darksydephil made the video. With his permission, I used it. With his blessing, I used it. I checked his work to verify that the information was factual and accurate. Nobody ever confronted you with that. I did.
boring. See, that's ultimately the problem, is that it's just so boring.
Yeah, it's so boring. 20,000 people showed up. 1,500 live viewers showed up, right? And the replays were at 20,000. So boring. 20,000 people showed up to see that boring ass interview. You lie to your audience constantly.
Because it's nothing interesting. If it were interesting, then people would care. But my viewers don't care. They don't.
Well, other
No one wants to hear about
viewers
this
do
dumb
care.
shit. People are coming here to hang out and have a good time with
Nobody
games.
wants
one's
to hear
interested
about
in
this dumb shit.
At least in my
20,000
community,
people.
again, right? My community doesn't care
20,000
about this
people.
stuff at all. All we want to do is hang out and have a good time playing games, and all that stuff that he really was trying to take me to task for. Like, for example, oh, will you beg your viewers for money, right?
All right, put it on the record. Let's hear you. Let's hear what you have to say about the begging, Phil.
So literally every content creator who asks for contributions is a beggar. Fine, I guess you can spin it like that.
No. He's putting words in my mouth here. I don't believe that every content creator that asks for money is a beggar. I believe that a content creator that does it 88 times in one stream is a beggar.
Want to. All
Let's
right.
make that
So
distinction.
the difference between me today and me 5 years ago is that 5 years ago, I was in a really bad way. I was literally living stream to stream in some cases. That if I didn't have a good stream, I wasn't going to be able to pay bills that week.
Is he really going to say he hasn't begged for 5 years?
Okay. So I would say that on stream. Now, that's pretty bad. I look back now and I say, yeah, that's embarrassing. That's stupid. But that was the situation I was in, and I needed to do that to get by. Today,
So you needed to be a degenerate beggar to get by, so it's okay. Well, because you're ashamed of it now.
can I ask an honest question? All right. Is anyone who's watching me right now at all on my stream, on a restream, anywhere on the internet, watching this on demand, do you think I'm destitute?
All right, chat, let us know. All capital letters. If you think that he's destitute, he said we could do it on a restream. If we think he's destitute, please put destitute in all capital letters into the live chat. If you think Darksydephil is destitute, he's asking a question. We're going to answer it. You said we could do it on a restream. This is close enough. Is he destitute? Put it in the live chat. Put it in the live chat, friends. Is he destitute? We're going to catch up. Flowchart Cammy. 2,600 plus live viewers. Not even in Phil's wildest dreams did he ever have those numbers. Yeah, I agree with you. Thank you for pointing that out. Flowchart Cammy. Very cool avatar. I like that user ID. Welcome and thank you for your kindness. Lino user just became a member. Thank you for your kindness. Yeah, if you become a member during the live broadcast, we give you a big shout out and thank you. So big shout out, big ups to Linozer, and thank you very much. Welcome to being a member. Now you're in the inner circle. Detective, here, Piggy. So we kind and generous $2. Thank you for your kindness. Remember, if you think he's destitute, he's asking. Put destitute in the live chat, and I will be sharing those. We'll find out how many people in my live chat think he's destitute. You will learn DSP is an attorney, doctor, game development, a real business owner, parent, computer tech, psychologist, and financial advisor. Yeah, I don't think he's hiring all these people or his taxes wouldn't be a mess. If he had an accountant, he would have never went to bankruptcy. That's just my opinion. Thank you for your kindness, gaming guru. And Broside Phil is here. Phil said he never had a conversation with any male detective. I disproved that in my most recent stream. Could you DM me a timestamp? If we have time, we'll get to it. And thank you, Broside Phil, for your kindness. 1 second. News End with a kind and generous 5. Imagine thinking that Kino Farms would mind or Kiwi Farms would mind having their research used for its intended purpose to call out the jackasses they laugh at on the record. I know I was once on a stream, I think on Kino Casino with the guy who runs Kiwi Farms. I'm going to get in touch with him and ask him that very question. Thank you, News End. And Don Johnson with $2. The truth is the real DSP detractor. Yeah, that's the detractor. Detective. Hate the fake smile and chuckle he does when he thinks he has the upper hand. He's pathetic. I can't say I disagree. I think this guy is worse than some dude. I never thought I could say this. He's one of the worst grifters I ever covered. And go look at my history. It's incredible. You damn dirty Kiwi farmer. How dare you look into his obvious lies. Great interview, bro. Keep it up, says Mighty Pingus. Thank you for your kindness. You've been a show supporter for a while. Thank you for doing that. Detective. By I've talked about this, he means he either lied or danced around the question and never gave a straight answer. You're right, Detective. Mighty Pingus with another one. His copes, like his podcast, are level 1. Yeah. And I just want to say, Darkside Phil, you are stuck in level 1, and we're going to hear Keemstar talk about that tonight. And I've only been doing this a few years, but I'm at least level 3 or 5. You're stuck at level 1 doing this for 15 or 20 years. You're a loser. Where do you rank DSP within the elite grifters you regularly cover? Does he rank above or below Stephen Greer, for example, in terms of grifting prowess? Well, here's the thing, BB Phil, and thank you for the 10 pounds. Stephen Greer has grifted millions and millions of dollars. The guy's filthy rich. He's filthy rich. He's a better grifter than Darkside Phil. Darkside Phil is the best, low-level beggar grifter that I've ever covered. We'll put it that way. He's not even a good beggar or grifter. Like Stephen Greer has begged and grifted millions of dollars off of morons. Darkside Phil's got a lot of catching up to do to catch up to Stephen Greer. Mighty Pingus with another one. He's poor. 2 mortgages, broke. Yeah, he's poor. He's broke. He's destitute. Remember, destitute. Oh, here we go. Recovered Asses thinks he's destitute. Moraski thinks he's destitute. You asked how many people, even if it's a restream, think you're destitute. Blue Ice thinks you're destitute. Payne the Slayer thinks you're destitute. Lost in 10 says you're destitute. Casey Davis says you're destitute. Oh, I don't even want to try to say this one. CH35 Poof says you're destitute. Velour Fox says you're destitute. Slurp Derp says you're destitute. Jared Audland says you're morally destitute. That's even worse. Suffer bitch. Strong Like Bull says you're destitute. Bitter Kite says you're destitute. Destitute side prostitute says Mickey Flesh. Destitute prostitute. Wow. You're not just destitute. You're destitute. Now he's going to point to things in his room. Like, I got the most expensive soundproofing. I'm not destitute. I don't need to beg. Well, your own streams have proved that was a lie. You do need to beg. Beg, Piggy, beg.
I'm sitting here in a room surrounded by expensive technology. I have a ridiculously expensive RGB display going off behind me.
A ridiculously expensive RGB display? Is he talking about that little heart? The thing with the heart? That's like $50 on Amazon. You put a thumb drive in it with the video files you wanted to play or something like that. That's not ridiculously expensive. Are you shitting me?
On a wall covered in the most expensive soundproofing foam that you can probably buy because it's over the top Elgato branded.
Nice of him to, really splurge on the soundproofing, right? Instead of paying his bills, right? Like, wow.
You know what I'm saying? I've got a freaking frame behind me that's playing animations. You know what I'm saying? And does a single one of you think that I'm destitute? And then
Yeah, he's surrounded by all this expensive equipment, like the free PC he was given by his viewers because he was so lazy he would never upgrade his gaming PC. Bitch had to dude, his pay pigs had to give him a goddamn gaming computer. You game for a living, you dumbass. Why couldn't you buy your own? The pay pigs had to give him a PlayStation Pro. You game for a living. Why couldn't you buy your own? You're making $1,500 a week, bro.
I desperately, desperately need you to contribute to me today, or else I can't eat. Like, and that's actually what Steve was saying on the show. And I'm like, what are you talking about?
Dude, you said that you might have to eat a lunch meat sandwich if you didn't get some tips. You said that, not me.
This doesn't happen. No, oh, we have evidence. Okay, present your evidence. You don't have any evidence. You have copy paste Kiwi Farm stuff.
Oh, but we've already been through that. We did have evidence. And I'm gonna put this on the record too, because one of the other ways you could piss me off is to tell me that my research sucks or my investigative skills aren't good or whatever, because I'm known for that. I have a reputation for that. Listen, Phil, let's talk about this for just a moment, because I don't want to put those guys in the middle. Why did Kino Casino invite me to come and be a guest? They invited me to come be a guest because I have receipts. I investigate things. And I have overwhelming evidence when I felt a grifting loser scumbag. That's why I got on the Kino Casino. You got on the Kino Casino because you're such a scumbag. They were fascinated by your grifting, scamming skills. You see the difference? So don't you dare, little pig, insult my ability to investigate and research grifters. Okay? You see the difference? I didn't get on Kino Casino because I've been e-begging. And it would be funny. Let's have Darksydephil on and clown on him like the clown that he is. I didn't get that opportunity because I've been begging and scamming my audience for years. I got that opportunity because they looked at the overwhelming evidence and research and investigations I do and were like, holy shit, this guy is great at this. Let's give him a guest spot. You see the difference? Big difference. Grifty. McGrift a lot.
That's all you had. The same shit everyone already knows and doesn't care about. And whenever he would bring something up, I was like, do you have anything from today?
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, but by the way, I could go over his stream earlier in the day and catch him e-begging. Was that what I was supposed to do? Right? Like, sorry. Yeah. Did you catch me grifting today and e-begging today? If not, then this is old stuff. Whatever I did yesterday and the day before that and for 5 years now is not relevant to this interview. Yes, it is. Your history of grifting and begging and lying and, cheating your audience is relevant.
Anything to talk about today? Oh, what about the Arby's? What about it? We were joking that we should do Arby's. I want to do it right away. Let's do it on a day when my wife doesn't have to cook, right?
Dude, this clown was like, come on, guys, we got to hit the goal because my wife doesn't want to cook and we have to order Arby's, but we have to hit the goal first. That wasn't a joke. That wasn't a joke. That was you guilting your audience into getting a couple of lousy dollars. And if your life is this goddamn piss poor and pathetic that you have to grift for an Arby's meal for you and your wife, then you are pathetic. You're broke. You're broke, bitch. And I feel sorry for you. And I will put it on the record, like, not to take anything away. Look, I said I wasn't going to get into wives, so I won't get into wives. But I will say that if me and my wife wanted Arby's, either of us could just go buy Arby's. It's not like I have to do a show and hit a goal and beg to get a meal for me and my wife, you pathetic slob loser.
But I'm not going to starve if I don't eat Arby's.
Well, you made it sound like you were going to starve.
Never said I was going to starve if I don't eat Arby's, or if I did, it was a joke. No one's like, what are you talking about?
Oh, it's all joke now. He's hamming it up.
You actually have to be a moron to think that. So there's two answers in place. Either
now I'm a
Steve's
moron.
agenda was to present things that he stole from another site as his own.
And here again, This is a false accusation. He's falsely accusing me of stealing research. The research is cited, you dumb dickhead. I'm sorry if you didn't pay attention in college and you don't know what citing sources is. It's the first thing they teach you, English 101. That's the first college course almost everybody has to take. And in English 101, you learn to write papers and cite your sources. I paid attention. Maybe you didn't because you were too busy playing Nintendo, you dumb dickhead.
To act like he did work, to look like he's some kind
And
of.
by the way, I would bet $200 that his parents paid for his college. Full boat, parents paid for it. I would bet hundreds of dollars on that.
A big-brained guy.
I paid for my own college. I worked full time and went to college at night, Phil.
Okay.
And even with that workload, I remembered how to cite sources and do research.
So that he could present a case to make me look bad and try to put me into
made you look
a
pretty bad
situation.
I made you look so bad you have to cope and lie to your audience to cover for that bad appearance you did.
Knows that he benefits no matter what.
I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
the other scenario.
Hey, here's what I was thinking going into the interview, because I got to be honest, I was a little nervous because this wasn't my usual thing and whatever, but I know I did my homework. So I knew going into the interview that no matter how that interview went, it was going to be a win for me. And did you hear Phil? He just said so that he could win no matter what. Yeah. The only variable was how much was I going to win. I won so big, I got a pile of money, and I got tons of new subscribers and tons of new supporters and tons of new channel members and tons of new Kick subscribers. I won so big. You're right. Because I did my homework and I was well prepared and I did proper research and I made you look like the grifting, begging scumbag that you are.
Is he's a complete fucking moron.
Oh, there we go again. I'm the moron, not Phil. Phil that goes on a show called Truth Seekers thinking it's going to go well for him, but I'm the moron. A guy who doesn't know how to cite sources or understand research. I'm the moron.
So which is it? Is it that he's a bad guy?
Didn't this guy take, how many days did he take to get a goddamn video capture card working? But I'm a moron. You've been a video game streamer for 15 years? How long did it take you to set that up, Phil? How long did it take you to set up a gaming PC and a couple of peripherals? You dumb, I can't keep cursing.
Who tried to fool me into a situation, or he's a moron. It's one of the two.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean?
All right.
So,
All right.
It's just so stupid.
And I just want to put on the record, this is important. Since Phil has claimed that there was nothing original and he's insulted my research skills, he just won a week. He just won a week of my research. Congratulations. You just made it worse. Dig, piggy, dig. Dig, you pig, dig. Dig that grave. You just gave me the shovel. I'll do a week. Who thinks I should do a full-on week of researching Darksydephil? Right? I didn't even get to. Do you know I have private investigator friends? We could do a complete background check, criminal, everything, financial, public records. I didn't do that yet. Do you want me to do that? Show you what a terrible researcher I am, and how unoriginal, and how I just copy and paste. Anybody ever hit you with a full background investigation, Phil?
Stupid. So let's.
You got any skeletons hiding in them closets? Oh, you just gave me the shovel, bitch. Oh, what a good... He gave me a nice shovel.
I guess we should address a few things directly. All right. So, on this show, he's basically just presenting all the stuff about bank leaks and the bankruptcy and all of that. And I'm like, there's nothing new here. Like,
because you've never... Here's the thing. He's never proven anything. He's just lied and excused himself from it. So, yeah, we're going to bring that up because we've got overwhelming evidence that the bank leaks are real. There's all these correlations. I'm not going to, go over it again.
There's nothing for me to answer. My answers aren't going to change. So he tried to present it that, we're going to have you do a lie detector test, right?
Yeah, guess whose idea that was, genius.
And if you do this lie detector test, it'll prove your innocence. I said, no, it won't. What do you mean? Lie detectors aren't submissible as evidence for anything.
Submissible. What is the word? I'm a moron. But I know the difference between submissible and admissible. I'm pretty sure he didn't pay attention in English class because he didn't He didn't know how to cite sources. Now he's using words that don't exist for shit. But I'm the moron. The word is admissible, not submissible.
They can be tricked. They can be fooled. There's been people who their name is Bill, and they sit down and they put on the lie detector test, and they say your first name, Bill, and it says they lied.
No, he obviously has no experience in polygraphy, and I do. And although I agree that there are problems with polygraphs sometimes, there could be problems. You get inconclusive. Geez, we've gone so long, my light went off. They have some kind of timer. I wish I could bypass that. Mr. Electronics Me has never figured out how to get it to bypass the timer, but it's built in, and I don't really want to take this thing apart. Forgive me for the interruption. Okay, so look, a polygraph exam is a good investigative tool that can point you in the right directions. They're used every day to exclude. For example, in a murder investigation, you give if you have 10 people in the family and you suspect a family member, you give all 10 of them a polygraph and you can eliminate suspects. We could eliminate Phil as a suspect of spending all that money on the bank leaks with a polygraph. Yes, we can. And we can also eliminate Phil as spending all the money on those bank leaks by having him submit just a few simple records to me with a legal agreement NDA. And I can check the bank leaks and I can check his actual bank statements from the time period. And I can confirm or deny to my audience and the whole of the internet whether he spent that money or not. But he doesn't want to do that because the truth is not in this clown's best interests.
Lie detector test doesn't mean anything.
Sure it does.
At all. It's a waste of time.
Even his willingness to take it would mean something to his community, to all the Keno Casino audience members, I'm sure, to my audience members, to all your detractors' audiences. Even your willingness to do it would mean something. It would mean that you're finally going to come clean and be transparent. And we'll all finally know. And then this could all go away. Because if he takes that lie detector, pass or fail, nobody will be left in limbo ever again about all that stuff.
For everyone involved. What it is, it's a grand spectacle, right? It's a grand spectacle.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah, it would be a grand spectacle. I will hook you up and make you sweat like the pig you are. I wanted to hook you up to all those sensors, right? I got them all. I got my polygraph's very good. Multiple sensors, right? Galvanic skin response, heartbeat monitor, pulse monitor. We got them all. Yeah, it would be a grand spectacle to hook you up and watch you sweat a polygraph, you pig. And we could stream it. And by the way, I think we're up to $15,000 or $20,000 has been offered. Now, to be fair, I haven't verified the funds available or vetted the people that are making these offers, but I'm sure a few of them are serious. Or I've been told and well informed that a few of the people in the community that are offering this $5,000 will come through with it. But they only want to give it to Phil if he passes the polygraph. Otherwise, the money goes to charity. He won't do it unless it's pass or fail. He gets the money because he's a pig.
Because everyone, what's it going to say? It's good drama.
It
right?
is. It is.
But
It's
who's
excellent
it drama
content.
for? It doesn't prove innocence. It doesn't prove guilt. But whatever happens.
Yeah, I think it pretty much would conclusively because we were going to do two. One by a very experienced polygrapher and one by me. And then he and I would get together and compare results and come to a joint conclusion. It would be very definitive, Phil.
People are going to say drama, 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 and that's all they care about, right? So who would benefit from that? The people who want to make drama content. My detractors, apparently Steve, not me, not anyone in my community. We don't care about this stuff.
Yeah, your users don't care if you're a lying scumbag and lied to them for years or not. Sure.
Right? We don't.
Nobody
you guys
cares.
don't care.
No,
So you're not here for
cares.
this. We're here to chill. We're here to play games. We're going to have a good time together. And by the way, contributions are coming in, and you guys know I'm going to give you shout-outs, right? I just want to talk about this before we get to the shout-outs. I do want to have a good discussion with you guys about what happened last night.
And by the way, I didn't have the timestamp, but he actually said at the beginning of this, before he would talk about the interview, he needed to get some donos. But he'll say he was joking.
Before I will absolutely get to all of your contributions. I promise you that. Okay.
Yeah, you gotta keep the pay pigs happy there, Phil.
But you notice,
co-parter.
It was just, let's do a lie detector. Why? It proves nothing. It won't prove my innocence. It won't. The only one that helps.
Sure, it would if you pass it. If you pass it. That was a Freudian slip. Did you hear that? He said it won't prove his innocence. That's because he knows he can't pass the polygraph. He said it won't prove my innocence because he knows he's been lying for years, you pig.
I will absolutely get to all of your contributions. I promise you that. Okay.
Here he's about to have a Freudian slip, and he called me a moron.
But you notice, it was just, let's do a lie detector. Why? It proves nothing. It won't prove my innocence. It won't. The only one that helps is detractors and you.
Won't prove my innocence.
We'll make it benefit me.
It will help us.
So you want me to pay you to do it? Well, are you going to make it benefit me in any way? Like in life, do we all just walk around doing things that don't do anything for us? Is that what we do?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I just bought a homeless man dinner that didn't benefit me. It benefited that homeless man. Some people do things for people that just to benefit them. And it would benefit you because it could prove that you've been telling the truth all this time, but you're not interested in the truth. You're interested in muddying the waters and obfuscating things and continuing to live in your delusional fantasy world where you've been telling the truth all these years. And it's those damn detractors, right? It's all their fault.
Is that how we conduct ourselves? I was under the impression that we are finite beings who need to do things for survival. So in a day, what do? You get up and you eat. Why do you eat? Because you need to eat to survive. Now, how do you eat? Well, you have to do work to have money to buy the things you eat, right? So that's what I mean. Like we are slaves.
His idea of work is begging a lot.
We're slaves.
While he's playing games.
Wow, this existence that we have to do things for sustenance and safety and to live, right? So we just walk on, just do things just for the sake of doing them for no reason at all. You know, why would I like who do you want? Who should I do things to benefit today while ignoring all of my own personal needs, right? So it's like, if you're,
in other words, I need money or I don't want to do
going to present something to me, you have to at least make it enticing. The problem with Steve,
proving his innocence is not enticing enough. And by the way, even failing the polygraph, if he just provided the records that I asked for under NDA, that would prove his innocence. It would take him 20 minutes to get those bank statements. 20 minutes of his life, it's not worth 20 minutes of his life to prove all these detractors wrong that have been dogging him and shitting all over him for how many years now? It's not worth 20 minutes? There's no reason that an innocent person would not provide those records under an NDA and prove his innocence. There's no reason whatsoever, except he knows that he can't prove his innocence with those records.
He didn't present anything enticing. He was just like, well, you better do it.
I never said he better do it. I said I'm giving him an opportunity to do it.
Because if you don't, you look guilty. Problem is, I've had people saying that I'm guilty of heinous things for over a decade. I don't care.
This must be old bottle
Get it?
of water.
Like
he
barked up the wrong tree. Maybe he could have found someone else who would have cared. I'm the last person on earth to care about what people say about me.
Yeah, and meanwhile he's doing this. How much time did he spend on this coping
at all
stream? But he doesn't care.
Nothing there was.
Tell us again how you don't care, Phil.
Presented as this will actually clear your name. This will actually help you at all. Because as I said on that show, every single time that something happens and I'm accused of something, okay, if I present evidence, say, hey, you're wrong, the goalpost is moved. It's another thing instead. Well, wait a minute. But we just said, oh, forget about that. Let's talk about this next thing. Wait, what do you...
Yeah, because he does more stupid shit, and people want to talk about the stupid shit you do, Phil.
Mean. And actually, that's exactly what
he creates the next thing himself.
Happened on the interview last night. The interview was a shit show. Why? Because Steve is probably the worst interviewer I've ever seen. He would present
the comments on that interview prove that that's a lie. The big fat stack of cash I got from doing that interview proved that's a lie.
Case. Like he'd say, so here's something you're accused of. right? And here's evidence of said thing, okay? I would say, all right, allow me to respond. And I'd start to respond, and then he'd yell over me, and then he'd move on to something else. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. I didn't even get to do my initial response. He yelled over me so no one could hear what I was
He's going to be hearing that laugh in his dreams.
saying, and then you moved on to another topic. That's not an interview.
He refused to answer the questions, and I wasn't going to let him talk in circles for 20 minutes at a time. I purposefully interrupted him, and I did that on the advice of many people who told me, you can't let him just talk in circles and make excuses and go off on all these tangents. You got to make him answer quickly. And I took that advice, and I did that because I knew he was going to try to run out the clock with excuses and talking in circles.
An interview requires back and forth. An interview actually requires to have two sides coming together. You know what I'm saying? And that didn't happen. It was literally yelling and screaming. And that's not a good interview at all.
Oh, come on.
All right? It's just a shouting
Crybaby
match.
bitch. I didn't really yell at you. I raised my voice a little bit. Did your daddy yell at you or something? Right? Did you not get hugged enough as a child, poor Phil?
Someone because you want to get attention for yourself.
Somebody raised their voice a little bit and you cry like a little bitch. Bro, you wouldn't have made it on the mean streets of Philly where I'm from. They would have beat the shit out of this guy. Oh,
and that's
my
exactly
God.
what it was last night. It was 3 hours of how can I basically become the darling of Phil's detractors. Maybe if I just yell at Phil for 3 hours and present the same evidence that's been presented on Kiwi Farms for 3 hours.
It wasn't the same evidence, but okay.
Care. I don't know. Maybe that's what his strategy was. And as predictable, you know, as you would always expect, my detractors showed up and gave the guy about $1,000. You know,
how did he know that? Did he count it up? Did you really count it, Phil? You fuck God, man.
I think about $500 in super chats, and then he got a whole bunch of subs on Kick. So he probably made about $1,000, you know, doing that show.
Yo, Phil, bro, where's my wallet? Get out of my pocket. Get out of my pocket, Phil. Why are you in my pocket? Why do you care how much money I made? Why is it? Why? You know, I provided excellent content, and everybody loved that interview. Well, not everybody, but most people. I'd say the vast majority was really well entertained. It was great content, and I was rewarded for it. And you know what? I didn't beg for, you know, a half hour out of a 3-hour stream to get that money. They just gave it to me because the content was so good. Everybody likes to see the pig get roasted, Phil.
Now, if he continues down that road and he keeps making detractor content.
And by the way, I haven't decided if I'm going to continue covering him, but I have to respond to all the times he lied about me in his stupid Cope stream.
Looking, you know, he probably will make some more. Like he could go the route that side scrollers did for a bit.
Hey, Phil, I could do one show about you. It looks like, you know, I don't want to get ahead of myself. It looks like I might be able to do one show about you a week and make almost the same money that you do working 6 days a week, like, you know, a lunatic, right? And there's tons more people. There's got to be 50 people that said destitute. And thank you for that. Steve, you're going to force me to start e-begging because I can't help. But Dono, says Mariner 1712 with a kind generous 5. Phil, you better count up all these super chats too, because you could add it to the pile. I got a pile of money out of Darksydephil. A pile. It's a big pile, but I need a bigger pile. So please, my friends, be generous. Be kind. Right? Be generous and kind. Because the bigger my fat stacks of cash are, the more Darksydephil will seethe and cope and cry. Seemingly odd. He's just upset you didn't suck him off like Triple P does. He came feeling invincible, but he left nearly defeated. You taught him the bigger the smile, the sharper the knife. You know, I don't really feel like I backstabbed him. I feel like he should have known. I dropped those clues, and I swear part of me in my mind and in my heart thinks that I dropped those clues to be fair. Like, I'm going to kind of tell him what I'm going to do before I do it, and we'll see if he picks up on it. We'll have a conversation, and I'll, you know, I don't know. Banjo Bill, here's 5 just for not begging. See that, Phil? Kind of generous dono came in because I don't beg. Thank you, Banjo Bill. And Jambalaya with 10. You just know he's pocket watching this right now. He is. and he's seething. He's seething. Doing these 2 shows, I will beat his whole week. In 2 nights of shows, I beat his whole 6-day schedule. Destitute with Kind and Generous 5, Salty Watermelon. And look at this. This boy, wow. Joseph M. thinks you're really destitute. So see, you're wrong. Does anybody think I'm destitute? Everybody thinks you're destitute, Phil. Maybe that's the perception they have because you're begging so much and everything's this doomsday financial tragedy. The goddamn fan broke. You begged about that. The vacuum cleaner broke. You begged about that, Phil. Have you heard of bubble blowing reward he did? Yeah, I saw that. And actually, I have an autistic son and he has sensory issues. We have a ton of bubble machines. Maybe I'll steal that off him. But I got an automatic one. I could just hit a button and it makes buttons or it makes bubbles. Steve, I'm talking with a female officer tomorrow, says Broside Phil. Well, thank you for the 10, Broside Phil. And listen, we want to have you come on. We've already got half a show for next week, right? Broside Phil, will you come on next week and share your evidence and clear your name and also provide some proof of your police background so that we can shut down Darksydephil and the lying few supporters that he has that are crying about that? There's half a show, Phil. I'm going to get another fat stack of cash off of this pig next week. Seemingly odd. Phil thinks he's rich because he appears rich. By that logic, Mark Zuckerberg must be broke. Seemingly odd with a Kind of Generous 5. You're right. You're right. He's seemingly broke. Detective. Steve got on the cause. He's a Chad. Suffer piggy, says Detective. Planet Janet. You and BSP did an amazing job. You have a new fan. Well, thank you, Planet Janet. I'd like to visit Planet Janet. Oh, wait. Don't take that the wrong way. I'm a married man. That might have come. Listen, yeah. Planet Janet sounds funny, though, right? Like, it makes me think of like a planet where Janet Jackson lives. That's what I think of, like, mentally. Ballpark Franks with $2. The goth dude tells it like it is. Man, I'm not even goth anymore. I used to be when I was young, man. My dad went ape shit, man. I used to wear like black lipstick and eyeliner and shit. And he's old school, so he thought that meant that you were gay. And like my brother used to try to like explain it to him, like Dad, you don't get it. Like he goes to the club dressed like that and he gets like 5 girls' numbers, with that makeup and shit. They love that shit. And my dad was like, I don't care, that's gay. Slurp Derp with $2. The Dent PC Dono is a lie. He bought it. Maybe you're right. Slurp Derp, but thanks for the $2. Cave Teeth, I stopped begging for grocery money 4 months ago, Steve. That's old news. Comment of the night. Thank you, Cave Teeth. And thanks for putting a smile on my face with another 5 dono. Mighty Pingus, I'd love if you investigated all kinds of grifters, lolcows, UFO people, ghost people, any internet people. It's your specialty. Branch out. Great job. Yeah, maybe we'll just become grift busters. But thank you, Mighty Pingus. A lot of support tonight from Mighty Pingus, and I see all you guys throwing multiple donos in. They did pay his way. He's also a valedictorian. You gotta be shitting me. Era. He was the valedictorian. He's dumb as shit. Everybody in that college must have been I almost used the R word. Everybody in that college must have been mentally deficient or something if he could rise to the level of valedictorian, dumb as he is. He picked up the felt and made a blanket out of it, says Mighty Pingus. Yes! Call me Astro, the Kind of Generous 20. A man who spends thousands in a weekend on a mobile game and has enough to keep the lights on isn't destitute. FFS, he has gout and his wife. Come on, man. I said I'm not going to read any disparaging comments about his wife. We got to remain at least a little classy here. He just made $15K from his goals over the past 57. Is that 57 months? Wow. Yeah. Please no disparaging comments about his wife. Because, listen, I have a wife too, and I wouldn't want somebody reading a super chat calling my wife nasty things or, insulting my wife. I think that's a little too much. We're going to keep it classy, guys, as we're roasting this pig. We're going to keep it classy as we're roasting this scumbag, degenerate, e-begging pig. We're going to keep it classy as we roast a pig. Dig the trench, Phil, says Mighty Pingus with another 2. And we're almost caught up here. Detective. Steve is feeling the hate we have had for Phil for the last decade and a half. Welcome to the club, Steve. Yeah, I got it all at once, though. You guys got it in small drips. I think it might be turning me into the grift-busting Hulk, guys. Detective, if you had to hook Phil up to that lie detector, that machine will burst into the flames the moment he opens his mouth. Could be true, Detective. And thank you for the multiple donos. Thank you all who are throwing in multiple donos. Duco's just says, praise the cash, longtime show supporter. Very, very much. I don't know what CLP 1000 is. Should I look it up? Sometimes I get excited. I'm like, 1,000? Is that $1,000? 1,000. We'll tell you. 1,000 CLP. I mean, I could do this later, but it's $1. Oh, well, it's still $1. $1 is $1. I'll take your wacky money. What the hell kind of wacky money is that, Obrecken? You gave me 1,000 CLP, which is $1.06 US, but we'll take it. We'll take your wacky money. We take all money, right? We'll take pesos. I don't care. Expose him with your investigators for bank fraud, alleged bank fraud. But thank you for your kindness. We appreciate you. Thanks for appreciating us. All right, we got to get through this. We still got to get through the Kino stuff, and then I got a Keemstar piece, and then we're gonna eat a cheeseburger. Absolutely nuts that Phil can't understand why people do things for others out of the goodness of their heart. That says a lot about him. You're right, Detective, and thank you for another dono. Some of you guys are like MVP dono bombers tonight. Whatever Phil promises for his next reward, you should do it for free. You know what? You're right. We're going to start doing that when we felt him. You want me to put on, if he puts on a vest for, $300, I'm going to put on a vest for free. Make it enticing by asking softball questions, says Mighty Pingus. Yeah, to start, the issue with DSP is an egomaniac and can do no wrong in his own eyes while hiding behind lies. Yeah, I mean, part of me feels sorry for the guy. He's kind of a likable character, except it's like in the neighborhood I grew up in, there were some guys that were real shifty, shady criminal types, but they were likable guys. There was the guys that robbed the box cars. There was the guys who robbed the corner store and sold cigarettes. There was the guys that stole cars and took them to the chop shop and chopped them up. But some of those guys, even though they were grifty or they were still likable fellows. There was some kind of charm about them being slimy, right? Tomorrow, News Central Time, I'll be on the phone with the former female officer. Yes, it'll be recorded. Thank you, Broside Phil, coming through with some great research to add. But listen, we got to be sure that I don't just copy and paste your research, Broside Phil, and not cite you as a source. Dude is seriously pocket watching, says Crescent Cannon. Well, if he's pocket watching, come on, guys. We got to pump up these donos because he's watching, and every dono he's got his calculator out. How much is this guy making felching the shit out of me tonight? More than you made. I'll tell you that, Phil. I'm making more tonight than you made all day. I don't even know if he streamed today. I think he did. I don't know. Let me put it this way. Put this into perspective and also allow me to have some context, says Creative Detective Maiden. Give some context. Why don't I see the whole thing? Put this into perspective and also allow me to give some context. Okay, feels like an incomplete message. So I apologize, but thank you for the dono bomb and an Autobomb with $2 Australian. I will make a thumbnail for each weekly episode. Autobomb, you're hired. Autobomb works cheap, free. The thing I like better than cheap is free. And by the way, thank you, Autobahn. Thank you for reminding me. I have to change the thumbnail from my pathetic one. Autobahn's very good at this, and we have a better thumbnail. Here we go. Better thumbnail. Thank you so much, Autobahn. Right? It's not just Truth Seeker. I'm not here by myself. It's a group effort, and we take viewer submissions and help from the audience members. Thank you, Autobahn. What a great thumbnail. The Darksydephil Aftermath, and it matches the original thumbnail so much better than mine, right? We got to get back to this. And here we go. We're almost caught up. Oh, I almost missed one. Dunce style mouth drooler. You're a moron. Great laugh, snort. Can somebody make a supercut of all of snorting, just him snorting through a whole stream? Like take a stream where he snorts a lot, and we'll just make a snort. Is that why they call him the pig? I don't know. This is season 16 of Phil. You've got to catch up, says Mickey Thor. Well, thanks for the $5. And we have Rishay Min. Can you say Italian hoagie, South Philly accents? Yeah, Italian hoagie. We're going to go get Italian hoagies, right? No, I would just say we're going to go get Italian hoagies. But there are some guys in the neighborhood, depending on how Italian you were or how many Italian people lived in the neighborhood, where you would say that. Well, we're going to go get Italian hoagies. Italian hoagies. The Philly thing that gives away Philly is when Philly people say water, and water ice. We're going to go get a water ice. Phil knows what he is and doesn't give a damn. He is busting his belt, and that is his homemade sham or scam, says Mr. Ted 5 with a kind and generous 5. Thank you very much. And we've got Virgil 16 with $2. Could you speak in a robot voice? Good roasting. Not really, but I'll get back to you on that. By the way, I got a Darksydephil soundboard, but I didn't get it in time for tonight. I smell burnt piggy. Sweet, says Mighty Pinkus with $2. And another $2 from Fordation. Count them up, Phil. Count them up. I can't even, dude, Phil, I'm such a great show host. You said I was a terrible show. I'm such a great show host. I get so many super chats, I can't even read them fast enough. They're just blazing in here, right? Fordation with $2. Do you have any other interviews like this? Yeah, look for Jon Stewart or Alien Interview. That I grilled that son of a bitch good and made him sweat and stutter like a bitch too. And Phil said I'd have trouble getting guests. The last guy that I really ripped to shit was this guy named Jon Stewart. He took an old hoax from the 90s and pretended it was real and tried to grift off of it. And we destroyed it because that Alien Interview hoax was made by a child P, a convicted child P, and a bunch of other criminals. We felted him bad. So look for Jon Stewart Alien Interview if you want to see another interview like the one I just did with Phil. And by the way, that guy said I'd never get a guest again. But I knew that somebody stupid would come along and not see the last grilling interview I did and do it. Autobahn with 5. DSP, how can you get me out of this thing? I don't deserve this kind of treatment. Lie detector buzzes red. Yes, thank you, Autobahn. And H, what up? Suffer Phil? Yeah, he's going to keep suffering if he keeps insulting my research like a dummy. Ramen Brahmin, it's easy to be sympathetic. No one wants to see another human in DSP's position. Unloved, unwanted, mentally ill, but his actions make him unlikable. I still think there's a likable part of him, and I believe there's a road to redemption, but he's got to take it. He's not willing to take it. Maybe he's afraid to do things the right way and not be a scumbag. I don't know. Steve, I will catch myself saying sure whenever I need shower. Yeah, shower. You know what another big Philly thing is too is Jeet. Jeet? Jeet. Jeet. The translation is did you eat? We shorten it to Jeet. Jeet today. Thank you, Mariner 1712. And we are all caught up. Let's get back to the Feltoning.
All right. And he'll probably get a little bit of popularity and a little bit of notoriety.
A little bit? I got 10 times the live viewers that you've had in a month, dude, or years. A little bit of popularity. You vastly underestimate me, Phil.
Doing that. But the problem is it doesn't last. It's fleeting. I mean, look what happened with side-scrollers. They tried real hard.
All right. Well, listen, I'm going to come here and take fat stacks of cash, felting this loser. For as long as those fat stacks of cash show up, I'm gonna keep it up, Phil.
And then they failed.
It's fleeting.
And then they had to completely change what their show was from the ground up. They're called side scrollers today, and they have nothing to do with side scrollers.
Oh.
It's literally a political show, a right-wing grifter show.
Well, they got into different. Oh, they're grifters. Boy, him calling somebody grifters is rich.
It has nothing to do with their original concept. They lost their entire original cast. They all quit or moved on, and they retooled the show to be something completely different because their idea just didn't work. The grift of hating on DSP will never be a full-time successful grift. Even for those who try to do it, they have to lie and make shit up. It doesn't work because it's old.
Oh, look, this is the perfect example. The last time I looked at a Phil gaming live stream, he had 300 live viewers, right? And how many live viewers do we have right now? I don't even know. I got to look because the aggregate number is a little weird because we're on Kick, we're on Twitter, we're on. Well, let me see what the aggregate is, and that's a combination of all these. It says 2,325 live viewers, right? So I was on a show today, and they had the show I was on today had, I think, 1,700 or 2,000 live viewers. So he's saying he's nonsensical. When's the last time you did those kind of numbers, bro? Maybe that should tell you something. And I can't believe this ratio. How are the detractors getting 5 or 10 times your view count, bro? And the views.
It's old school news. You know what I'm saying? It's not something new or interesting or original, and especially again, because there's nothing at all new going on. If you come to my streams and you hang
There's new stuff going on all the time. He embarrasses himself every week, and people clip it, and they make fun of him because it's funny.
out, you have a good time, you have a laugh, you know that when I'm saying, hey, support my content, you know that if I'm being, let's hit the goal, come on, let's get some super chats, I gotta eat Arby's tomorrow, you know it's all in good fun. Everyone knows this. No one's stupid.
It's all in good fun.
Right? He actually said
I can't order the food for me and my wife until we hit the goal. Is that in good fun, or are you guilting your users like a loser so you could buy your wife a goddamn Arby's burger?
On the show last night, he goes, so what you're doing is you're fooling mentally deficient people into contributing. So
I'm entitled to my opinion. You got to be a moron to give Phil money with his history.
People who contribute to me are mentally deficient, apparently.
I didn't say the only people that contribute to you are mentally deficient or morons, but for sure some of them are. Did you know that one guy went bankrupt 3 times donating to Phil? And here he's going to put his foot in his mouth good.
Apparently. Not one of them has a brain in their head. He actually believes, he literally believes that there are people who have actually gone into bankruptcy because of the amount that they have supported me.
Oh my God. This guy is so dumb as dirt. Hold on. All you got to do is go on YouTube. We're going to do this in real time because I'm a terrible show host. I should have had this up. Bankruptcy, bankruptcy 3 times. Let's try that. Darksydephil. And if I can't find this, somebody DM it to me on Twitter. There's a video about a guy that went into bankruptcy 3 times contributing to Darksydephil. And that is a very sad thing, right? No, I'm going to have trouble finding it. When you search bankruptcy Darksydephil, you find all the stuff about his bankruptcy. But there's for sure went into bankruptcy 3 times. Darksydephil or DS. Let's try DSP. Maybe I'll find it. I'm sure there's a video on YouTube, and we'll find it, Phil. Timbo Slice, he went into bankruptcy 3 times for DSP. Timbo Slice, who went into bankruptcy 3 times for DSP. We'll share that real quick. We'll just share a few minutes of it.
Pay pigs out there. Timbo Slice. What we're going to look over is from public records, which will blow your mind how much Timbo has ruined his life, how bad he is with money, and how much he resembles DSP more than you think. Timbo started off in 2014 supporting DSP under his handle Timbo Slice GB.
By the way, fair
GB
use.
standing for Green Bay Packers. His Twitter was solely based on promoting and interacting with DSP, which is a very weird thing. He would defend DSP against the trolls. He would tag other people for no other reason but to talk to them out of the blue, like Mick Foley. Also, just like a lot of the other DSP viewers, he wanted to be a streamer, and he streams on Twitch with no commentary gameplay. This is a common thing with DSP viewers as they see DSP.
Let's just look at this title. And I did watch this whole thing, and it seems accurate according to public records that this supporter of Darksydephil went bankrupt 3 times. And sadly, he sent him the last dono he sent him was like, I don't really have this money, but I'm sending it to you anyway.
As someone who succeeded being a streamer, and they live through him. They also see an imaginary war against the trolls that DSP himself has made up to get his viewers motivated to support him.
It's a grift.
Soon, Timbo would keep supporting DSP more and more, to the point where he would get a 100k bit badge, which indicates that he spent $1,000 on DSP.
Wow.
Phil would notice that Timbo was one of his biggest supporters at the time and make him a mod. However, DSP will turn on you in an instant if you say or do something he doesn't like. Timbo would start insulting Panda Lee, DSP's girlfriend at the time, which resulted in Timbo then apologizing and asking for forgiveness. Then when DSP started outright asking for donations on stream, Timbo turned on DSP, and tried to get into the detractor side of the imaginary war.
Oh, so he turned to the light side for a minute there.
The detractors rejected him. He went crawling back to DSP, asking for forgiveness, and started giving him more money.
Like a
Then
dummy.
before you know it, Timbo Slice was back being a mod again. Then
Oh, you could just buy a wrench if you give him enough money. Yeah, not scammy or greasy at all.
two things happened that would be devastating for Timbo. One of them was his outrageous spending habits, not only on DSP, but in his personal life as well. And there was a new supporter who came into the fold that would challenge every other supporter to try to be the alpha whale.
The alpha pay pig.
Enter Only Iced Coffee, who tried to get a hold of DSP and wanted everyone to know he was the alpha, even going as far as doxing and making DSP turn on other whales.
Wow.
Soon, Timbo was doxed on Kiwi Farms, with a lot of people saying it was OIC to prove a point to Timbo. And
All right, I'm not going to play any more of this. It's enough to say that he just lied to his audience. Like, oh, somebody said, Steve said somebody went bankrupt. Well, there's public records that prove that one of your supporters went bankrupt while they were one of your pay pigs, you slob.
If you come to my streams and you hang out, you have a good time, you have a laugh, you know that when I'm saying, hey, support my content, you know that if I'm being, let's hit the goal, come on, let's get some super chats, I got to eat Arby's tomorrow. You know it's all in good fun. Everyone knows this. No one's stupid, right?
Charles
He actually
McDonald.
said
Every cent
on-
makes
on his-
Phil
on the show last
see.
night, he
20
goes-
bucks Canadian. Thank you.
So what
How's
you're
that
doing is
exchange
you're
rate?
fooling mentally deficient
Thank you,
people
Charles
into
McDonald.
contributing.
Yeah. Yeah,
So,
moron. In other words, morons.
The only people who contribute to me are mentally deficient, apparently. Not one of them has a brain in their head. He actually believes, he literally believes
I didn't hit the goal. Make dinner.
that there are people who have actually gone into bankruptcy
I do believe
because
it.
of the amount that they have supported me.
There's public records, Phil. There's public records in a
Who's the
video on
crazier person
YouTube.
here, right?
Who's crazy?
You actually believe that someone actually gave
There's public bankruptcy records. The guy got doxxed, so we know his real name. You could look up his court documents. He went bankrupt 3 times, being one of your pay pigs, you dummy.
me their entire life's fortune and they went into bankruptcy because of me. I mean, what? Where do you even get this stuff?
Well, I didn't say that, but it can be clearly established that one of his pay pigs went bankrupt 3 times. And he's clearly was one of his pay pigs and moderators. And he went bankrupt 3 times. That's a factual statement, Phil.
And how would you ever even corroborate that with a? You can't. Like the stuff that you say is so ludicrous and stupid.
Oh, I can corroborate it because I could just go copy and paste stuff off Kiwi Farms, get the guy's name, get the bankruptcy records. I think they were shown. Some of them were shown in that video. Maybe. Yeah, we can establish that, Phil. One of your mods and pay pigs went bankrupt 3 times while being one of your big supporters and pay pigs and giving you lots of money.
Right? Like number one, like any content creator would ever know who it is that's contributing, what their life situation is, or why would it ever be a creator's responsibility to even know who's contributing or what, it's not.
Okay, so you're just going to keep taking money from a guy that's in dire financial straits. He's one of your mods, so you should have some communication with him that you think to say, hey, stop giving me money. And by the way, anybody that has become a mod here, I tell, don't ever super chat. But there is an exception. Sometimes Spooky, who is like the lead mod here, will PayPal me to get my attention, but it's always like $1 or something like that. And and I've said it a bunch of times, and you know what? I've never done it, so I'm going to have to give Spooky $20 or $50 so that there's the fund for that to get my attention. My mods, I tell, don't ever super chat me because you're doing enough, doing a service for the community and being a moderator. Dun Style Mouth Drooler with a kind and generous $1.99 says, let's get some subs to Sandwich. Ash loves them. Absolutely. And Warm343 just became a member. Thank you for that. And we've got Germ70. Get your calculator, Pocket Watcher. Germ70 with 5. This is just sad from DSP. He had his chance to reinvent himself and embrace his meme, but his ego won't let him do the heel turn and make the content. Yeah, I mean, I still think there's a road to redemption for him, and maybe Kino will have something to do with that. Those boys really, regardless of what I think of Phil, those guys kind of, it seems to me that they care about him and his future, and they're trying to help him. He's even said it. They try to help him not be such a scumbag. Let's not forget about the one who tipped $300 and it turns out he was dying and he was living in his car. Yeah, that's a famous one too. Thank you, Seemingly Odd, for the dono. I hope you're not living in your car. I'll give you your $5 back because I'm not a scumbag. Magic Short Bus with 5. Any judge or jury would find Pig Roach guilty on the amount and type of evidence detractors have. I truly believe that you are correct. I believe that you are correct. It's fun time, says Spooky. Let's keep growing. And Spooky, before I forget, I do want to give you that $20 or whatever to put it in the Get Steve's. Sometimes something's going on and Spooky needs to get my attention and it's difficult. So Spooky will throw $1 super chat in there. But I do tell the mods here, don't PayPal me, because some people became mods and then they were sending, $20, $50. And I was like, whoa, I don't want anybody to have the perception that you're a mod because you're a donator or a supporter. So don't do that. But that's what, somebody with integrity does. You're doing something for the community, right? Billy Hicks is here. This is solid proof that the system runs and thrives off of debt and we're all debt slaves. Oh, I get it. Yeah. All right, let's get back to
what
this.
I would say is any of you out there who watch my content, okay, I would hope that if you contribute to me, that you're taking care of yourself first.
Oh, he really
because
cares
that's
about
what's
you.
more important. You and
Sure.
yours and your family is more important than sending me a contribution. I want you to understand that.
Good. Why don't you announce that on every show before you do the begging?
All right. So as long as you understand that and you're willingly
He's
giving,
guilting people into sending him donations so he and his wife can have an Arby's dinner. But here he is like, hey, make sure you take care of yourself
I don't
first.
see what the problem is. I can't.
He doesn't see
stop
what the problem
you from
is.
contributing. I don't know why you're contributing or what your situation is. It's up to you. And it
Good.
always has been and it always will be.
All right.
Why would I have to even say that, right?
Yeah.
I don't
Why
know.
should you have to
but
say that?
apparently you
Because of your history of e-begging, clown.
have to, because somehow I'm responsible if people, I guess it's what they say, the pignosis, right? I'm some kind of a crazy mastermind who can
No, I think you're kind of an idiot. But the morons that are in your chat are even stupider than you, so it works. The pignosis works on them.
fool all of you into contributing. Because it's funny when Steve says stuff like, I think you're a tremendously stupid person, but then also at the same time, I'm a mastermind who's fooling people on the internet to give me their money every day.
You could be stupid with some things and be very skilled as with other things like manipulating vulnerable people.
So which is it? Right? Like, what are you talking about, right? Anyway.
Are you
It was
done?
a whole 2.5 hours of nothing.
Yeah, nothing. The 20,000 people showed up to watch.
It really was. And the thing was, again, he tried every possible way to trap me, right? So first I go on there. He says it's going to be 90 minutes. He outright told me it would be 90 minutes.
Oh,
Then he
cry. Let's fast forward. We got to get through this. We're 3.5 hours already. I was hoping to get through this in 3 hours, all of it. And I've still got more. I got more for you, Phil. And we're going to keep going as long as the donos go.
et cetera, all right? So when I called, I spoke to a woman, all right? And this woman who's all of her information I still have.
Broside
okay?
Phil, we're going to get
I
to
had
this.
a conversation with her about the whole thing.
We're gonna get to this with Broside Phil on our next episode of the Despicable World of Darksydephil.
But then, as an aside to that,
oh, there's an aside.
At that same time that I had gotten this threatened email.
Sorry, one moment. Oh, look at that, Phil! I just hit 2 goals in one stream, and now we're gonna set another goal. So we're probably going to hit 3 goals. You got that pocket watch going? You watching my pocket? All the colors. We'll do, yeah. And what are we going to do for the third one? I got to find a vest. I'll just put overtime and we'll figure it out. Overtime. We're already eating a cheeseburger, and then we're going through and laughing at some of Phil's begging stuff. So for the third goal, I just put overtime, and it's for 50 super chats, any amount. Let's get some subs, and I got to check in with the Kick. We will read everybody that gifted a sub on Kick as well.
I was actually getting, no exaggeration, hundreds to thousands of dollars in chargebacks. If you remember, years ago, there were guys, what was his name, Tutankhamun.
Yeah, and I challenged to show that because I think that's a grift too. I think that he lies about getting all these chargebacks so people feel sorry for him and give him more money. And there's been times where he said he couldn't pay for this bill or that bill because of the chargebacks and he really needs tips. You know, he's got a long history of this.
Wanted to contact your local FBI. Perhaps the FBI would actually do something about it. Okay?
Here he is
That's
lying about the
actually what I
police
was
and the
told.
conversation that he
Bob,
had.
That can't be corroborated, right? Like, who can corroborate their story? Nobody. But that's okay. Their story doesn't ever have to be corroborated. To what extent anything these people say or do is fake. But here's the concrete evidence, right? So what do they want me to do? They want me to send them the information
That would clear your name and prove your innocence? Yes.
from the officer,
Yes.
so they can contact the officer. And I'm thinking, but you
No, don't worry. Darksydephil already found her. She was the responding officer, and then she handed the case off to the detective that he already talked to. We're going to prove you a greasy liar again on the next episode of The Despicable World of Darksydephil. It's going to be fun
you already lied.
because I'm a moron. So we're going to prove you a liar again because I'm such a moron.
You already concocted a fake story that can't be corroborated.
Oh, it wasn't a fake story. We're going to get to it. We're going to prove you lied to your audience again, Phil.
Right? Like, who can corroborate their story? Nobody. But
Nobody.
that's okay.
We're going to get an audio recording of him talking to the woman you talked to, verifying that she didn't say any of the dumb shit that you told your dumb as rocks moron audience.
Story doesn't ever have to be corroborated. Mine does, though. Right? Because I'm the one being accused of stuff. So you made something up. You talked to someone who I've never spoken with.
He didn't make anything up. He has the receipts. He has an audio recording of him talking to the detective. And he's going to have an audio recording of him talking to the girl that he mentions here. We're going to have all the receipts. And boy, we're going to roast you again, piggy pig pig.
I never had a dealing with. Right? I have the real evidence. But if I give you this evidence, you could completely lie again. Right?
No, I can't.
100%. And who's going to say that you did or didn't? Like, no one can prove it. This is all hearsay nonsense.
It's not hearsay.
Always is. That's the point.
It's not hearsay if you have recordings of the calls made to the police officers, you lying pig.
Always is. Nonsense.
It's always
None
nonsense.
of this matters.
Nothing
It's all
matters.
he's wasting time on it. I'm talking about it on this podcast, and then we're moving on to play Street Fighter today.
No, he's going to be seething tomorrow and do a cope stream tomorrow and beg for more money.
This is not the day.
But I guarantee you that I made more money tonight than you were going to make on your cope stream, piggy pig pig.
Where Phil talks about this all day. It's not going to be the week, the month. It's just nonsense. And again, it's the same nonsense.
The same nonsense.
Over and over and over. Okay? So I'm going to say one thing to these idiots in chat. Why don't you just present your bank statements and this and that? I'm not going to show anyone my bank statements, you incredible fucking buffoons.
Yeah, because that would prove that he's guilty. He's guilty! He's broke and he's guilty! Showing the bank statements would prove he's guilty! Guilty, I say! Guilty!
Because then you would see accounts on there and shit that people could use to hurt me.
No, I agreed to sign an NDA that I would not disclose any information to anyone. I would simply verify if his real bank statements matched the expenses and the purchases on the bank leaks, and I would confirm or deny that for my audience, his audience, and all of the internet. He doesn't want to do that. I'll even hire an independent accounting firm to do that work so that he can't say, well, Steve's connected to detractors, he could lie. An independent accounting firm would lose their license if they disclosed anything like that. I'll pay for an accounting firm to look at those records. He won't provide them because he's guilty. Guilty. The pig is guilty.
Are you dumb? Why don't you show your bank statements to everyone right now?
I wouldn't really have a problem with that, at least my show statements, because my show bank statements will just prove that I buy a lot of I don't know, microphones, webcams, computer parts, and I bought a bundle of CDs on the show money because I had to transfer files to an ancient computer. I bought these lights with the I don't you know
Just answer that. If there's nothing on a bank statement that could ever be used to hurt you,
you redact whatever you need to redact. What we're interested in is matching your bank statements for the time period of the bank leaks, your true and real bank statements that you present to the bank leaks to decide whether you're a lying scumbag grifter who spends tons of money on microtransactions, right? And a children's wrestling game while crying that you need money for your mortgage and groceries and all this other stuff. It would prove or disprove that you spent $40,000 on microtransactions.
why don't you just show your bank statement right now on the internet to everyone? Post it up on your Twitter account, right? Because nothing could possibly be used to hurt you, right? What a dumb thing to
muddy
say.
the waters, muddy
Well,
the
don't
cope.
post it publicly.
Cope,
Just give it
bitch.
to Steve,
Cope.
who is obviously
Okay, so I'm connected to detractors. I've offered to hire an independent accounting firm
working with
then.
detractors and benefits by lying to make me look bad so he can make more content and make money. That's who you want me to present this to. Because this is the problem is there's no neutral.
What if I demonetize the stream where we talk about the proof and evidence that you present and I give all the super chats to charity, or worse, you? What if I do that and then I don't make any money? I do it as a public service to prove or disprove that you're a lying scumbag grifter that's been lying to your audience for years. What if we do it that way? Then I don't have a financial incentive to lie about you then. I'll do that. I'll give you my commitment. I'll do that. Commitment right now.
Party. Get it? There is none. There's people who don't care, and then there's people who care because they financially benefit from me looking bad. Those are the two parties. There is literally no neutral party on the internet.
Okay, so I'll hire an independent accounting firm. I will take away every excuse this pig has to show his cards, and he still won't show his cards. Do you know why? Because he's bluffing. He's bluffing because he's guilty. Guilty, I say, he's guilty.
And that's why I don't bother with this shit. There's no point to it, right?
Yeah,
There's no
proving his innocence. There's no point to that.
crime. There's no investigation. There's nothing here. It's a bunch of drama bullshit that they just keep bringing up.
Because you keep lying.
Again, notice it's nothing about today. It's nothing about yesterday. It's nothing about.
Oh, don't worry. See, I'm just getting caught up because I'm 15 years behind in your scams and grifts and begging, Phil. Don't worry. Don't worry. I promise on the next episode of the Despicable World of Darksydephil, we'll cover some of the latest stuff from the last couple of months. That'll be
about
new.
This year. It's nothing about
right?
this. It's nonsense from 5+ years ago. That has nothing to do with modern day. It's just white noise to everything.
Oh, it's just
Okay?
white noise.
So
Just noise. Are you done?
I don't care. I mean, what I said in the interview stands today. I don't care
You don't
about any of this.
care.
I'm not going to bother with it. It's all a waste of everyone's time, mostly mine.
It's not a waste of my time. I got a big fat stack of cash, man. I'm gonna need a bigger bank account if this keeps up, Phil.
Okay? And I just don't want to bother with it. All right? Now, we do have to, address the elephant in the room. All right? We do. We all know that Steve, where did he come from? How does he have notoriety? Well, because he's been on Keno Casino.
Okay.
And yes, it's absolutely 100% true that the guys from Keno Casino are the ones who put me in contact with Steve for this interview.
Yeah. Okay. Well, look, I think we're pretty much done. We're going to share the Keno thing because Triple P's on my side. I got snaked.
To me, because he heard of me from the casino and said he wanted to do the interview. And of course, I talked to Ashton about it previously and stuff. And he said, yeah, do the interview. It'll be good. And yada, yada, right? So I had the conversation with Ashton about this. And basically his response is thus, all right? Now, I'm not making this up or exaggerating. He's like,
here's where Triple P throws me under the bus, but I'm okay with it because I think it's hysterical.
I had no idea that he was going to do that.
Yeah, no idea.
I knew he was going to ask you questions, but I had absolutely no effing clue that he was going to go to that extent and that he was going to actually have detractors on the show and that he was going to go that heavy in. And yes, that was absolutely a snaking and it went too far and he shouldn't have done it like that.
Yeah. Triple P had me as a guest on his show because of my incredible investigatory skills and research abilities at busting grifters. But He didn't have any idea. Okay, all right, we'll take Ashton Triple P at his word. He had no idea that was going to happen. Okay, all right. But in my defense, and I said this earlier, you can't throw fresh meat in front of like if you got fresh meat, you can't throw fresh meat in front of a ravenous wolf and expect it not to devour it. That's what I'll say in my defense. You cannot throw fresh meat in front of a ravenous, hungry wolf and expect him not to devour it.
And he basically kind of went rogue, and it looks like he did it because he wanted to make some money.
Oh, come on.
Okay.
Now, Phil, unlike you, and I'm hesitant to say this because it might slow down the donos. I don't really need the money. The money's nice. Pays for. I might buy a stream deck with that money, or a new gaming PC, or editing PC, or something for my show with it. The money's nice, but I don't need it.
Well, there you go. Ashton just said it in chat. He's corroborating what I just said. He says, it's true. Steve went into business for himself and he lied to us. Year of the snake.
All right. I think, my friends, that's enough for the cope. That's enough for the cope. He just goes off. He basically says like, Triple P is on my side and Steve's a snake. And I don't even know what to think about that, but it is what it is. We're gonna share what Ashton said, and I hope this is the right one. Let me just check really quick, so please bear with me. These guys have the longest intro ever. All right, 1 second. I just have to cue this. This is something else. All right, 1 second. Now I got it pretty much queued up. And this is from Kino Casino's last show, where the Casino boys go over what just happened with this interview. And boy, I was kind of shocked when I heard this, and but it is what it is, and I want to share it and put it on the record. And I did say earlier today, and I guess I'll put it on the record here, I did not have any, I didn't talk to Triple P. I did, as best I recall, I did, I might have told him that I'd be nice. I might have did that. All right? Pardon me. Let's get into it, friends.
Slurs.
Celebrate good times. Come on. We're all bitchless and there's no fucking pussy.
Oh, great.
All
Thanks.
right, folks.
There goes my ad revenue.
It's the special edition of the show where we're going to make you honestly feel good that you're not fucking playing the Valentine's Day game today. We're going to go
These guys, this is their Valentine's Day special for the incel crowd, I guess.
through some brutal shit.
Oh, it's bad.
The cringiest, most devastating content you could possibly ever imagine. It's incel.
And by the way, it's Kino Casino Gaming on Kick. Check them out. If I'm pretty sure everybody here knows who they are. Or Kino Casino Clips on YouTube.
Mania, it's running wild.
No, it's actually fucking.
We're having a look at polyamorous relationships.
The Mohawk PUA is the
The
best.
peeve by Steve.
Oh, wait a minute.
You're gonna interview Phil about.
All right, wait a minute.
We're gonna do review tech. Also, Vosh is crying again. He's talking about how much the left.
I should have had this clipped. I apologize.
And how they failed.
Yeah.
They'll get to it in just a moment.
And it's like hopeless, and he's black-pilled. I added that, I was like, we gotta do Vosh crying. We
Don
gotta
Johnson with 2. We can go all night long. Thank you.
I was telling Ashton, guys, the clip channel, the fucking Ash. I mean, we all saw 36,000 views on the Vosh video.
Ice Yamato. He thinks everything is stupid, but him as always. You're right.
We do it because it's riveting.
We love love
meaningful
showing
content.
meaningful content.
Yeah, they don't do it for the money.
All the chat's all a rage about Steve versus Phil.
What happened with that?
Now let me
I was
just
busy as fuck
clarify.
yesterday. Go ahead. You
Here's
explain.
what happened.
Tell him what happened.
We made you, Steve. Steve, how could you
Oh,
betray
no.
us like this, Steve?
Oh,
We
no.
invite Steven into the show. We get him this big audience.
Mm-hmm.
We set up all
True.
these opportunities for
True.
Steve.
True.
We're supposed to do this softball interview where he sucks off Phil, and it was supposed to be about Project 7.
Mm-hmm.
I told Steve, you're going to interview Phil about Project 7.
I don't recall this
Watch the
conversation.
clips. You're
I don't
gonna
recall this
play, like,
conversation.
DSP doing Cup of Noodles. We're
Only
gonna go
positive, only positive commentary.
The moments that defined a generation. A generation of content online. Darksydephil, the legend.
FF13
And
review.
then what happened? I learned today the convoluted snake scheme that Steve executed. He was subverted by the detractors.
Way to throw me under the bus,
Beauty
buddy.
got to him.
Jesus Christ.
Cult apparently got to him.
Yikes.
And they poisoned Steve against King Phil.
No.
They poisoned Steve.
I got
And they
poisoned.
removed the broomstick from his hand
Whoa.
and gave him a shovel to bury Phil in a fucking shallow grave. I couldn't believe it.
Oh,
The year
no.
of the snake.
The year of the
Steven
snake.
just went into business for himself.
There's that talking
Nice.
point again.
He snaked everybody.
Snaked
And then
everybody.
he called out Phil's shameless grifting, his scams, and his lies.
I'm not surprised.
In my defense, I did my job. Come on, Triple P, you know what I do. You know you were sending him into a lion's den. I don't know how. Maybe because I said I would be nice, but I was being sarcastic. Listen, I swear, I did tell Triple P that I would be nice, but I thought that he knew that I was being sarcastic. I don't know.
Honestly, I had a feeling about Steve.
I can't believe it, Steve.
Oh,
I
man.
can't believe it.
Oh, man.
Folks, how could this have happened?
Fucking
We
crazy.
were deceived by Steve. Oh, buddy.
Oh, I
I
deceived
didn't
them
know
all.
it was
I know.
supposed to be a good interview.
Oh,
And
man.
we were setting. I thought
Starting
we
to feel
gave
bad
him a
about this
great
now.
Chance. He was. We did. And then these detractors came in and subverted the whole thing. And
Fuck them.
I had
Damn
no
them.
idea.
Damn
damn
them to hell.
Damn you!
Fucking hell.
Damn you to hell, people of Jesus.
No!
That too, Steve.
Oh,
Oh,
what's his name?
Caesar reference.
Thank God.
Hmm.
Darksydephil was so badass last night.
Real?
He
Okay, tell
stood
us.
tall.
Did he?
He stood tall and
Oh, come
conquered
on.
all.
That's a
Because
stretch.
He stayed focused on providing positive content. for
Positive
his fans,
content.
meaningful content for his fans.
Lying through his
and he
teeth
defended his
to his
legacy.
fans.
And he didn't cave in to Steve's insane demands to, provide proof of his claims or clear his name.
Based.
That was fucking moronic lunacy on Steve's part.
Why
to
would
suggest
you?
such
Yeah, how dare I suggest that he provide evidence or proof of his claims about things he's been lying about for years? You're right. Why how dare I?
fucking things? Well, because the king's already doesn't matter if the king is guilty. He's the king. He can pardon himself.
Yeah.
Did you know fucking Trump's president now?
I am no
These
longer
fucking
guilty.
morons.
Oh, man.
Exactly. It
The
doesn't
end.
matter. It doesn't matter if Phil scammed his fans. You know why?
Phil should.
Because Phil scamming his fans is fucking based.
Oh my
And Red Bull, to
God.
begin with, it's like, Steve, you don't have to sell me on Phil. I'm
Yeah.
already hypnotized, Steve.
Can you
He's
believe
already
it?
already
hypnotized?
view him as a
DSP
god.
scammed his fans. That's why we're cool with
That's
him.
why we support Phil is because he's a con artist like us.
Oh my
You know what I mean?
God.
Dirty piece
Shocking
of shit.
revelations
Imagine
from Triple P
Not scamming
and Andy Worski.
your fans.
Imagine
Oh,
scamming
man.
your
I-
fans.
ultimately, what ended up happening, Steve enlisted a retard detractor.
Oh, I don't like that
up.
word.
No.
People get
Fumbled
mad
the
about that
football
word.
on the 1 yard line. I'm not even being fucking like funny here. This guy Steve brought in.
Really?
Oh, I think he did a good job.
Holy
No, he did a good job.
cringe, bro.
Yes.
Let me tell you about the honor and dignity of being a police officer.
He did say that. Yeah.
This guy's not a cop.
Oh, come on,
Steve
Triple
gets this
P.
guy who claims to be a cop who joins. The guy's entire life is Phil. And it's like this guy was way too close to the situation.
That might
to
be true.
properly
He was a little
press
starstruck.
Phil
He was a little
or,
starstruck.
Like, interrogate Phil.
Little
Because
starstruck,
the
just a
guy,
little.
Like honestly, it was like he was like in the presence of Jesus Christ.
He was a
Or,
little
like,
starstruck.
Buddha,
A little.
Wait,
or
you
like
mean-
Muhammad.
What, you
It
mean the
was like
fucking
he was in the
detractor?
presence. Yes,
You
the
was shocked?
detractor was like he was in the presence of a religious figure,
Yeah.
and he was just so fucking juiced to be there.
Yeah, he was excited to be there, but in his defense, he had been making what Phil would call detractor content about Phil for a while, and I guess it was kind of a surreal, weird experience for him to have a conversation or have the opportunity to have a conversation with Phil. I'll admit that. I think he was a little starstruck.
And get to have an opportunity to touch the hem of Phil's garment. You know, the guy really thought he was like a part of history or something. Like,
He was a part of history because people will be referencing that interview, I think, for years to come. So, yeah.
would be recorded for the generations to come.
It's internet
His
history.
Interrogation of fucking Phil.
He crashed out, they said?
Buddy, he crashed out, bro. He completely derailed Steve's interrogation.
A little bit.
Bucked the football.
I think he did a good job, and I told him that, and there people were very critical, but I think like he came through with evidence, and yeah, maybe we went a little too long with that segment. But hindsight's always 20/20, and I didn't know what to do because I didn't want to be rude to the guest who had helped me gather this evidence and throw him off or what, like drop him from the show when it seemed like it did go a little too long because he was having a hard time keeping Phil on track, and they went in circles for a while.
And made anybody normal watching go, huh, these detractors are kind of unhinged. You know what I mean? And it's like, it got to the point, right, where it's like with the bank leaks, and it's like, what, you really think that somebody would sit there all day and fake these transactions, thousands of transactions, as they're pulling up a spreadsheet where they've logged thousands of transactions of Phil's?
But who?
And it's like,
The cop?
yeah, no, the cop and Steve, and it's like, you know what? I'm starting to believe that these Spurgs might have faked the transaction.
Oh, he is totally on Darksydephil's side, and I'm a little upset about that. Like, I think he should be a little more neutral about this situation.
Because
That's just me.
putting a lot of effort into all of this shit. Way more effort than is fucking ever needed to crucify Darksydephil. You know what I mean? They got the pie chart up and everything.
What was the? I actually.
Yeah, we have data. We have a tremendous amount of overwhelming evidence and data that those bank leaks are real.
was actually really busy yesterday. What was what transactions, like what he buys with his debit card and shit?
Yes, man, they have every transaction. And then, but the thing was, what they were arguing kind of, to me, made it less likely they were real.
Oh, come on. And just to be clear, there are lots of transactions that were not correlated with Phil talking about them on his stream. But we've got 8 haircuts, maybe 8 restaurant visits, 8 times that he said, I'm going to the supermarket today or tomorrow, all correlated on the bank leaks.
Really?
Because the argument was,
There's a lot that are not, though. So why would you put ones that he never talked about on the bank leaks if they weren't real? Why would you put, if you're trying to be convincing and fake it, you wouldn't put a bunch that aren't correlated.
it's like, okay, so you said on this date you got a haircut. And here we have in the bank leaks a transaction for the haircut for $14.
There's no way that happened.
Well, no, they had it like 8 different times, 8 different haircuts. They even had Phil's wife in a photo at the haircut place.
Yes, we did.
Okay?
That's called evidence.
My thinking is, I'm just thinking, I'm like,
his thinking, he's trying to defend DSP here. It's clear that
well,
he's
wait
just
a
trying
minute.
to.
Doesn't
He's doing all the. Come on, Triple P, don't do all these mental gymnastics to try to defend this scumbag. Come on.
this, like, because they have him saying this on stream, couldn't they have put the fake transaction in the spreadsheet?
And in a 5-hour bank teller automated audio call? Not likely, Triple P. Sorry.
To then give it credibility?
Yeah.
So to me, it actually kind of gave it less credibility. That being said, I mean, they obviously fucking had like endless fucking proof that it was all real.
Yeah.
But you know, like,
Of course it was real.
Of course it was real.
argument-
Andy Worski, talk about snaking. Andy Worski just threw Darksydephil under the bus. He said, of course it was real. He's a con artist scammer. That's why we love him. Of course those bank leaks are real.
arguments are kind of like, I felt kind of self-defeating. And at a lot of points, like, here's the ultimate reality of it, right? And this is what I told Phil. And I said to him, Phil,
This is great
the
advice.
sun will rise tomorrow. You will still hit the goal. You're still going to make money. You're still Darksydephil. It doesn't matter. Darksydephil could be caught on tape slaughtering puppies, and he would still get people to donate.
He probably would.
Phil could possibly do or be exposed as doing that would stop him from making money from retards online.
Oh, there's that R word again. I don't condone the use of that word.
No matter how much Steve copes, no matter how much Steve, I have evidence, this guy is a bastard. It doesn't matter what evidence you have, Steve.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't
that you're
matter.
seeking the truth, because with Darksydephil, the lies will always prevail, my friend. The power of Phil's lies and darkness will always outshine your light of truth,
Oh,
Steve.
that's sad.
So
But
you might
it's
think
sad 'cause
that
it's
you
probably
have
true.
all these detractors lining up behind you now, and that you're gonna win. But Steve, I have bad news for you. Darksydephil outlasts them all.
Could be
And
right.
now
Could be right.
you're facing the curse of King Phil.
Oh no.
Because you snaked the house.
I
and
snaked the
allowed
house.
yourself to be subverted by the detractors, Steve.
Oh
We didn't
no.
set Phil up. It was a cream puff interview. And this bastard went rogue, went into business for himself. Shame on you,
This
Steve.
bastard. Listen to this.
We'll see you on the show next Tuesday. Okay.
I'll see you on the show next
Now
Tuesday.
then,
Wow, what a segment. That may be my favorite, but maybe because, look, he's talking about me. That may be my favorite rant that I've ever heard from Triple P. And I don't really know what to say. People have a lot of questions about this situation. Did they know? Did they not know? I will say that there was no conversation. To my recollection, I did say I'll be nice, but I meant it in a sarcastic manner, thinking that Triple P and Andy Worski, they know full well what I do. They know they were sending this guy into the lion's den. And maybe there was a communication problem and they should have been clearer with me. But just know this, I am in their debt, these guys. They did, listen, I've been grinding at this show for years, and very few people reached out and actually helped me with my show or gave me a bump, it's called, or did anything for me. And those guys recognized that, oh, maybe this guy's really good at this and he's not reaching enough viewers and we can help him. And they helped me tremendously. I will always be in their debt. I will always have gratitude and humbly say that those guys were awesome because they helped me when not many people, almost nobody did. And they did help me grow my audience. I think I have gained like thousands of subscribers since those guest appearances with them. It's been tremendous. And I'd never want to damage that relationship. Maybe there was a communication problem, but the point is, no matter how much I feel like I'm in their debt, I think they know me well enough to know that I wouldn't bend the knee and just do a softball glazing, you know, interview with him. Maybe they assumed I would because they know that I owe them. But do I owe them my ethics? Do I owe them my integrity? Do I owe them like forgetting everything that I do here and just let me be a mouthpiece to help promote Phil so he can rob more people of donos? No, I wouldn't do that. And I would have thought that they would have known that. And so that's disappointing, I guess. I will certainly find another way to pay them back. By the way, I made them some bumpers to thank them. I made them 4 bumpers. They never used them, but I did make them 4 very nice intro Kino Casino bumpers to thank them for all the help that they've been to me and my show and my channel. Those guys are tremendous, and I owe them a debt. But the debt can't be sit there and blow this guy for 2 hours about his history. He's a grifter. And they know I bust grifters. They sent him in here. What did they think was going to happen? I don't feel like I stabbed them in the back for sure. Maybe Phil. Fuck Phil. Germ 70 with 5. Remember, guys, every dollar is another dollar towards fixing DSP's fake snort, and it only comes out on stream to make him sound sick. Donate now. Very good point, and thank you, Germ 70, for kindness, generosity, and support. And we're partially to another goal. Hey, Phil, I might hit 3 goals in one stream. When's the last time you did that, buddy? Right? But I'm a terrible show host. Gino Primo, new subscriber to the channel here. Keep up the great work. Thank you for your kindness. I appreciate that, and glad you found us. Welcome, new subscriber. And we have Decanus with a kind and generous $8. Tomorrow, he'll say he knew nothing about this stream, but know all the details because people behind the scenes did just watch. Yeah, maybe. Who knows? But we thank you for your kindness. I was confused by the situation. I think maybe lack of communication, right? We can blame that, right? Like, we didn't communicate properly. If you wanted me to be a weasel and just help this clown promote his channel so he could rob more morons, you should have more clearly communicated that to me. I thought they knew what I was going to do. I thought they knew that we were going to roast the pig, right? Wacky Shuck just gifted 20 True Seekers memberships. Let's go. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Get your calculator out, Phil. That's $100. Very, very kind and generous of Wacky Shuck. And we've got a ton of people, 20 people. We're gifted memberships thanks to the kindness, generosity, and support of Wacky Shuck, who has gifted multiple free memberships and thrown super chats in. Big support from Wacky Shuck. Big ups. Thank you very much. Steve doesn't need the money. Quick, send more donos. Exactly. Yo, can we cut that out? Oh, it was live. Shit. We can't cut it out. But thank you for your kindness. And all of these people got free donos, free memberships. So make sure you subscribe. You're eligible for the free memberships only if you are a subscriber. All right, and now, my friends, I'm rapidly catching up to the live chat, and there's another one. Chad Wellington, longtime show supporter. Snaky Steve, Year of the Snake. I'm going to make a graphic of myself as a snake wrapping around this grifting Phil. That would make a nice thumbnail. Shaky Steve, Year of the Snake. Thank you for your kindness. We appreciate you. Thanks for appreciating us. And Tony Panther, Steve, you should all do a follow-up interview with Triple P. Let's get to the bottom of this once and for all. I don't know. I really don't want to damage that relationship with them. So if we can all just laugh about this shit and let it slide, I would be happy with that. But thank you, Tony Panther, very generous $20 dono. Banjo Bill, you don't need to defend yourself. This was the only time I could stand to watch Phil. Thank you for your kindness. A lot of people said that. Banjo Bill, another dono, multiple donos tonight. Thank you. DS Positive, he actually tried this years ago, and he went right back to just begging like a loser. I know. Chad Wellington with 5, longtime show supporter. Broside Phil, not to be mean, but you sound like a gay beat cop that frequents a YMCA. That's actually easier than dealing with a normal cop. Respect. Yeah, it is what it is, friends. So I'm rapidly running through this live chat. We've got one more piece to share. I got to eat this cheeseburger. We've been here for over 4 hours now. Duty streams. Triple P believes bank leaks are real. He said it. Yeah, he said that the bank leaks are real. Probably real. Andy Worski said that the bank leaks are for sure real. So, who's snaking who here? Okay. Stanley 6 PPP tried this with the Grill Phil segment on their podcast, and Phil's audience got salty, so he sent in Steve. I don't know, Stanley. That's a pretty good theory. Thanks for the $5 dono. Mr. Rock with a £2 dono. He's guilting the lily. Don't worry. Yes. Call me Astro with a kind and generous 5. The Steve Gnosis worked. Here's a contribution. A Cambian attribution. Thank you for your kindness. Call me Astro. Very kind of you. And thank you for the support. Phil is an alien that speaks in crop circles. From Rolf Klink with a kind and generous $2. I came, I saw, I cringed. $5. Steve, just admit it. It's all a work and a cynical play to grift DSP's detractors. Praise the cash. Well, I deny that. I deny these heinous allegations that I'm just trying to get my own grift going, right? I deny these heinous allegations. I came, I saw, I cringed. Thanks for the £5, though. And Anthony, Triple P is annoying. His yelling summons headaches. I like his rants. I love them. Come on, don't be disparaging, but thank you for the $30. Triple P is PHYAT. Come on, be nice to the guy. I feel the same way about saying something like that as I do somebody making fun of my paralyzed eye. Some people are just built different, right? Magic Short Bus just became a YouTube channel member. And if you become a YouTube channel member during the live broadcast, we give you a big shout out and thank you. So big shout out and big ups and thank you to Magic Short Bus. You are now a member. Welcome to the inner circle. Woke center left, detractors are totally unhinged enough to use text-to-speech software free that sounds like the bank teller system. No, this is something that's not available online. It's a $10,000 software development kit made for bank telephony systems. It's not easy to fake, but I appreciate your $10 dono. Sounds like the bank teller system. Use his videos and Google Maps to create realistic transactions and pepper in unmentioned. It could be, but I just think that you'd need a CIA level of team to do this. I really do think that. So 1 second now. I got to find something to share. Oh, no, we're going to get to this. I just like proving that Darkseid, I just like proving that DSP Darksydephil is a liar. There's a lot of changing stories, right? A lot of changing stories about him and mobile games. First, he said he never played mobile games. Then he said he did play mobile games. First, he said he never played the WWE thing. Then the dummy left it up on his phone. So he had to admit that, oh, yeah, I do play mobile games, including the WWE thing. All right, 1 second. Let's get this queued up. Again, this is fair use. Here's Phil talking about mobile games.
No, it's like normal coins. It's not even a big deal.
Oh. Are you kidding me? God damn it. Hold on a second. I really got to get better at being a good clipper. Just bear with me. We'll get through this. Again, this is because Darksydephil has his ads turned up to annoying level maximum, right? Because he needs every goddamn penny he can get to plug into a stupid wrestling game. Going broke, but he's doing great on WWE dumb shit. All right, we can come back now. 1 second here. Let's get back to it. Here we go. And this is just to prove a point that he lies to his audience constantly.
Coin, right? You can't die or nothing here. You just grab every coin. Okay. Some of these red coins or something? I'm curious.
Very adult game he's playing here.
Excuse me. Why was it so hard to get to this if it's just regular coins? Seriously. I can see like, oh, there's a secret red coins just to beat the state. No, it's like normal.
He's going to talk about mobile games in a second.
Coins. It's not even a big deal. I don't get it. Oh my
What a great gamer. He's missing half the coins.
God, there's a lot of them. A lot of fucking coins in here. But again, guys, do you see how, like, these fucking weirdos always prove my point? Like,
Here we
so
go.
I've said a million times, I don't play mobile games, right?
I've said a million times, I don't play mobile games. I've said a million times, I don't play mobile games.
Well, here we go. Oh, but you said on your podcast, your marriage, that on the plane in 2019, you were playing mobile games. It's like, what the fuck? So first of all, you even like care like you remember that. You went back and watched back my fucking podcast from April 2019 talking about my marriage, and you took out one, thing that I said on the podcast, and you singled it out to try to make me a liar, right? No, that's a lot. Just like everything has a very logical explanation. But
Oh, yeah, there is a logical explanation. You lied to your audience. Either you lied to your audience when you said you never play mobile games, or you lied to your audience when you said that you played mobile games on the plane with your wife, right? It's one or the other. You can't have it both ways, piggy, pig, pig. Harry's going to talk about mobile games again, and now we get another story. Hey, Phil, how's my research?
yeah, mobile games are 100% a money pit. I've never been able to play a mobile game more than like a
Mobile games are 100% a money pit, he says. He says they're a money pit. Oh, are you kidding me? God damn, this dude has his ads cranked up to griff level maximum. Jesus God, dude. 1 second. We'll get to this. Here, he has a Freudian slip because he starts talking about what a money pit the mobile games are, right? Money pit.
Yes, it is. That's right. Black Mage 2 says Kojima made one heck of a pack mule.
Oh no! Did I lose the God damn it! I lost the. Oh, just give me one moment. We'll find the timestamp. Oh man, I'm not going to be able to find the timestamp in this clip. We'll do it on it. We'll figure it out. Unless did I back it up too much? Let's see here. In my defense, I am half blind. It's 27 minutes in, I think. 27:20. There we go.
More than say like a month or two
Here we go.
as the intro of the game, and then get to a point.
Yeah. So this is it. 27:07. We'll go from there.
All right, we gotta go make this post
Fair
box
use,
over here, this
transformative
mission.
work.
A packing mule simulator. Here we go. We're off.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Yeah, mobile games are 100% a money pit. I've never been able to play a mobile game more than say like a month or two as the intro of the game, and then get to a point where the game's fun without spending money. They're all about you have to drop money.
And here he says he's never been able to play a mobile game for more than a month or two because they're just a money pit. But later he admits that he played WWE Superstars or whatever for years. So were you lying then to your audience, or are you lying now?
Get that new character. Get the resources. Get health packs. Get this. Get that. They're all just a freaking ridiculous scam. They make you think like it's able to be played. In reality, it can't be. So I gave up on them. I said, fuck that.
He gave up on them. Okay, I think that's enough of that. We've established that he lies to his audience constantly. And, Phil, you can say I'm terrible at research, then how do I keep catching you lying to your audience constantly? U.S. Army 77 just became a YouTube channel member. And like I said, if you become a YouTube channel member, we give you a big shout out, a big thank you. Thank you for your kindness. U.S. Army 77. And if you are an Army veteran, thank you for your service. We appreciate you. Thanks for appreciating us. Hank Saber EX vibes surrounded with little purple stars. Oh, this stupid super chat thing. For those unaware, my software cannot translate the super stickers. They're working on it, I'm told, but they've been telling me that since I started using this software a few months ago. Hopefully, we'll have that worked out soon, but thank you for your kindness anyway. And yeah, we're 17 of 50 for the latest goal. So we did hit the first goal, which is eating a cheeseburger. And I know that was kind of a goal for last night, or the last show that we did with goals, but I didn't have the cheeseburger. I did have an Arby's meal with my family. So, hey, thanks for giving me shit tons of money to eat Arby's for free, right? Better than free, because, I love how Darksydephil he'll ask for $150 goal to eat a $6 cheeseburger. This is a great grift, and I'm getting in on it, bitches. I'm getting in on the DSP grifts. I'm learning how to grift so well from this greasy grifter. It's awesome. So, all right, I do have something that we can share. In the meantime, while I got to run downstairs. Well, first I got a piss break. We've been here for 4 hours and 15 minutes. So I need a pee break, and I need to get into that. I need to get into. Oh, let me see. Somebody just sent me a really funny video, and Autobahn says Timbo is still supporting and watching Phil. His new username is Big Papa Phil. So Phil is still taking donations even after that guy has been through 3 bankruptcies, right? Wow. All right. This is what we're going to do. Let me find an appropriate bumper here, and we'll take a short break. And when I return, we're into the goal and bonus content. See that, Phil? We do overtime here. We don't hold the audience hostage and then just eat a snack for it or whatever while I'm eating a cheeseburger. We still have the Keemstar content. This Keemstar wrecks this guy and calls him a greasy grifter. It's funny as hell, and I want to share that with you. But we have a problem here, which is that I'm a terrible, according to Phil, I'm a terrible show host. I'm a terrible producer. I'll give him that, because there are certain things that I should have done to prep for tonight's broadcast that I did not do. But here's what we're going to do. I'm going to find one, hopefully a good one here. But I don't really have a lot of Phil related. Do I have a lot of Phil? I don't have a lot of Phil related content loaded on deck here, but I will find something. We need a few minutes for me to run to the bathroom and quickly heat up a cheeseburger. Nobody wants to eat a day old cold cheeseburger, right? I mean, nobody wants to do that. Yeah. So just give me one moment here. There's got to be something here that I can use. Otherwise, well, let me get to my Twitter, because a lot of people sent me some funny videos. Maybe I can just play some funny videos. All right, 1 second. One second here. Yeah. Ugh. Just bear with me one moment, friends. I apologize for the delay here. We want to get to the bonus content, but I really need a break bumper, and I don't have a very long one. Oh, you know what? I'll play this one because it's funny, and maybe you haven't seen it before, and we'll cut it because this is a good long bumper that I can use. We have the Wacky World of Wilcock theme song. And for those unaware, we started tonight's broadcast with the Despicable World of Darksydephil theme song. So if you like feltoning grifters like Darksydephil, you might like our World of Wilcock series. And that one's crazy. Like this clown, David Wilcock, that used to be on Ancient Aliens, said I got him swatted. We got the body cam footage and proved he was lying. He's telling his followers to take baths in his own piss to get superpowers. It's crazier. It's almost crazier than Darksydephil, but they're very similar in their grifting styles in that they both are constantly claiming they're under attack. They both are constantly claiming they have tremendous financial emergencies, and they both are constantly guilt tripping their audience into sending more donations. It's the hallmark of a grifter. So I'm going to play that while I take a pee break, get this cheeseburger, and also get some liquid beverage because I'm down to my last water here, and I could use a caffeinated beverage if I got time to grab one, and I think I do. So I want to thank all of you for the support so far. We've had a tremendous night of support, and unlike Darksydephil, I didn't beg 88 times about hitting goals. I just set them. And then people are kind and generous enough, due to the tremendous content and value we provide our audience, that they just send us money. It's awesome. And thank you all for that. And take a moment to thank you Patreon supporters. You could join for as little as $1 a month, and you YouTube channel members who get the same benefits, but on YouTube you get a couple of extra goodies like a member badge and priority reply in the replies in the live chat. Thank you all for that. So I will be right back. Before that saying, like, I have to piss so bad I can taste it? I'm kind of getting there. So, but I'm going to try to do this as quickly as possible. In the meantime, I got to put the banner up because that clown, this is a comedic parody, so it's definitely covered under fair use. We'll be back with some bonus content, including what Keemstar has to say about this leech grifting scumbag. We'll be right back, friends. Don't go anywhere. The show is not over. We will be back with additional bonus content.
Stavati's been a ghost ship, 20 years of empty claims, with hangars full of garbage and dreams that never came. Now he's fishing for new suckers to store more junk inside, while promising his gullible fans hover cars and free energy rides.
We are working on anti-gravity. As soon as we get finance, which again is coming very soon.
Divine insights were handed down, but now they cost a fee. In the wacky world of Wilcock, that's the way it's gotta be. Financial resets, debts erased, a world so fair and bright. The alliance never came, and neither did his wife. The wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. Just buy my course, $300. Enlightenment's the deal. In the wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. Extraterrestrial pals, they're coming here to stay. Disclosure's always just around, but aliens delay. Law of one, the Bible, Bhagavad Gita, all mixed up in one. David's stealing from the best, but his fans think it's a brand new one. Plagiarizing profit, that's his favorite routine. In the wacky world of Wilcock, where nonsense reigns supreme, we'll all get rainbow bodies, whatever that might mean. And Jesus is an alien, the wildest thing you've seen. David's on a hero's journey through dimensions far and wide. Draco reptilians know where he lives, so in his mansion he must hide. Catastrophes and end times, we're on the brink, he said. But my coffee's brewing nicely, and I'm still in my bed. The wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. Just buy my course, $300. Enlightenment's the deal. In the wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. No one's suffering like David in his mansion grand and tall, with eyes and steak and chicken, he's the loneliest of all. His teeth are fake as his prophecies, and courses that he sells. In the wacky world of Wilcock, he's ringing all the bells.
If we bathe in our own urine, we can gain superpowers. Doing the bath does help. Or you urinate before you get into the bathtub, and then you drink new water out of a glass, and when you're in the bathtub, you can do a little more.
Buy my course, $300. Enlightenment's the deal. In the wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. His PowerPoint slides are packed with schizophrenic rants, forced to stream on YouTube now, bankruptcy's a stance. Stavati Aerospace, a Ponzi scheme they say, so pay pigs better pay up, or like Corey Good he'll stay. So many dates, so many dreams, none of them come true. But hey, don't fret, just buy the course and I'll enlighten you.
For God's sake, take the deal, okay? But you have to take the deal and you have to cooperate.
Rise, rise, rise. And you feel yourself, kinetic energy of levitation.
tingling across your skin.
In 2012 we all ascend, a cosmic shift was due. But here we are in 24, and nothing much is new. Mass arrests and combo busts, beliefs should quake in fear, yet they're still here, sipping wine. And we're all stuck right here, in a world of greer and good, crush and loot. With their claims nobody tops David Wilcock, with his fringe and wacky games, while they're sharing UFOs and theories kinda tame. David's got aliens who wanna sleep with him and eat him, what a shame. He's the master of the bizarre, with rainbow bodies on display, in the wacky world of Wilcock, where nonsense leads the way. So here's to Dave, the shyster bold, with tales so far-fetched and grand, in his world of make-believe, where fantasy's second-hand. He spins his fairy tales and lies between his YouTube streams, for his cat crystal ladies who gobble up his dreams.
Sorry, greetings and salutations, friends. Boy, just in the nick of time. Yeah, so we had a goal tonight, and you, all right? Darksydephil, you scumbag, I learned it by watching you, because I don't know how much we made on that first goal, but hundreds and hundreds of dollars. It's awesome. So for hitting that goal, I'm gonna eat a Arby's cheeseburger. This is the wrapper. I couldn't put it in the microwave. This is a day old, and this is deluxe Arby's deluxe burger, which yeah. So just so everybody knows, I'm not cheating with a different burger, but I couldn't put that in the microwave. One moment. All right. So, boy, I don't really have a place to put this, but I'm trying my best to just put it over here. And we're going to eat while we work, because I'm not a lazy scumbag loser like Darksydephil. I'm going to show you content while I eat that gold burger, bitches. All right. So, yeah. I talked about the tremendous feltoning that Darksydephil was given by one Keemstar, and it's funny. It's really funny. So let me just get to my Google Drive, and we'll find that, and we'll share that while I eat this burger. And hopefully, sometimes a day-old burger is not so good, but I don't know. It looks good. Smells good. It was good yesterday when I had a different one. Well, no, I had the same burger yesterday. Yeah. All right, Keen Beef clip, and this is fair use. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public, and we are, let's take the comedic parody down. Oh, but before we do this, let's catch up with the live chat. It's just going fast and furious in there tonight. Another one for the goal. DSP has scammed and grifted so much that he would just do well to write a book on his long-running career of scamming people. Wolf of YouTube Gaming. Wow. Great comment, Germ70, and thank you. Checking in with the live chat, we got another kind and generous one for the goal. Remember, any amount goes towards the goal. Mariner1712 with another one. Excited for the big Wilcock deal reveal stream in a few months. Yeah, it's going to be awesome. For those unaware, I challenged David Wilcock. I offered him $10,000, and he could use all his superpowers and his alien friends and his imaginary angel friends to find a big box of dildos that we buried somewhere in the world. And so far, he hasn't found that box of dildos, and we haven't revealed where we buried it, but we're going to do that on my birthday, May 31st. Because coincidentally, David Wilcock's entire grift is coming crashing down on May 31st, because he's been saying for more than a year now that by May 2025, there'll be Open Alien Contact event and Ascension by May of 2025. And when that doesn't happen, we're going to show everybody that where we buried this box of dildos, and it's going to be glorious, friends. Lino user with the kind and generous $2, no message, but we thank you. Multiple contributions from Lynn Very, very kind of you. Lino user, is that Linux user maybe? Are you a Linux user? I'm a big Linux fan. The key fabs on this is way better than AEW or WWE. If you say so, Worm343. I'm not a big gamer, and I'm even more not a. I've never eaten on stream before, I don't think. So this is kind of odd for me. So, and I didn't get any. Oh, I have a napkin here. All right, I got a napkin. Right, we're not going to eat like a pig, like Phil. We're classy here. So this is one for the goal, and I learned by watching Darksydephil that you could grift hundreds of dollars and then just spend $6 on the cheeseburger and keep the rest of the money. So thanks, all you morons, right? Praise the cash, bitches. All right, I got to share my screen, and then Darksydephil, Google Drive. I have this wonderful Keemstar content. This is so funny. Oh, wait a minute. I'm gonna make sure you see me eating it. I'm definitely eating the burger. I'm not gonna do a burger review. It's a fucking cheeseburger. You people know what a cheeseburger tastes like, right? I'm gonna try to not eat with my mouth full. So let's get to the entertainment portion. It's like dinner and a movie, right? All right. Let's see what Keemstar has to say about this slob that he offered $50,000 to so he could stop grifting and begging like a clown every day, like a loser. He's broke. Why won't he take the 50 grand?
A quick backstory about DSP to add more to it is this guy for years and years and years has hit his fans with, I'm not going to be able to pay rent, guys. I don't know what I'm going to do. I really need your help. I'm clocking into work. Obviously, you guys don't like the Paper Mario, so we're doing Sonic Legends today. Like, it's like just like Mutahar said, right? This guy,
burger's actually pretty good.
Is like the biggest leech on the fucking internet, right?
The biggest leech on the internet.
Recently, I want to say like maybe a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, he started talking shit about me, like just out of the blue. Someone mentioned Keemstar in his chat, right? And he just goes on this fucking rant. I don't like Keemstar. He does nothing but this drama chef, and he's bad, and he's just drama this.
Yeah, no matter what, listen, love him or hate him, Keemstar is rich as a. This dude is. He's got a lot of money. He's been very successful as a content producer. So who the hell is Darksydephil who's got to beg for grocery money to talk shit on this guy?
And drama that, and I'm like, I barely even know this guy, so I start like going through the Drumler archives to figure out like, did I ever talk about him on Drumler? Why is he so mad at me, right? And sure enough, there was this incident where he left his fucking stream on and he was beating his. And it went viral, right?
Wait,
like,
Nux, have you seen that? You saw that, right?
What?
Brother, okay, so
he didn't know his camera was on and he was beating off, not knowing the camera was on. It's called the incident. And Darksydephil, scumbag that he is, dude, don't beat off in your streaming room or around any cameras because mistakes can happen. This loser beat off in front of a live audience.
Okay, I'm gonna paint the picture for you without playing the video. So this game Neo came out, you know Neo, right?
Yeah.
From Dark Souls. Okay. So this is like he's starting up a stream, right? And like he puts the camera on, like the camera's still on OBS. Oh man. And he's just like sitting there beating his meat off, and then at one point his head literally goes back like this. Like orgasms and shit. And like looks at the OBS screen and he notices the camera's on, and that's it. Like he fucking literally like jerked himself.
And he was doing this. He was like,
"Oh my god!"
Like, oh, what a degenerate!
Oh my god!
Insane when he came,
honestly,
dude. No joke.
That's almost as sad as the quartering peeing in his basement.
And
that's up there. That's one of the greats.
It really appeared, and of course you don't know, but it appeared like there was no cleanup.
Ew!
No. He grabs the fucking controller and it's like, all right, let's get to gaming. It's like,
what happened? Did you just did you just blow a load like under your desk, like on the bottom of your desk, and just leave it there? I reported that story at the time that it happened.
He did report on it, and the story went viral of this dude, this degenerate scumbag, jacking off on a live stream. That, by the way, children may have been watching that, and I don't think you didn't see his penis or whatever. You just saw him from like the. I think you just seen him from like the waist up, but not the junk. You didn't see his junk, but still, there might have been kids watching that, and he's clearly jacking in this video. And this degenerate scumbag then said that he staged that for publicity. Dude, I know there's a saying that there's no such thing as bad publicity, but getting caught cranking one out on a live stream, that is not good publicity. That is one exception to that rule.
And, you know, this is the heyday of drama on YouTube, so it gets like 2 million views or something. That's the most publicity this guy's ever gotten in his fucking career. And it's for him, like, leaving his stream on and beating his meat, right? So he's mad at me.
Beating his meat?
So I send him a Twitter video, right? And, you know, he's talking all this shit, saying that I'm a loser and all that. I'm like, I'm a fucking loser. I'm like, bro, we are the same age, all right?
Yeah, good point.
Like, if you think
This is the level 1 talk.
yeah, I give him the level 1 talk, right? I'm like, look, I'm going to retire this year. Like, I'm done. Like, I never have to fucking work ever again. But you're still begging money every single stream to pay your electric, to pay your gas, to pay your water bill, to pay your rent.
Get him,
I go,
Gabe.
like, in the
Get
terms
him.
of gaming, DSP,
guilty.
I have beaten the game. I'm done with it. You're still on level 1. You're still on level 1, right? So I was trying to give him.
And for those unaware, I think that's why he snarkily called his podcast Level 1 Podcast.
I was trying to give him a pep talk to stop this streaming shit and go get a real job because he's not making it here, right? So that went back and forth. He blocked me, A couple months go by. And I start really thinking about this. I'm like, there's a whole economy of people that make videos on DSP, right? Like if you go search up DSP, good luck finding his channel. You're going to find people making fun of him. That's all you're going to find. Like there's a whole economy based on clipping him and making fun of him.
Yeah. I would venture to guess that all the detractor channels together get far, far more views than he does. Absolutely.
Same thing with Wings Redemption. Same thing with Boogie, pretty much. All of them are in financial hardships. They all need fucking money. They're lol cows, right? So,
all right, so I'll give you the burger report. It was a pretty good burger. You know, it was enjoyable. I'm not a fan of lettuce and tomato, so I took it off. I never tell them at the store, like, don't put that on there, because then somehow, you ever notice that? You're like, hold the lettuce and tomato. It's going to take them 15 minutes to make a custom burger, right? I just take it off. But it's got some kind of burger sauce on it, you know, beef. I like my burgers just beef, cheese, and pickles. And it had all that on there, plus some kind of burger sauce, which I think is just mayonnaise and ketchup. I'm not sure, but I think so. And pickles, and there was lettuce and tomato, which I took off. But pretty standard burger. I think it's probably a quarter-pound patty. I don't know. I mean, it's decent. Was it worth the money? I don't know. I'm cheap. I would have rather made 4 of them at home for the same price. I got a grill. You know, I got a wood-fired grill. Like a Traeger. Anyway, let's get back to Keemstar Felton, this degenerate. So Keemstar comes up with this idea to get these locales, Wings of Redemption, pardon me, and also Darksydephil, and put them on a show together, and he was willing to finance this.
So I had this idea. I was like,
here we go.
Okay, I know a thing or two about podcasts.
Yeah.
Why don't I launch a new podcast?
Sounds like
I'll
a good
own
idea.
25% of the brand. DSP will own 25% of the brand. Wings will own 25% of the brand. And Boogie will own 25% of the brand.
Sounds like a
I won't
generous
be a hot
offer.
host, but I'll just run shit behind the scenes and I'll finance this and I'll call it the Lol Cow Podcast. Imagine if you had fucking Wings of Redemption, DSP, and Boogie 2988, the crazy fucking takes you would hear on an hour fucking podcast once a week. You would tune in to see what the fuck is happening. Plus,
And notice he said once a week. So this was going to be an extremely part-time job. 1 hour a week. That's all he wanted. That's all Keem wanted, was for Darksydephil to work for 1 hour a week doing a podcast with 2 other degenerates. Well, I don't want to get ahead of myself. I haven't properly researched Boogie or Wings of Redemption, so I don't know if they're degenerates, but I'm sure Phil's a degenerate. I don't know. I think the sort of concept was get these 3 very controversial people and make them do a 1-hour podcast every week. And Keem was willing to finance this and guarantee them all 50 grand for the first year.
You have all these fucking haters and the little fans that they have. They're tuning in to watch this. This would be a fucking success. And I guaranteed for the first year that this podcast would be out, that each one of them would make $50,000. I hit up Wings of Redemption, and he's like, I am down. I hit up Boogie2988, and he's like, I'm down. I hit up DSP, and he goes, I'll get back to you on that.
Oh, what a low life. You want me to work? You want me to have a job? Dude, a part-time job 1 hour a week for $50,000 a year? He didn't have to give up his show and his begging nightmare. He could still do his stupid gaming streams, and he'd have $50K in his pocket in advance so he could stop begging like a loser every day. I think it's a good offer.
Over the course of like a month, we're playing phone tag. We have agreed times where we're going to get on the phone. I get on the phone with him. He's like, I'm at work right now. I'm streaming. Like,
I'm at work right now. Call me, but I'm not at work.
At work right now.
Dude, I'm so baffled what's happening. So I would tune into his streams, and he's like, guys, I can't pay rent this month. We need to get the donations up, and I can't believe guys, I really need your help this month. Like, he's going into the bagging where I'm about to give him 50 grand.
Oh,
he won't
what a
have to
loser.
bag anymore. He could just.
Yo, if anybody wants to pay me 50 grand a year for an hour of my time a week, unless it involves something illegal or blowing dudes, I'm signing up.
Dream. I'm about to give him $50,000.
Okay, so in the DSP rebuttal, I'm going to state this just because he's not here, and this is based on his phrasing. He didn't want your money because he believes it to be blood money made off of drama farming, which is hilarious. By the way,
DSP, I don't want your blood money, Keemstar. I just want to keep begging my audience for money every day.
Hilarious, by the way, given who he is. The other big boon, the other big thing about it. Shit, I'm trying to. That first bombshell is so fucking massive. You just have blood money off of fucking drama.
By the way, it just occurred to me, and I wanted to mention. I mentioned some streamers that my child watches. And a couple of you very concerned people said, you better look into this one or that one. And I am doing that. And I want to thank you. You know, you get busy. You know, for a while, my younger son's biggest thing was Blippi, which is that dude's creepy as shit. And I really didn't want him watching it. But, you know, it is what it is. That dude's like weird. You know, he gives me this weird, you know, I don't want to say anything negative about Mr. Blippi. He's the world's most popular children's entertainer right now, I think. But dude's kind of creepy. But anyway, a few of you reached out to me and said, hey, you might want to look into that streamer. He could be a bad influence. And I'm going to do that. And I thank you. I'm going to, you know, and we'll set some ground rules like this streamer, you can watch this streamer. You know, if what I find is objectionable as a parent.
For me, I gotta really remember the other piece. Jesus Christ, it's it escaped my mind, but that was one of the things.
What I realized through this process is that DSP doesn't necessarily want money.
Yeah.
He doesn't necessarily want a bunch of money.
Yeah,
all
I
right?
want the money.
What he wants to maintain is this small audience and him begging for money. Like, he is in the system where it's like a couple weeks, like, hey, the donations are down and like, he's addicted to this, to the begging for money, uploading the videos with the sad stories.
He's addicted to
you know,
grifting.
Like, he's
a
caught
grifter.
in a mental loop of
Guilty.
being a victim of the haters and the people coming after him and attacking him, and like, it's weird. If you went up to that dude and said, hey, I'll give you fucking 50 grand
50
right
grand.
now.
You know what's
All you have to do is stop streaming and go get a real job. He would say no.
Wow,
He would actually say no. Even though that $50,000, let's make it $100,000. Even though that $100,000 would take care of him for
years.
3 years,
If he managed
right?
money,
where he'd be
right?
able to save money
years.
and get a real job, and even though that would be the case, he would say no.
He would say no, friends. He would say no. Wow. So interesting situation. Why would you not take the money? Why would you not take the money? And you could stop being such a low life bum begging, right? The one thing I will say though is that I've heard, and I don't know this to be factual, but I have heard some rumors about working for Keemstar not being, let's just say, ideal. But beggars can't be choosers. I would have taken the 50 grand and then just told them to fucking sue me if I had to quit or whatever before the year was out. Very robust cheeseburger there, says Detective. It was pretty good. Pretty good. I've never eaten on stream. Makes me feel weird eating on stream. Germ 70, the stream has been disavowed by RFK Jr. Yeah, if you say so. And let's see here. What do we got? Any more that we're halfway to the next goal, friends. Duty streams with a kind of generous 5. Phil averages 500K a month for 3 channels. Duty, can you DM me that channel where Darksydephil begs and they count the begs? I'm having trouble finding it. I'm half blind. If you could DM me on Twitter or on Discord or somewhere, I know we communicated. Phil averages 500,000 a month for 3 channels. I get 1.5 million. He gets 300 viewers a stream. I average 900. And I'm one out of hundreds of detractors. Very good point. And thank you for the $5. We appreciate you. Yeah, the ratio is crazy. I was saying on that show earlier today that I was a guest on, like, I punch up when I hit the UFO grifters, and like David Wilcock might get a couple 100,000 views, and I get 3 or 4,000 views. That's the ratio I'm used to. But the fact that this ratio is so off, like, the detractors are getting 2 or 3 and more times the views and engagement that this guy gets. The 50K was just a sign-up bonus, by the way, says Autobahn. Or Autobahn, can you send me the link to the begging thing? There we go, Duty. Thank you, Duty. That's what we're going to do for the other bonus. We're going to look at this pig beg. DSP is confronted on my channel. Good for him. He got a video out of me using his channel as an example of like all of the begging he does. So we're going to do it this way, I think. Let me find, I got to go and check on something very quickly. So I want to find a longer begging stream. DSP makes 100 Call of Duty excuses. Well, that one's funny, but we want to focus on the begging. 145 begs. This is a 9-minute long video clipped together from one stream of this clown begging. Wow, he begged 145 times in one stream, and somebody clipped it together. And that, my friends, is funny. Oh, and I found another funny video. If we have time, we'll share it. Somebody made an animated video about Darksydephil and his trip to the ER with his once girlfriend, and it's pretty funny. It's animated. If we don't have time for that today, we'll play it on. I think there might be a next episode of, because according to Darksydephil, I'm going to grift off of this for a while. So we gotta give him what he wants. I'm going to share my screen, and I am going to dip out for a moment. Thank you, Autobahn. Very much appreciated for the Big Boss with a gift emoji. Every day is a gift, Big Boss 100. Thank you for that. Okay, well. We'll share my screen. This is Darksydephil begging. Oh, I screwed it up. 1 second. 145 begs in one stream. So we're going to watch him beg 145 times in one stream. I got to put the fair use banner up. This is fair use because it's a comedic parody. Don't you dare try to falsely copyright strike me. Lawyer letters are standing by. And I may have to dip out for just a moment. My kids are all going to bed, and I want to just, make sure my wife is okay and tuck them in. We ran a little bit late. If you have a family, you may understand that'll only take me 2 minutes. So let's get this going, and then I'll be back to offer the commentary on this in just a moment, friends. forgot to mention, always credit your sources. So 1 second. Oh man, I'm getting confused here. So we featured this on our Dark Side interview. The channel is called Frawny, Frawny, the Tractor. And you should go over, if you like laughing at Darksydephil, this is one of the best channels to do it with, because this is ridiculous, the amount of begs and all that stuff. So I'm going to dip out for a moment, but I'll be right back, and then we'll do commentary while he begs. And this is for our second bonus of the night for hitting our goal. And I can check in. We have 25 of 50. Do I have to start guilting you people and telling you that I need grocery money to hit that third goal? Maybe we'll do a bonus even if we don't hit the third goal, because I'm classy like that, right?
I'm a mature adult with a business degree.
Beg, 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 beg. Beg.
We are in the home
I'll
stretch.
be right back.
Almost there.
Let's
ready
listen-
to hit our street
let's
goal
listen
for
to
the
the
week.
big
I have no
beg
complaints
145
about,
times.
Control streaming.
One
It's
stream.
been quite good. I mean, yeah, look. It definitely has worked, right?
FYI, there is a washer emo on Kick. Let's keep that momentum going today. We are literally 3 streams away from the big reward tomorrow. Today, let's make it 34 and 35. How does it work? Support the stream. A super chat, super sticker, tip, a sub, or a gifted sub. All of those things help. Alright, particularly if you're doing subs over on Kick. If you become a paid sub, you join the Founders Club. Only 50 more people can ever do that. If you gift 25 subs or more over on Kick, I'm going to put you into the VIP club. These are great ways to support over on Kick. Please do. On the YouTube side of things, super chats and super stickers are a great way to contribute. You know, you'll get recognition not only in there, but I'll shout you out as well. I'll add you to the leaderboard, particularly right now, Sybil.
Now, another great way to contribute, tipping. If you can use PayPal, you can tip me, and that's direct, and that doesn't involve Kick nor YouTube. I know some people have particular issues with certain sites and businesses. PayPal is the way to kind of circumvent that. You can tip me via PayPal by, if you're on YouTube, having exclamation point tip in the chat. If you're on Kick or YouTube, if you look at the description of either stream, you have a link for it. Or if you're on Kick, you can also check out my About panels, and it's the first panel there should be the thing to tip me. Thank you guys so much for any support today. Let's hit the goal again, all right? Let's hit those goals and crush those trolls as always. Now, if we hit the goal today, tonight, and tomorrow's daytime stream, we got a big reward in store on Friday. If we hit the goals today, which is this stream and tonight's stream, and we hit the stream tomorrow, what I will do is I will order 2 different subs. That's going to be tomorrow if we hit our goals. Considering the fact we just had 33 straight streams where we hit the goals, I can't imagine that we're not going to do it today. Why wouldn't we, right? You would think we absolutely would.
This is all one
Black Ops
stream.
6. We can do wagers for the first time in many years. I can't imagine
Beg,
we're not going to hit the goal tomorrow.
Beg!
Okay, and I hope that you guys will join me for that. It should be
He's
time.
broke!
It's really hard for me
Gotta
to use
beg!
YouTube right now, and I really don't know why or what's going on. When I started playing WWE Champions, I was getting thousands of views a video. Now, I'm getting, no exaggeration, 100 views a video. Yesterday, we did all right on stream. It wasn't like we had, you know, a lower attendance on stream or whatever. The videos have been done very poorly on demand on YouTube. I'm not beholden to YouTube.
Demanding more views.
Most of my income very much comes from these live streams. So, as long as this keeps getting hit, and this keeps getting hit, the fact that for some reason my
$4
views
out of
down on
150?
YouTube, it won't really affect me that badly. This is the main focus. This is what's most important. I don't even care anymore. There's some content creators that are so beholden to the view. If something goes wrong, they take a big hit in the pocketbook. Before we resume, please support the stream. Right now, we have $4 in contributions.
Son of a bitch.
That's it. And it's 2 super chats. Let's get some contributions.
He's not beholden to views because his views are in the shit. He's getting like $2 a stream maybe in ad revenue because he gets 300 views, 800 views, whatever. So yeah, all of his income is coming from the pay pigs and begging.
Going. Let's get some super chats. Let's get some tips. We have no tips for today. Let's get our first tip in. Let's get some subs over on Kick, right? Let's get some subs. Let's do it. Let's get some support rolling, and then we'll get to our next topic. Okay, guys, 1 second because there's a very loud noise outside like a truck. Now, we've only got $9 in contributions this morning. $9. Obviously, guys, at 33 straight streams with the goals hit, we don't want it to fizzle out on the day before the reward.
We only got $9. Oh, no.
Right? And we know we're going to hit the goal tomorrow because of Call of Duty. Let's get some support going. Whether, again, it be super chats, super stickers, a tip. No tips this morning. 0. And let's get it, you know, more than 1 gifted sub. Let's get the momentum moving if we can.
Some people are saying that there was a second gifted sub that I missed. You know what? Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna start counting memberships on YouTube. It's messed up because I'm getting no memberships now. Like, no, I'm getting no memberships.
Oh, I wonder why. Maybe people don't like you begging constantly, piggy.
I'm still getting super chats, but I'm getting like no memberships. A YouTube membership is $4. Now I only get 2/3 of that, right? So I get $3. So every YouTube membership we're gonna count as $3. From now on, super chats, super stickers count. YouTube memberships count $3 membership because they're $4, but YouTube takes like $1. Tips, they count, and anyone can do a tip anywhere. Subs, gifted subs, over tip count, and they count for $5 a pop because I get almost all of it. Why would you ask me about the difference between a flathead and a Phillips head screwdriver? I feel like we need to come to determinations on many things.
Jilly's
the future
mom.
of Kick and how often I stream
Jilly's
there,
mom,
things like
he hasn't watched Blippi in years, so it's not really relevant anymore. And I don't really want to know. That's creepy. That dude was creepy. I didn't like him.
Am I gonna play Dragon Age? We got a lot of stuff to think about. If we're gonna maintain the streak, we need to basically get it soon. You know what I'm saying? Like, if people are here and you want to support the stream and you want the streak to continue, you want to see a Firehouse subs, DSP tries it tomorrow, we gotta hit it soon because I don't know how much longer I'm gonna be here. If you guys were gonna support the stream, I would urge you,
Look at
please
that.
do it.
That's funny. Thank you very much for your kindness, generosity, and support. We have Aussie Metal Mate with a kind and generous $2.99 Australian says, don't use this money on WWE champions or do it. Yeah. Mariner 1712, another dono, $5, last super of the night. This is really funny. Just don't get lost in the sauce, man. Wackadoos need felting. Thank you, Mariner 1712. Yeah, they need feltoning. I'm here for it. Thank you for your kindness.
Early. Let's hit the goal now. That way it's not a lingering thing. You know, my apologies. This is not normal. Chat is very slow. No one is talking in Kick chat whatsoever for 4 minutes, which is bizarre. I don't know what happened with Kick. It's dead. Please like the stream.
Thanks for reminding me. I got to check in with the Kick subs. And I got to figure out how to find out. We could do. Yeah, we have to figure out a better way to do these gifted subs. Weekly top gifters, lifetime top gifters. How do I just get to the subs? Monthly, lifetime, weekly. I don't know. We'll do lifetime. We're just going to call them all out, but this is going to. Wow. Iron Chef Saki Real gifted a sub over on gifted 20 subs. Big support. Clydesdale gifted 15 subs. Big support. Thank you. Big ups. And is that QRT $1 Million Man gifted 11 subs. Winter Soldier gifted 8 subs. Adam, the Returned Real, gifted 6 subs. Canton gifted, Can't Sin gifted 5 subs. Banj of Friend gifted 2 subs. Carnov 89 gifted 2 subs. Boba1489 gifted a sub. And Most Tasteless, I think that's what it is. Most Tasteless gifted a sub. Thank you for the subs, right? Can't Sin. It's not that effing difficult. I'm sorry, I'm new to Kick. Yeah. King Coke has gifted 1 sub to Snake Eyes 1987. Thank you for that. Big ups. Boy, what a nice crowd. And the weekly for the past week, Clydesdale with 5, Can't Sin with 5, Winter Soldier with 5, King Coke with 1. Thank you for the gifted subs over on Kick. We're praising the cash everywhere. This is wonderful. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. So let's get back to the Grub Fest over here. Beg, piggy, beg.
On YouTube, give us some engagement. Please support the stream. Like I said, I'm gonna be interrupted this afternoon. I have a washer dryer arriving and installed. Obviously, we don't want the goal streak to end today because I have a weird stream where there's gonna be an interruption in the middle. So if you're enjoying, if you could support the stream, I would appreciate it. We're still over $100 away from the goal. Please support the stream if you enjoy. Guys, we're at 97 likes, 100 on YouTube. Guys, let's get some support going because pretty soon my washer dryer is going to arrive. And once that happens, that might be the end of the stream. And we're not even at $50 yet, so the streak's gonna end, which sucks. So then it means tomorrow, no Firehouse subs like we've been planning for all week. I don't know what happened that we stalled today all of a sudden. Now we just gotta get the support going and get.
Christ, he's got daily goals, stream goals, weekly goals, monthly goals.
The streak continuing. Come on, 33 straight streams. We don't want it to end today, the day before Call of Duty. And
I'm sorry. This is him guilting the audience. Like, we can't let the streak end or I might have to get a job. Come on, guys. Let's get some subs.
Day before the big reward, that would really suck. 2 subs on Kick so far today, that's it. So we literally have 1 hour to hit the goal. Are we gonna let 33 straight streams of support end now and have this goal end the day before we do the reward? Or is there gonna be some support coming?
Fear of missing out. Good point.
33 when we're so close. Hit the goal tomorrow. And you know tomorrow we're gonna hit it. Let's get some support right now. I mean, we have like $2 tips and $1
you don't even want to watch me eat the
super chats.
torta,
We actually
bitch.
have 5 gifted memberships on YouTube, and we had like 2 subs on Kick.
The
Let's
streak
get
era,
some support
disgusting.
right now because it's the last chance. This
Despicable.
last hour is it. Please support if you can. Let's do it.
Degenerate.
I'm not gonna keep mentioning it. I'm not. I really would hate for it to end right now.
I'm not gonna
This
keep
is
mentioning
last
it.
chance to
And
support
it keeps
the stream, hit the
mentioning
goal,
it.
and continue the streak. The streak's gonna end at 33, and we're not gonna do the celebratory reward unless we hit the goal. Please support the stream. Anything is counted now. Literally, a contribution on any side is counted. Please do. I'm gonna be right back.
I guess the streak's gonna be over. No contributions have come.
Yeah, I don't know what he
to
said
tell
that
ya.
cost.
I tried my best. I can't make people contribute.
This is the last chance to support the stream. Whether it be a giant tip coming in here, a bunch of gifted subs, a bunch of gifted
This was
memberships, a
amazing.
super chat, whatever it be, guys. Come on, let's make it happen. Let's not
X
kill the
to
momentum
gal.
at 33, especially with Call of Duty tomorrow. Let's not make it reset, okay? Keep it rolling, guys. We have very little time left on
He
today's
keeps
stream.
putting
Hit the
weird
goal and
clothes
continue
on
the
and
crazy
blowing
stream. I'm
bubbles.
sorry, but you know the rules are the rules. People knew I was streaming today. I even explained it a million times today what was going on. So I'm not gonna make an exception here. If it ends today, it ends. I don't know what else to say.
Oh,
I don't
too
want the
bad.
streak to end. The streak's been going on now for 3 weeks, right? And we were gonna do a reward. Literally, the reward was tomorrow. Kind of a guarantee we're gonna hit because it's Call of Duty tomorrow. That's right. I'm trying to beat the streak. Remember, the previous streak, the record was 41. We're so close to getting there. I wanted to hit 42 and say at least we made a new record. We're gonna order together both sandwiches. We were gonna pick what it was gonna be. I'm wasting all this time.
Oh, God, if you guys give me money, if you guys give me $150 today, I'm going to order a $6 sandwich. And isn't that what you guys want?
What's the link to tip? You can look at the description of the stream, or you can type !tip into the chat if you're in YouTube. If you're on Kick, just look at the description of the stream or the About tab. That was the whole point, is that we were going to have a nice interactive stream tomorrow, where we were going to order the sandwiches together. You guys are going to help me pick 2 of them. We are precious out of time, folks. The washer dryer is 1 stop away, and sadly, it looks like this is the end of the streak, boy.
Oh, I got to get a washer installed. Come on, send money. Hurry up. This is false sense of urgency. All the grifters do this. There's always a false sense of urgency.
It sucks, but what are you gonna do? Last chance, because it is the 1 stop away. Once it says it's on the way, I basically can't be here. I gotta be there for the delivery, so I'll be back. Please support the stream. Let's see if we can still hit the streak. I don't know if we will, but let's go.
108 and 129. He begged even in his own live chat. Dude, he went into his live chat to beg some more. My God.
By the way, 0 contributions, guys, which I knew. So that's why I was telling you guys before this thing started, please, let's hit the goal. All right, so guys, this is it. This is the true finale. Last chance.
He edited in the Wolverine toy he didn't get that he's still bitter about 20, 30 years after he was a kid.
$70 in contributions.
Suffer!
We need 80
Degenerate
to hit the goal,
scumbag
continue the streak,
grifter,
crush the
beggar.
goals, and crush the trolls. Let's not have the streak end. Last chance. Let's do it.
How about this? I'm gonna make an offer for those watching on Kick right now. If someone on Kick dumps enough gifted subs for us to hit the goal for today, I will give you the coveted OG badge. You must do it now. If you drop 16 subs on Kick right now, I will give you an OG badge. That way the streak will continue.
Oh my God. He's making deals with imaginary friends for money.
Just gifted 16 subs on Kick.
Iron Chef Sakai.
And it worked. Amazing.
Come back for the late stream tonight, and I will make that deal with you. 25 subs for an OG badge tonight. You got it. We got to play this game. Remember, we have a game we were playing? Very nice. Will Iron Chef Sakai take the deal? We'll find out. Come back. We'll play.
Is there any time for gaming in between all this begging?
By daylight, you drop that bomb, you will get the OG badge, my friend.
So good, so good. For the record, you can also get the VIP badge for 25 gifted subs.
I want to say there's 49.
He's selling badges? What's that on Kick? Man, I got to get in on that grift.
48 founders badges left still. If you become a legit paid sub, you get in on that still. It's still not done.
And so tonight, 6:45 to 7 p.m. Pacific time, come back. We're going to be streaming Dead by Daylight for a couple of hours tonight. If you're on the late stream tonight, remind me to host No Casino. I hope to see you tonight.
No, not at all.
Thanks for enduring 145 begs in one stream. But no, he doesn't beg too much. He doesn't beg too much. No, come on, man. That is just cringeworthy. Just cringeworthy. And sadly, we're only at 27 of 50 for the latest goal. So we're going to say we missed that one. But I'm not a scumbag, so I'm giving you the bonus material anyway. I don't care. I don't care. Right? I don't care. I don't care that we didn't hit the goal. I'll still give you this. I'll still give you some extra content because I'm cool like that. You know, it's not about the money. It's about having a good show. Remember, there's a replay here. So surely the replay people will appreciate. I mean, this is a pretty long stream. We don't really need any bonus, but we're going to do a bonus because Duty Streams has the Misadventures of DSP Season 17 teaser trailer in 4K. And I hope that the Duty Streams doesn't mind me sharing this. It was shared with me. I think it's great, and we're gonna give it a sample here and go on over to Duty Streams. Man, look at that. Duty Streams is a so-called detractor, and he's getting 5,000 views on this video. That's an awful lot more than the subject matter gets, which is kind of funny, right? This guy is so grifty. The detractors, the hate streamers get more views. They get more views than he does, right? It's funny. It's just funny. You gotta love it. They're getting 10 or more times the views that he gets. And if your ratio is that, like if suddenly there was a bunch of Truth Seekers detractors getting more views than my show, I'd quit. I would quit my show. I would be ashamed. He has no shame. Look at this. This is great. What artistic.
I need that money. I really, really do. I need that money.
He needs it.
I really need that money.
This is a banger.
I need that money. I need that money. I really, really do. I need that money.
Yeah.
I really need that money. Really need that money. Really, that money. That money. Hello, everybody. It's Darksydephil. I need that money. To pay my bills. Electric bill. The internet bill. Student off the trolls, man. I just want to chill. I rock back and forth on the X and Y axis. Tip me. So I could catch up on back taxes. Making more tax, refunding chargebacks. And my laugh sounds like act. 50 bitch here. 50 bitch there. 50 bitch. Raise your hands in the air. 50 bitch here. 50 bitch there.
This is a banger, bro. Get him. Get him. Oh, suffer, grifty bitch. Yes. Oh my God. Now it's different.
A meat store, huh? We should rest after our long and weary journey.
But we've only been walking for 10 minutes.
Enough of your Pignosis pig roach.
And who are you? Stationary mage.
Duty.
It's Duty. Uh-oh. Oh, transformation.
I remember now. I used to have a life. Then I got pignetized by this pig roach.
Pig roach? Oh shit! Suffer, pig roach, bitch!
Unearned nonsense.
I'm not going to kill you, pig. But I will give you this.
Wow.
Where did you send him?
Somewhere he belongs. Somewhere where he will suffer.
This is what I want to say too. The detractors are so creative and powerful and artistic. They're just better. They're just better.
Forever.
Would you rather watch this or Darksydephil playing some shitty game badly and begging for money?
Sorry, girl.
This is where he's going to suffer? What is this?
Wait a minute. Where am I? Hello?
Someplace he has to get a job?
Now how do I get out of here?
I'm sorry. The Temple of Dibella is closed.
Oh, sorry about that. Well, at least duties wasn't every 30 seconds, right? Let's get past that and we'll finish the misadventures. Wow. 1 second. Tales from Vault 1651 is next. Yeah, this is really creative. I like this. Great animation and music and very creative. Oh, it's Phil's day off. I hope he got enough donos to do his day off stuff. This is called Beg Inning. Beg, pig, beg. Oh, look. He made him a pig. That's just appropriate. So this is like the apocalypse. This is his day off from the vault. Oh, this is something else. This is my kind of Fallout. He's going to Justin Wong's mansion. Uh-oh. Let me guess, Justin Wong is a detractor. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, look, Vault Dash. It must be his day off, and I bet you he begged to get the Vault Dash delivered. Suffer, you pig, suffer. Something else.
That's the end of the stream, guys. Well, I'm about to relax and have spent time with my wife. All right, guys. Thanks a lot. Peace out. Have a good night.
It's a very good likeness.
See you all later.
What was that? A cat?
Cat, are you okay?
What the fuck?
Do you want, because I could toss some snack foods in the oven. Do you want the little pretzel bites with cheese in them, or do you want me to make the stromboli?
Oh no! It's Darth Duty! This is very well done and very creative. I wonder how, Duty, how long did it take you to make this? Please put it in all caps. I'm just curious. Uh-oh. Burning the dinner. Who's this dude? Oh, some BBC incoming. the other locales? Duty Streams. Big ups, Duty
One
Streams.
Darksydephil here. The only detractor channel that I watch is Duty Streams.
Oh wow! What the hell did I just walk into? Very creative. Big ups to Duty Streams. That's awesome. Where is the box, Wilcock? There's still time. Dawn Wanderer with a kind and generous $2. Yeah, the clock is ticking. Duty Streams just trying to cover up our plot against Phil. Yeah, absolutely. That was very creative and very interesting. I wonder how long it took you to make that. Like, that looks like that's some time and dedication and passion and glory, right? That's dedication, man. Sitting and animating that shit. It's like an 8-minute video. That had to take you a month, right? I would take me a year to try to do something like that. But very, very creative. And yeah, I don't know what else to say. What a great video. The return of the BBC, says Michael. Was that Cuck Norris on the toilet? WTF. Yeah, so listen, we are past 5 hours and 15 minutes. I didn't mean to be this long tonight, but I guess we had a lot to go through, right? So I think we've done our due diligence. I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us. We want to thank our Patreon supporters, you kind and generous benefactors. We want to thank you, YouTube channel members, super chatter, super sticker, super thanks, people. Oh, 1 second. We'll finish up the business here because we also take PayPal pledges. And unlike Phil, I won't tell you to do all your donos that way so I can get it right away, right? We take the PayPal pledges, though. And we have initials BM. That says, thank you with a kind and generous $5 PayPal pledge. Thank you for the great Kino pushing Darkside Pigs button. Dude is a giant liar. Did you notice at the end, once he got kicked off his high horse, he just couldn't leave because he was personally offended that you couldn't let him big man you because you called him an R word instead of a mastermind like he wanted. I called him a moron. I said he was stupid. I don't like the R word. I have a special needs child, and I once used that word and I got a lot of shit for it. So I made a vow to my viewers and to myself that I wouldn't use that word anymore. We want to thank initials KF for a kind and generous $10 PayPal pledge. No message. If you're going to send a pledge, hey, be sure to add a note and I'll read any message that you have. We want to thank Nemesis Bex, longtime show supporter, for a kind and generous $12.02 PayPal pledge. And she says, Nemesis Bex, just showing you my support. As always, great show. Well, thank you, long-time show supporter. Big support from Nemesis Bex. There's always a PayPal in every time I check almost. Thank you, Nemesis Bex. Very, very generous of you. So we came close to hitting the next goal. We're at 29. But that's okay. I gave you guys the goal bonus material, Anyway, even though we didn't hit the third goal, but we came very close. And honestly, I was joking posting these goals. I didn't think we were going to hit the second one, but we did. I'll take a few quick comments from the live chat. Please put them in all capital letters. Kylo Ren Cooked says Don Faze McDouglas. Well, thank you very much. Some of my detractors use that Kylo Ren as disparagingly. But I always thought that was stupid because if you say I look like Kylo Ren, what you're really saying is I look like a famous rich movie star. So that's not a bust to me. That's like saying, well, you look like a rich, very successful, very handsome, very well loved movie star. That's a good thing. Amazing content, Steve says. Thick and Wing. Dono of Spite with a kind of, now you guys are gonna make me hit that goal, but we've already given the bonus material. So even if we hit it, I really got to bounce on out of here. Got a lot of stuff to do tomorrow. It's already almost 12:30 here. Dono of Spite, kind of generous $5. Screw the DPS defenders and Kino schemers, truth seekers all the way. Well, we love those Kino guys, and I think that'll blow over. I don't know. I may be on their show next week. We'll see. Joseph M says, great show, Steve. So grateful I found your channel. I'm grateful you did too, Joseph M. He says, keep on trucking. I'll do that. J8 says, great stream, Stephen. Thank you. No, thank you. Thank every one of you for being here. Mackie Fish says, yeah, he is loaded. I think maybe you're talking about Keem, because I was mentioning that he's pretty loaded. So somebody calling him a loser is pretty funny. Look into That Being Said's yearly checking of the ring competition. It's people making extremely high quality DSP parody songs. I'll do that. And we've got a few high quality parody songs of our own. Maybe we'll enter them in. Is there like a competition? How does that work? I'm going to get in on that, right? And don't worry, I'll be back to continue the grift. I don't know when. Tomorrow night, I should be back at 7 p.m. Eastern time, but we're doing the Wacky World of Wilcock. I have been kind of neglecting our usual content here to the point where I missed an entire stream of David Wilcock. So we'll be catching up on both of them. It's probably going to be a long stream tomorrow night as well. But I work when I can, and I have some time tomorrow. So we're going to try to get caught up on the usual. I don't want to ignore our bread and butter here, which is UFO grifters. Dono of Spite with a kind. Oh, I already read this one. Two Seekers all the way. Thank you. Thank you very much. Big ups. I enjoy your content. Keep at and don't let the pig off the hook. No, he called me a moron. He insulted my research. He said I copied and pasted everything and nothing was original. This dude has earned my spite. So get ready, bitch. Right? Or he could just apologize, right? I don't even care. He can apologize for saying my research was bad or for lying to his audience and saying that I copied and pasted everything when I clearly didn't, and saying there was nothing original, because there clearly was. But like I said, he kind of earned like a week. Like I'll spend a week of nights when I'm not busy doing a show. I'll do about a week of research. We'll find some new stuff to skewer him with, and we'll see how bad my research is. Thanks for staying extra. It was fun listening while at work. Well, I hope you're having a great night at work. I sure did tonight. So thank you, Seemingly Odd, who says, thanks for staying extra. Had great. It was fun listening while at work. I hope we made your work day a little easier. I used to listen to talk radio while at work, and that always helped keep me sane. Super Cartoonist, True Seekers, I don't think YouTube likes all caps. Well, I'm visually impaired, so they cannot really complain about all caps because I need it for accessibility reasons. I'm literally half blind, so I think it's okay. And if YouTube has anything to say about it, they can hear from my, handicap advocate lawyer about that, right? Come on, man. I'm half blind. I need the all caps so I know which ones to share. I think that's a reasonable request. Razor Evolution says, low-tiered God makes fun of cripples and physically disabled people. Make a video on him. You'd make bank on him. Low-tier God. I'll look him up. I will make a note. I don't like people. That's a bully that makes fun of crippled people and physically disabled people. You should never do that. Anybody that makes fun of somebody's, especially if it's a lifelong physical handicap, like, somebody's got crutches and a cast and they broke their leg. Maybe I wouldn't even do that, but that's a temporary condition. But if somebody has a permanent lifelong disability and you make fun of them, then you're a piece of shit. And I stand by that. Beware the unironic cringe of detractors. The irony always becomes real. You may be right. Yeah. And people are telling me, be careful. Don't get sucked into the sector. Don't get sucked into the void and all this stuff. It's been fun so far. I can help you with LTG. Yeah, we'll talk off stream. And Duty, I'd like to have you come for do you talk on stream? I don't know because I've only seen the sort of pre-produced content that you make. If you want to come on the show, since you got to me and it poisoned me against Darksydephil, according to rumor and that didn't happen. And really, it's true. The detractors didn't get to me. I got to them. And I found them to be much cooler than Darksydephil, that's for sure. And I also found them to have actual evidence, right? And proof of what they claim. Darksydephil has excuses, lies, obfuscation, muddying the waters, trying to minimize, trying to kill the messenger. The detractors have the goods, in my experience so far. Now, that's probably too painting with too broad a brush, maybe, because I haven't, maybe Darksydephil's right, and some of the detractors just make stuff up. I haven't seen that much yet. Dono of Spite says, keep being you, Steve. Absolutely will do. Seemingly Odd says, you should hear what LTG says about black people. Oh, that's a touchy subject. Louis Kama says, Triple P said the detractors got to you, but come on, Phil. Phil is lame. You are a king, Steve. Thank you. Yeah. And like I said, Truth Seekers, we're going to use that. Truth Seekers is greater than DSP. That's what my hashtag is going to be every time I do a show on this clown. Truth Seekers is greater than DSP in every way. In every way imaginable. Can you get the guy that put Wilcock in a bikini body to do that with Phil? Yeah, absolutely, Dylan. We're going to work on that. And I got a soundboard for let me see if I can just tease that. I think I can. Let me see. I don't know how to add sound effects. Geez, I got this soundboard software. No, you know what? I better hold off on this because I don't know how to add. But I have a whole DSP soundboard with thousands of clips of him saying stuff and belching and doing all this funny stuff. But I just haven't had time to add it to our We have a software-based soundboard. I don't have a hardware-based one. So, Darksydephil, what can I say? You lose, loser. Well, I know how to do the ones that are already loaded, but I have to figure out how to load more. But if we do, and by the way, I haven't decided. Like, he's like, oh, he's going to start doing detractor content, blah, and making all this money. Yeah, bitch, I'm cracking fat stacks just clowning on you, and it's not even that hard a gig, right? It's an easy gig, right? I'm sure he's counting up my money right now. He's in my wallet right now, seething and crying because I made more money today than he did, loser. And by the way, I haven't been at this for 15 years, you loser. All right. And I'm going to try to be more sympathetic because a large part of me does feel bad for him. And I do, I'm human. I feel bad for his situation. Imagine every day waking up knowing that you have to lie to people, or at the very least, you have to exaggerate and, use personal stuff to kind of guilt people into giving you money and, just to survive. That's a hellish existence I wouldn't wish on any man. And I don't know how this guy has made more than $1 million in his career, but he's still living paycheck to paycheck, has no savings. He's broke. He's broke. He's broke. And he's guilty. Guilty, I say. All right. All right, friends. So, and by the way, I feel kind of guilty about this. The stream went way late and I went to tuck my kids in and they're already in bed. And so is my wife. So I'm going to get out of here and finish some things I need to finish before going to bed myself. It's been a very long day here. I did this guest appearance at 11 a.m. and here I am doing a 5-hour stream. Long day for me, but you got to strike while the iron is hot. I truly believe that. So let me just check in one more time, make sure there's no more donos to call out. And by the way, if you were one of those people that gave the donos before the bell started, before the show actually started, and I didn't read your super chat, I want to do that. And don't be shy. Just email me at truthseekershow@gmail.com and put it in the subject line, missed my super chat or missed my gifted sub or anything like that. And just tell me who you are and put your message in, and I will thank you on the very next broadcast, right? And Nick Mullen says, no, Steven, you're taking his curls and twirls money. Yeah. Curls and twirls. Who gets their hair cut out of twirls and curls, man? Yes, I do. I get my hair cut at Twirls and Curls for sure. No man should get their hair cut at a place called Twirls and Curls. Just saying. Yeah. All right. I have no chucks, so I must sneeze. Good night. Thanks for the stream. It was pure Kino. Yes. And one more. Dono a spite with the last super chat of the night. I think somebody may throw one in after I'm off cam and the end bumper music is playing. Dono of spite with 5. Triple P and Andy are only milking DSP for his low-cal milk. Keep exposing the truth on DSP. You may be right. I don't know. I'm confused by this whole situation just as much as some of you. So we've done our due diligence. We thank you old friends, veteran show viewers, new show viewers. So happy to have so many new friends showing up for the streams. It's been really surreal and incredible that the show's really been taking off lately, and I thank each and every one of you. I'm so glad you all found us here. You are most welcome. And if you like this Darksydephil content and you like seeing grifters getting busted, you might like some of our other content. We've got thousands of shows in our archive here. Please check them out. So that's all I got for you, friends. Until next time, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you, especially you, Darksydephil. I pray for your road to redemption. Good night, and God bless all of you.
Dark corners of the night, secrets hidden from the light. Whispers turn to screams, shattering all your dreams. Eyes wide open now, truth you can't disavow. Echoes through the halls, crashing all your walls. Truth seekers, exposing the truth. Truth seekers, coming for you. Uncover the lies, open your eyes. Shadows try to hide, no place for them to bide. Light will pierce you through, reveal what is true. Running from your fears, can't escape the sears. Truth will hunt you down.